Good morning. At this time, we'd like to convene the Finance Committee meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Burt,
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowry,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, 3 present. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. At the beginning of the meeting, we have an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda, but are within the purview of this committee. So do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
We currently do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, so we'll dive right into our first item, which is the fiscal year 2025 budget process overview. And Lauren, are you kicking things off? All right, go right ahead.
There we go. Good morning, Finance Committee members. Pleasure to be before you. And some of the material will be familiar because we went through it last night. We'll spend a little bit more time on it, but at the same time, we'll keep to some brevity, so it'll allow time for us to have some discussion with you. So may I have the next slide, please? As a reminder for us and members of the public who are following us for the first time, this is the schedule of the conversations and the discussion and the timeline going through up to and including the adoption of the budget on June 17th. Next slide, please. Thank you. On the next slide is a little bit of housekeeping, wanting to call your attention to some key new documents and especially our open budget web app online. For those that would like, we have the proposed budget published online in a very dynamic, transparent application on the city website. In addition, in your binders before you are 2 documents. One is the supplemental report that includes a summary of the alternative funding proposal options. And secondly, the app places memo, which summarizes the vacancies, capital project reappropriation, and contract services. Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as we proceed through this next couple of days, we just wanted to offer a proposed process for the committee to consider. We will be combining the presentations. So that way we would be presenting departments aggregated in service areas, similar to last year. It will be highlighting key points and then certainly providing time for committee members to provide comments and questions. What worked well last year, and we're hoping that it will work well this year, is our recommendation on the proceeding, namely the recommendations of the motions. 1 is a tentative approval by majority vote. 2 is recommendation of putting things on what we call the parking lot. And then 3 is additional information for staff follow-up. That's kind of a mouthful, so we left you a little cheat sheet right there, circled in green if you need to refer to it throughout the next couple of days. Next slide, please. So the parking lot for committee members and the members of the public, the parking lot is basically a running list of committee approved adjustments. And so that will include resources and also potential appropriations. Staff here in the room or virtually will be taking copious notes throughout the discussion, and at points during the next couple of days, we'll have check-ins with the committee and a re-summarization of where we're at. Next slide. Always welcome the community to be involved because that's how we govern best. So we'll have these dates posted. They are already posted online. They are posted within our presentations and also inserts within utility bills that are going out to our community. So please stay engaged, stay informed. That's how we work best. Next slide, please. Overview. So we're going to do the overview. Myself, Lauren Lai is the Chief Financial Officer, and then I'll share it with Paul Harper, the Budget Manager. Next slide, please. So much of what we do in finance, which is super important when we develop the budget, is support the vision of the community and the council priorities. So not having to read it, I wanted to put it before us because this is what guides our appropriation and use of funds as we govern and serve the community. Next slide. Before we dive into the detail, always think it's important to look at the big picture, similar to what we talked about last night, is balancing the economic uncertainty and all these key factors that we continue to monitor and calibrate against with providing an effective path forward. And when we talk about effective path forward is with our cautious optimism, some areas of positive assumptions around funding investments while balancing fiscal stability and risk, enhancing organizational resilience. And you'll see that theme throughout the discussions in the next couple of days and how we manifest that. And importantly is delivering a very comprehensive portfolio of high quality services with a focus on innovative services that continues to make us a leader. Next slide, please. So the proposed budget overview, for those that are attending, we have a couple of binders here for your reference as well. We have the operating budget and the capital budget. In aggregate, all citywide funds represents about $1 million, a little over $1 billion in the upcoming fiscal year. Of that, the general fund is $303 million. And we'll go into that in more details, but that's the high level. Within the capital budget, we present to you a 5-year plan called the Capital Improvement Program. In that plan, we have $1.6 billion planned over 5 years. The appropriation before you for fiscal 26 is $359.7 million. We do a 2-year balancing strategy consistent with the last couple of years as we come out of COVID. It is a very strategic way of managing our finances and especially in reaction to being proactive with coming out of COVID. So with that, we use one-time resources called uncertainty reserves to balance this upcoming budget and 2026 as well. As shown there, we have a $6.9 million shortfall in fiscal 25 that's balanced with these funds, and then using some of it for 26. Keeping in mind that in 26, we still have a net deficit of about $5 million. As a service-driven organization, we provide these services and investments through people and other resources. So in this budget, you'll see that there's 20 additional positions added in all funds. Last but not least, an important highlight is to thank the community for voting and approving Measure K and L, which are critical in funding valued services. And we'll go into those later in the next couple of days as well. Next slide, please. The budget before you, which is quite voluminous, entails multiple strategies, and I want to call these particular strategies to your attention. The one-time funding strategies where we manage ongoing costs with one-time resources. In addition to the uncertainty reserve, we have a budget stabilization reserve that has a prescribed policy. That policy says that the reserve should be between 15 to 20% with a target of 18.5. The proposed budget before you lands us at about 18.8%. 18.8% translates to about $1 million above that target level. All right. The proposed budget also implements the approved labor contracts for all of our labor groups, keeping in mind that SEIU, which is the largest workforce, that contract expires at the end of this calendar year, followed by all other labor groups 6 months subsequent. Capital investments is a very key component of our community because we are quite extraordinary in the infrastructure we have and the utilities we have. So importantly is our commitment through the general fund to contribute to those investments. So that bullet point shows what we call base transfer. Base transfer is the transfer of the general fund to our capital improvement fund. You'll see there that pre-pandemic level was $16.7 million. In the proposed budget, we are pleased to present $13.7 million, and we're very hopeful that we'll get to $16.7 million in 26, which is in our planned 5-year program. Last but not least, our proactive management of pension and retirement health, which is what we call liabilities. The policy that council approved enables us to proactively fund these on a more refined prescribed formula. And the purpose of that is to accelerate our funding target, to reduce costs and liability, and also to ensure fiscal stability because it manages the volatility around that unfunded liability. So kudos for all that foresight and discipline. Next slide, please. Cautious optimism and positive assumption. What does that mean relative to everything that you have in these two binders? On the revenue side, that means we have positive assumptions for key revenue areas, namely in the general fund, as you see there. And we'll go into them later in the next couple of days. In expenditures, we heard previously, and we've responded to that the vacancy saving is an opportunity for us to refine that assumption so we can invest further in service delivery and council priorities. So in the proposed budget, we have gone from a 3% vacancy assumption to a 5% vacancy assumption. Last but not least, an area that we focus on is risk management. We talk a lot about the financial risk management, but from a risk management perspective also is our investments in infrastructure, the catch up and keep up. And so we'll talk about that when we look into our capital plan around our utility infrastructures for our various utilities, water, electricity, gas, and also our general government infrastructure as well. And so we definitely manage risk with those investments. And I'm very pleased when we start showing you those bar charts, the increase in financial investments that make those repairs and improvements possible. Next slide. I'll touch on a few more that are citywide, and then I'll hand it off to Paul. So a couple more at the citywide level here are the resources and the use of funds and when we look at the whole city, so $1.03 billion. Our sources are on the left. That pie chart shows you the distribution of the revenue sources that pay our services and our infrastructure. So you'll see net sales, which is utilities, followed by a variety of other taxes because we are a government entity. On the right side there, you'll see our uses. So capital investment is a large part of that pie. Utility purchases for us as a distribution and a reseller of those utilities, followed by salaries and benefit as a service-driven organization. Next slide. As a service-driven organization, we want to be transparent about the historical trends of our positions and staffing level. In government, we like to call it FTE, which is called stands for full-time equivalent. You'll see there here the historical trend for 2002 to 2025. So that's a span of 23 years. In the proposed budget, we're showing that we are going to propose 1,083 FTEs citywide. Within the general fund, which is the main operating fund that most of us relate to, we have 595 FTEs, again, only requesting an add of 20 positions citywide. You'll see there the recalibrations during the Great Recession and the pandemic. And I think that's very important for us as we study the budget and look at how we have responded, adapted, and proactively come out of these moments in our history. Next slide, please. From a numerical perspective, we want to show you the changes in those headcounts, starting with the general fund, enterprise fund, all funds. You'll see there it's a roll forward from fiscal 24's adopted budget where we had one addition at mid-year. And then in 25 and 26, we have some increases and reallocations with the summary below. So that's the breakout of the 20 positions across those key fund areas. Also important in the context of this discussion relative to finances and relative to organizational resilience is the constant monitoring and successes around the vacancy rate within the city. And we talk about vacancy rate, we're talking about staffing vacancy rate. So as of now, the time of this publication, we have an adjusted vacancy rate across all funds of 10.5%. Within the general fund, we have 9.7, and that's including public safety. If we take out public safety, that's closer to about 5.6, 5.9%. Okay. Now I'm going to hand it, one more slide. Thank you. One more slide. Next slide. Thank you. So I'll conclude with this policy. The policy relates to the retiree benefits funding. It funds pension and OPEB, which is another way of saying retiree health. And so this gives you a snapshot of the financial position and the funded status. I wanted to share that because it is a very key component of Council's policy direction and risk management. I'll now hand it off to Paul Harper.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So this chart or this slide may look similar, but this is showing the general fund source and expenses. So previously we were looking citywide, now we're looking at just the general fund. Again, on the left-hand side, you have the revenues or sources. On the right side, you have the expenses or uses. In total, our general fund is about 303.5 million this year. On the source side, the largest contributors are property tax, sales tax, TOT, and charges for service. On the expense side, the largest piece, as we've mentioned, as a service-driven organization, is salary and benefits. It's about 60% of our budget, followed by transfer to infrastructure, which is the amount that's being sent to the capital fund for capital improvements. Next slide, please. So this slide is showing the balancing strategy over 2024, 2025, and 2026. As we mentioned, we've been doing multi-year balancing of the budget to see where we will end up based on the additions that are being put into the budget, both on the revenue and the expense side. So at the top of this chart, you'll see the forecasted deficit over the 3 fiscal years, starting with the current year and going out to fiscal year 2026. The next block is the use of reserves that we are recommending in order to fund that gap over the next few years. In 2024, we've used the uncertainty reserve of about 4.4 million. The budget stabilization reserve happens to be about the same amount. This is for both balancing the budget as well as changes that council has approved throughout the fiscal year. And then we've also used the development services reserve a little bit. This is for specific items in development services that can be funded for works in progress. This is usually, well, all of these are actually a one-time source of funding. At the bottom, you'll see the ending reserve balances. So after the uses in the blue box, this is where we end up at the end of the day. At a high level, our uncertainty reserve, we are anticipating to spend all of it by 2026. We are recommending to add $2 million to it from the budget stabilization reserve. That's the asterisk in 2025. So we're recommending to take the budget stabilization reserve down in order to increase the uncertainty reserve to fund a portion of the forecasted deficit in 2026. So this will leave us with about a $5 million projected deficit in 2026 with a budget stabilization reserve of 55 million, which is about 18.8%, or about $1 million above that 18.5 target. Next slide, please. This slide shows a detail of most of the major revenue sources that are coming into the general fund. It goes back to 2021 and projects through the 2025 proposed. It shows the mid-year updates that were made in order to true up some of the revenue sources in 2024 to align with current projections. And the general, we call these major taxes. The general fund taxes comprise about 170 million, or about 60% of the general fund's budget. They're going up by an overall 7% increase. And the biggest pieces of the pie that we were looking at before, sales tax, property tax, TOT, are all increasing by the amounts shown at the bottom of this slide. Next slide, please. We saw this slide last night, but just to go over it again, this is the investments from the business tax, or Measure K. As council approved, there are 3 major funding areas that this money goes towards: enhanced public safety services, train and safety crossings, and affordable housing. And as we mentioned last night, this funding source is being ramped up over a 3-year period. So full collection will come in beginning in 2026. As mentioned last night, we are only programming funding for projects that are eligible so that we aren't putting the revenue into the BSR so that it can be spent on other things. So that's why we have a kind of a gap in the housing side, because we don't have a project identified yet in 2026 to cover the remaining 1.3 million that is anticipated to be collected for that piece of the revenue. And again, there's also some funding in here for administrating the program. Yeah, next slide, please. This slide talks about the other ballot measure that was approved last year. This was Measure L, or the measure to continue the gas equity transfer to the general fund. Basically, this affirms that we can transfer up to 18% of gross gas retail revenue to the general fund. Council can choose to transfer an amount lower. For 2025, we are recommending transfer at the 11.9%, which transfers about $8.9 million to the general fund. This is an increase of about 1.2 million from 2024. And just as a reminder, this is money that can be used for anything really in the general fund. It's kind of a general funding source, so we can use it for parks, libraries, police, fire, etc. Next slide, please. So as we go through the departments in more detail through our presentations over the next couple of days, they will be coming forward with their recommendations for services that they need in order to continue to serve the city. This is highlighting a few of them in the the city service areas. And that's how we're grouping those presentations. So public safety, fire is bringing forward a recommendation to upstaff Fire Station 2 with overtime. Police is recommending to add a lieutenant. And we are recommending to add police and fire equipment in order to bolster those departments. In community and library services, we are continuing the extended hours at the library, recommending funding for an OWL, or overnight warming location. This was a pilot program that's being recommended to continue. And then funding for summer concert series and adult and special interest classes in CSD. Next slide. In planning, transportation, and infrastructure, we're recommending to provide supplemental funding to continue the Palo Alto Link service, investments in the safe routes to school and other transportation-related projects. We are also recommending to bring forward more resources for the SCAP, or Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, and continuing to enhance the advanced meter project as well as the electric grid modernization. Next slide. Lastly, in internal support and administration, we are funding for long-term liabilities, as we mentioned before, particularly for pension and retirement health. We are recommending to bring forward a position for grants management, as well as reserving some funding for property investments. And lastly, we are recommending to support organizational resilience through a number of positions, such as a recruitment manager in HR, and continuing the employee childcare pilot program, adding a management fellow for grants administration, as I mentioned previously, and then adding an assistant director in the information technology department, as well as some other staffing adjustments there. Next slide. Just as a reminder, I think we mentioned both of these at this point, but there are opportunities for additional funding for council to use if they feel like they want to add more to the recommended items that are in the budget. The two main ones that have been discussed are reducing the BSR, excuse me, one second. Reducing the BSR from the 18.8% down to the 18.5%. This would provide an additional $1 million. The other area would be to increase the equity transfer from the gas fund. As we mentioned last night, an additional transfer of $1 million would translate to about a 2% increase to the gas rate. Next slide. We're going to quickly transfer over to capital real quick before we finish up the overview. This is showing the overall capital improvement plan across all funding types. Again, we have three: the capital improvement funds, the internal service funds, and the enterprise funds. Capital improvement funds make up the largest piece, both in terms of dollars and the number of projects. Enterprise funds is the second, and then internal service funds, which is the technology fund and vehicle fund, make up the smallest portion. The 5-year capital improvement plan increased from about $1.2 billion last year to about $1.6 billion this year. This is mainly for a few new projects that are recommended and cost increases across the various funds. In the current year, or the first year of the CIP, the capital budget across the city increased by about $5 million from $355 million last year to about $360 million this year. Next slide. So this slide is something Lauren mentioned earlier in her portion of the presentation. This is showing the general fund transfer to the capital improvement fund. And that is broken down into three main areas. We have what we call the base transfer, the transfer from TOT funding that is capital related, and then the interest income that's earned on the funds that are in the capital fund. This is a historical chart going back to 2020 to show how the funds have kind of dipped when we were in the pandemic. And as Lauren mentioned, we are bringing those funds back up to where they were prior to the pandemic, with the goal of bringing the base transfer back to the full amount by 2026. This has been the plan, I believe, for the last 3 5-year plans. So we are continuing that moving forward. Yeah. Next slide, please. I believe this is the last slide. This is showing the revenues in the capital improvement fund itself. Capital improvement fund can be thought of as sort of the general fund for capital projects. It funds street replacements, facility improvements, things that are not related to enterprise funds or internal service funds. The largest sources here are the transfer from the general fund and then the fund balance or reserve. Fund balance reserve is typically, a large portion of that is reappropriated funds that are being moved from the current year to the next year to continue projects. It's also funds that have been built up over the years and are now being programmed into specific projects to be used for that. And with that, I believe that concludes our presentation, and staff is here for questions.
Great. Why don't we take questions from the committee, then we'll hear from the public, and then we can have additional comments from the committee. Ed?
Thank you. Very clear, particularly since we saw a lot of it last night. Good warm-up act. I'm still not quite sure, and I didn't want to ask it last night. I'm still not quite sure on the contributions to the affordable housing piece, why it's at 1.7. It seems, where's the rest of that money going, I guess, is a way to ask that question. Pardon? That's what I want to know.
Correct. I think given the question, we could have presented it in two ways, meaning the sources coming in, the allocations. So that portion of the pie, maybe we could have that slide up, City Clerk. Slide 20, please. From a resource revenue allocation, it is getting its fair share, which is 3 million.
Right.
And we have accounting internal controls for that. However, in fiscal 26, we don't have appropriations or programs or infrastructure that we're kind of tagging to that resource.
Right.
And so for that reason, we're just putting 1.7 million because we know what those are in the foreseeable future.
You're just showing the disbursements.
Correct. This is only
so the other
disbursement.
1.3 is in a lockbox.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
So we could have presented this differently because I think it poses a lot of questions.
Yeah, for a lot of reasons, I just want to make sure that was the case because it's, people want to know that it's going into the 3.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Of all the things that you mentioned in the slides of certain funds and headcount, are all of those already in the draft?
Yes.
So to the extent that the committee says they probably shouldn't be in there, but they can be with all the other items that will end up in the parking lot, we could pull those out and put them in the parking lot.
Let me make sure I understand the question. The question is, if there's items in the proposed budget that the committee may wish to have us reconsider, you would like to move it out and put it in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Absolutely, you have the prerogative to do
Okay,
that. in
I
your
just want to make sure as a
deliberation.
baseline, what's already in there, because I've heard all this stuff. I knew the staffing was, but I didn't know about the other stuff.
Yes.
What's the advantage of talking about the difference in vacancy rate with and without public safety?
Yes. So the public safety, well, a lot of the divisions, when there is a vacancy, will evaluate the service impact and manage exposure and risk in operations. When we look at public safety, there is a higher level of that. So what you'll see in public safety when there is a vacancy is they will backfill with staffing for overtime, contract service, or other leveraged solutions. And so for that reason, when we look at vacancy and vacancy savings, we want to pull out that component because odds are the savings aren't there.
Okay, got it. So
Okay.
because the dollars are being spent,
Right,
it's just not on an FTE.
correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to thank you for the presentation. And like Ed, hearing it a second time, it's helpful to hear the additional comment. And I see that there are a couple updated and additional slides from last night too. So no, I will say that I wrote down questions, and as you went through, eventually you answered them. So I don't have to slow us down now with any additional ones. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, thanks for the overview. Just a couple things, or a few, I should say. One, I asked last night, on the revenue side, we have the gas transfer, the utility users tax as a 1.4% increase when we've got about 9% increase on those utility categories that constitute the basis for the utility users tax. So can you provide any explanation for that?
Thank you for the question again. We are asking our staff who specializes on the revenue assumptions to look into that. So we'll hope to get that back to you. It has to do with current fiscal year as well as it compounds to fiscal 25's forecast. So they're going to work on that today.
Okay, because today as we go through all these tentative decisions, the revenue side goes into what kind of decisions we can make. So I hope to be able to get an update before we go through all that today.
Absolutely. Totally
Okay.
understand. And happy to put that on, I believe it's called the clarifying section of the way we're deliberating. The little cheat sheet, I didn't keep one for myself, but in the cheat sheet of motions, we will duly note that we'll follow up and
Okay.
we'll do it timely.
Okay, thanks. And then on the CIP, and I guess it's on, is that slide 27? We have what we call the base transfer. And is that base transfer, we every year we have a budget amount, and then at the end of the year, if we have basically surpluses, we have a formula where typically half of that goes into a supplemental contribution to the CIP. And this, I should say, this is all in the general fund. And one of the things that I would really like to get us to do more is to separate the general fund from the enterprise funds when we talk about these kind of high view issues, because they're quite different conversations. They're really different revenue streams. And when we lump them all together on Citywide, I think it doesn't let us focus on the two major buckets as we discuss them. But is the base transfer the budgeted amount each year, or the total of the budgeted amount and the discretionary amount?
So in this chart that, sorry about this, in this chart that we're looking at, from 2020 through 2023, those are going to be actual amounts. So those will include those discretionary additional funding. In 2024, this is the estimated amount, so it actually does include the 1.7 million that we added as part of mid-year. And then 2025 is the proposed amount that is recommended based on CPI growth from the 2024 budget.
Yeah, but so in the FY 25 and then the 26 that you refer to about hoping to get up to 16.7 million, when we look at that in the forecast, including the FY 26 long-range forecast, are we putting into the base the total amount of the budgeted and no projected supplemental contribution?
That is correct. We're not including the supplemental projection.
Okay, so I want to point out that that's kind of an apples to oranges comparison on the historic. And I'm actually interested in going back a few years before this because we've had an ebb and flow in our capital fund. I was deeply involved with creating both of these mechanisms, the TOT funding transfer and the way in which we have that supplemental transfer, which began to occur as we came out of the Great Recession and started having some annual, we'll call them surpluses, but they over revenue exceeding our budget at the end of the year. So we're comparing like 2020 is the base amount plus the supplemental transfer, but going forward, we're saying we have to budget that much. And that basically is what's creating the projected deficit to a great degree in FY 26, as I realize now. We've got an additional 3 million above this year that is built into the budgeted amount. Whereas if you go back 2020, we didn't have that much budgeted. We had 2 contributions to that green bar.
Sorry, let me clarify. The amount that we're trying to get back to in 2026 is related to the budget that was set back in 2019 and 2020.
It's the budget amount, not the total base.
Correct.
Okay, can we then, as a follow-up, see the breakdown and go back a few years on the budget versus the base? So if FY 2020, where's the supplemental contribution? Because I see this bar of the total amount, and it's only got the base, the TOT, and the interest.
We'd have to look into that to see how much additional funding we had in that year, but we can look into that and get back to you.
Okay. And on staffing, and this goes into actually the discussion about the police department. When we look at staffing and we say that our total, I think our total general fund staffing is back to pre-COVID, correct? But that doesn't break down by department. So for instance, do we have, and I know we'll get into this in more depth by department, but as just at the overview level, in particular because I think that public safety is currently a significant concern in the community. And so as we enter the rest of the discussions, we want to understand this context even before we get to those departments. But where are we on current authorized staffing versus what was authorized pre-COVID? And where are we on actual staffing versus what we had actual pre-COVID? Because we normally have a significant number of vacancies in those 2 departments. As you pointed out, that it's higher right now than the rest of the general fund, and historically that's the case. Which is one of the reasons that we began a kind of a pipeline of new recruits, which was to try to fill that gap in the last couple of years.
Just want to clarify, so I've captured the information you're looking for. Head count summary by department, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, particularly just police and fire?
Yeah, ultimately, I'm really interested in seeing them across the board and I want to state that I appreciate that we're not necessarily aiming to go to the same staffing per department that we had pre-COVID. There may be service changes that are deliberate and that but we do want to understand where we were, and in public safety in particular, I'm very interested in seeing where we were on what was authorized
Yep.
and what was actual then versus now.
Okay, so I just want to clarify the word actual. So in this context, when we say actuals, we're looking at actually filled positions, right?
Correct.
But we're gonna have to pick a point in time, so like maybe June of 2019 versus June of 2024. So let us take back this information, see what we can put together. But I just wanted to make sure I had the ask correctly.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And on the authorized, we're still down on authorized. I think was it 92 positions back in 2020, and we're currently at 88, 89, something like that on authorized in police.
I don't have that information at my fingertips.
Okay.
So I'm also want to just make sure as we go through, because we want to be responsible to all committee members. May we make a motion on this particular ask, because it will require quite a bit of workload to gather it.
And to supplement that, also a question of timeliness. Obviously, as the chair pointed out, you'd like that as a part of the departmental review, or as context for the departmental review. So Lauren, we'll need to get your best, we'll call it judgment as to whether or what it would take to turn it around within that time frame.
Yes, when we have a break, I'll caucus with IT and certain members of ASD to see what data is available in our ERP system, and we'll have a better sense. What will inform us is, one, I think if we can narrow it down to police and fire, so it kind of does limit the scope of work for timeliness. And if the committee can kindly vote on it, so we can have a consensus that this is a work product you want us to focus on.
Do you want to wait till afternoon before you check out the ERP system data? Before we have a motion, I mean.
No, we need to request now that they
Okay.
do it. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm happy to move that specifically for police and fire.
okay, so we got two right there.
Okay, we will, during the break, I'll check in with key department members to understand the lift. Thank you.
And just, I raised these issues with Kylie yesterday.
Thank you for that.
So I was hoping we'd come into today with some of that info. And then just a note on, or really a question, use the term under the CIP as keep up and catch up. And those are actually terms that we developed back 10, 12 years ago out of the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission. And they had specific definitions that were established. It was keep up, meaning we didn't want to fall further behind. Catch up was certain things that we really needed to do literally to catch up condition. And then we had major projects on top of that, things like the public safety building, the new fire stations. Those were not in the keep up or catch up category. And frankly, initially, there wasn't even a way to consider funding those. We managed to do so through really a combination of the increases in the TOT and the new hotels that came online, and dedicating those additional resources in a different lockbox, which is this aqua colored bar. And that's how we got where we are. But then I was surprised to hear that we're now working on catch up, because as we had previously defined it, we aren't catching up. And so I don't know what that's referring to.
That might be a topic for taking up when we have the capital
I think so.
discussion.
Okay. All right. I just want to have us be careful about using terms that we haven't defined, that were previously defined and don't seem to be applicable in the way we're using them today.
I presume it's chronic projects that still haven't been done.
No, but we had defined.
Yeah, I know,
We had
I know.
defined which those were, and
Yeah.
we had done them. And so this is it's being used in some other way. It may be a very real need, but I don't know what it's referring to.
And I'm sorry, Chair,
Yeah.
just for the record, on the prior discussion, before we move on to the next topic, on the request for the staffing analysis, and Vin, this is, or I'm not sure if Vin is tracking it or if our budget staff is, but just to make sure, there was a motion and I think a second.
Oh, well, these are actually informal, so we just need two committee members, and that occurred. So that was.
I suggest that might be good to concur. I'm not sure that that was established as a part of how you'll proceed, or if I missed it.
Yeah, it just says request additional staff info, majority vote. These are just directions for follow-up. I don't think we need to go through the formality. We haven't in the past. As chair, I don't see a need for it.
I think for clarity, and it would be helpful for us to understand that all are at least nodding that was,
Yeah, Councilmember
accurate.
Lowing and I spoke up on it. Yeah.
well, at the
and
same time, wouldn't want to
Okay. If
dismiss.
it only needs two, we can go ahead. Councilmember Vinker, do you have an opinion on it? Okay, thank you. But it doesn't require it according to the handout that we had.
I
just- yeah.
appreciate that. You know, at the same time, I think we'd want to understand the perspective of all council members as we proceed,
Okay,
simply as a
that's
courtesy.
not what's in the notice that we have here in writing.
I appreciate that. Again,
Okay.
I'm really speaking in terms of the interaction with the community.
Okay. All right, that, I think that covers my questions for now. Why don't we go to members of the public?
We do have two requests to speak. One moment, please. Our first speaker is Ken H.
No, I'll wait till the capital stuff. Or do you want it?
Well, yeah, so capital is tomorrow. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, great.
Okay,
Oh, it's the
then,
overview of the cap. Got it.
okay, then our next speaker is Penny E.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. I'm Penny Elson. I'm speaking as an individual. I'd like to share information about Palo Alto Link and safe routes to school. Based on PAUSD bike counts, 3,206 students bike to school each day. Each student who bikes to school eliminates 4 car trips, 1 in, 1 out in the morning, and 1 in, 1 out in the afternoon. That's 4 trips times 3,206, equaling 12,824 car trips eliminated per day, or 2,372,440 trips eliminated per school year. This number does not include our walking and bus school commutes. Compare this to 50,000 car trips generated by Palo Alto Link in the last year. If you don't count the solo trips, if you're not counting the solo trips the driver made to pick people up, active school commutes deliver healthy exercise, camaraderie, fun, practicing traffic skills, and building the habit of choosing alternative commutes for more trips more often. Palo Alto Link conditions young people to pick up their smartphones to call for a car when they want to go somewhere. What do we want to teach our kids and their parents? The ongoing cost for Palo Alto Link will be $1,160,000. And for that cost this year, they delivered 50,000 car trips. This is a very expensive subsidized taxi service, not a good deal for taxpayers. The city does have a one-time grant, a questionable use of a clean air grant money, in my opinion, but that makes it an even less fiscally sustainable program because the grant money is going to go away. If the city continues the program for another year, residents will get accustomed to using it and will be upset when it is terminated. The City School Traffic Safety Committee learned Palo Alto Link was operating on PAUSD campuses in their April 25th meeting just over a week ago, after a year of service. This is not how the partnership is supposed to work. We tell each other when transportation decisions are made that may affect school commute mode share. It's interesting to learn that city staff implemented the plan without telling their partners they had no plans themselves and without plans themselves to evaluate whether Palo Alto Link was stealing mode share, foot-powered mode share, or VTA bus riders. VTA bus trips, by the way, are free from the city perspective. VIA's presentation expressed eagerness about the market share opportunity PAUSD schools present. I hope that if Palo Alto Link moves forward, that the city will consider that the city will consider geofencing schools during school commute times to eliminate the impact of Palo Alto Link cars on safety impacts on our school routes and our campuses. And I also hope that we will look at conformance with the comprehensive plan goal T1, which is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the use of single occupancy motor vehicle trips. The parking lot
Your time is up.
is a
Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to note for members of the public that we will be having actual agenda items on departmental discussions and a second bite at the apple on being able to dive into some of those. Okay, any additional comments by colleagues? All right, well, in that case, we can move on to, I guess that concludes the first item, right? Okay. We can move on to item 2, which is the infrastructure and environment capital improvement program, capital fund projects. When we're using this term "and environment," if you could explain the context for that term too. Good morning. Morning. Brad, are you kicking this off or who is?
I believe OMB staff are kicking
Okay,
us off.
thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Chair. So we're going to have Naomi Shu kick us off and do the presentation for the Capital Improvement Fund and the Coverly Property Fund.
Thank you. I'm Naomi Shu from the Office of Management and Budget. And I want to start off by saying that the capital improvement plan is spread out across multiple funds in the city, not all of which will be covered in this presentation. So we'll start with the capital improvement funds today. And then on Wednesday, tomorrow, we'll talk about capital projects in the enterprise and internal service funds. Next slide, please. So the capital improvement funds consist of the capital improvement fund. That's a little bit confusing. and also the Coverly fund, and they're combined in this pie chart. The chart breaks expenditures down by program area, and you can see that the largest area by far is traffic and transportation. It became the largest area in the 24 through 28 CIP when design costs were added for 3 of the rail grade separations. But it's even more pronounced in this proposed CIP because construction of the rail grade separations is scheduled to begin in 2029. Next slide, please. This pie chart shows the various funding sources for the expenditures that we just saw. Up until the 24 through 28 CIP, the transfer from general fund category was consistently the largest piece of the pie, typically over 60%. That changed when the rail grade separation projects entered the picture because those very large projects are expected to be covered primarily by outside grants. And especially with construction beginning in 2029, the revenue from other agencies category now dominates the pie. That doesn't mean, however, that the amount of general fund transfer has declined. It only represents 20% of the pie now, but in absolute terms, it has actually increased by 13% compared to the 24 through 28 CIP. Next slide, please. So far, we've been looking at the capital improvement funds combined, but now we're going to look at each of them separately. Next slide, please. This table shows revenues, expenses, and reserve balance for the capital improvement fund. The higher expenses in 2025 compared to each of the next 3 years is due in part to reappropriations from 2024. And the very large increase in 2029 reflects, once again, the start of construction for the 3 grade separation projects. The revenues in this table include estimated increases in the base general fund transfer, which is expected to return to a pre-pandemic level in 2026, as well as estimated increases in TOT. In spite of those projected revenue growths, the infrastructure reserve is expected to drop below the recommended $3 million target in 2025. And this is due to the need to increase project costs in that year for some of the existing projects. And we'll turn to that next. Next slide, please. So major cost increases to existing projects in 2025 can be categorized into 3 broad categories. The first is cost escalation, including a $2.8 million increase to Fire Station 4, a $1.3 million increase to the Churchill Enhanced Bikeway, a $600,000 increase to the Baylands boardwalk repair, and a $500,000 increase to the Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields turf replacement. The second category of cost increases is the addition of new elements or phases to projects, such as $800,000 for future phases of the University Avenue streetscape, $100,000 for a tennis club storage building at Rinconada Park, and $100,000 for a Roth building moving costs and furniture, fixtures, and equipment. The third category of cost increases is the inclusion of previously delayed or reprioritized items in recurring projects, including $900,000 in building systems improvements and $600,000 in roofing replacements. And I should mention that project costs are still being updated, so additional adjustments may come forward between now and adoption. For example, just yesterday, we learned that the Baylands boardwalk repair will need an additional $200,000 on top of the additional $600,000 that I already mentioned because bids came in higher than the engineer's estimate. And what that means is that the infrastructure reserve will go down to $2.2 million in 2025 compared to the $2.4 million that we saw in the last slide. Next slide, please. Besides the projects already mentioned, the Capital Improvement Fund has 101 projects total, including 11 new projects, some of which are pictured here. The new projects are listed on page 14 of the capital book, and details can be found in their project pages. To briefly summarize, there are two new public safety projects, one to replace fire equipment on a recurring basis, and another to replace digital radios citywide. Then there are two new transportation projects that improve accessibility and safety at traffic and rail intersections, and both of those are completely covered by external funds. There are also two new public works engineering and facilities projects, which are the electric operations office remodel and a recurring California Avenue parking improvements project. Both of those will be fully supported by transfers from other funds. Finally, there are 5 new community services projects, 4 of which replace aging equipment. The 5th one is the removal of invasive eucalyptus trees from the city's open space preserves. Next slide, please. The strategy that culminated in the proposed CIP that we've been discussing is summarized here. Projects were programmed according to council priorities, staff capacity, external funding sources, and the need for catch-up and keep-up. There are also projects that aren't yet included in this CIP, but may need to be considered in future phases. Those include a conservation plan for Foothills Nature Preserve, a phase 2 for the Junior Museum and Zoo, a Parks Master Plan, and a fire training center. Next slide, please. We're turning now to the Coverly Fund. This table shows revenues, expenses, and the reserve balance. All expenses for Coverly are displayed in this table, including those that aren't directly linked to specific capital projects. In the recent past, roughly 34 to 39% of Coverly Fund's expenses were related to custodial services, landscaping, and other maintenance services. But in 2024, many of those costs were transferred to the general fund, or maybe more accurate to say transferred back to the general fund. In this proposed CIP, only 19% of Coverly's expenses are operating, which translates into roughly $300,000 per year. That's down from $900,000 per year. Those remaining operating expenses are all related to facilities maintenance. Revenue consists of an annual 1.8 million general fund transfer, as well as reimbursements from the school district for roof replacements. Because revenue has remained constant while operating expenses have been moved out, Coverly's fund balance now exceeds the recommended 3 to 4 million per year in the out years and can be used for additional capital expenditures as needed. Next slide, please. Coverly currently has 6 capital projects pictured here, all of which are existing projects. The 2 recurring projects, Coverly Repairs and Coverly Roof Replacements, have been updated for the proposed CIP, and details can be found on pages 350 and 354. And this concludes my formal presentation, and we can collectively start taking questions.
When you were going through the that list of, maybe to describe them as projects that have had adjustments in costs, I missed that in a slide that went through those, or was it just the pictures?
Yeah, it's because we only included the pictures.
And is there a page reference that we can go to? That
There's not a specific page reference, but if you do go to each of those individual project pages, it's actually, you would have to compare to last year's adopted to see that difference. But if you'd like, we can provide a page summarizing those changes.
Yeah, and yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Great, because getting a grip around that would be good. And I had that initial question. The title of this section is called Infrastructure and Environment. I just want to understand how we're using the term environment in this context.
Oh, was it?
I think it's more related to the physical environment and
That's what
the
it
impact
sounded
of
like.
these capital projects.
Okay. Just be good if we clarify nomenclature, because that typically has a different meaning. Okay. Vicky?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, Can we look at slide 5, please? This is the general capital improvement plan slide. And there's the line there, infrastructure reserve. And I just want to make sure I heard and understood. So the infrastructure reserve, I believe you said that the $3 million is the target for that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're pointing out that the proposed 2025 budget is slightly below that. And then when you went through the three elements, that last one, I think you said with some new estimates from contractors and things, it would go down to 2.2 million.
right,
Could you
that's right.
but the chart isn't updated to
It's
that,
not,
so-
and that's because when we produced the proposed book, we only knew that for that particular project, it was gonna be 600,000 more than initially expected. And then just yesterday, we learned that it's gonna be an additional 200,000 more on top of that.
Got it.
That's 800,000. And so the 2.4 only considered this additional 600,000.
Okay, so the number, the updated number there is 2.2. Does that have any ripple effect on other
It
numbers?
will,
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
it'll, and I can't say exactly how, because it's not it's not like a linear
Mhm.
effect. But it does mean that things will go down in the other years.
Yeah,
too.
so in the out years, it may not be exactly 200,000 less, but
right.
there could be some
right.
ripple effect to decrease those. Okay. That's what I was wondering. Thank you. And then a somewhat similar question on slide 9, which is about the Cubberley improvement plan. And I think they're also looking at the ending fund balance. I think you mentioned there's a recommended $3 million balance there. Okay. And so in those out years, I think I heard you suggest that delta above 3 million could be available for other purposes then.
Yeah, and I think that was the intention during the 24 adopted was to remove a lot of those operating expenses that didn't have to do with facilities maintenance, move them out so that there could be more for capital projects.
Got it. Okay. Helpful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Said
Yeah.
one-
Oh, sorry.
And,
One little one. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Brad.
well, I was just gonna say, at some point, I wanted to answer the question about keep up and catch up, but whenever that works for the
That's okay.
committee.
Okay, I was just gonna ask the one Cubberley question. If we're successful in wanting to move forward in a big way with that and just pick a number, say that needs $50 million. I know, I just didn't want to scare anybody with the real numbers. Right. Would that process wise, that would just go into be a new capital improvement project and then we would just fund it from some source, right? So that would be added to the CIPs?
Well, I think it's clear that it would require a new funding source at that order. of
Yeah, yeah.
magnitude.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that would still be a CIP. We would just have to find funding for it.
It really depends on what the project, or what ultimately the vision is, because it would, in all likelihood, consist of both construction as well as operations. So programming.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. But I mean, we have things like grade SEP in there, so I figured that's where Cubberley would go as well in some way, shape or form. So that's enough for now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, while we're still on
Oh,
Cubberley,
sorry.
I just wanted to give a little more context to what Naomi referred to. So last year, we realized that the Cubberley improvement plan that is a separate funding had in the previous few years had been redefined in terms of its uses. Initially, when it was created, it was the dollars that the city had been paying to the district for a covenant not to develop. We negotiated out of in 2012 or so, 13, I'm not sure the year, and they were to go toward Cubberley major capital repairs, not new buildings, but major repairs that had been neglected for decades. And a few years ago, during an effort to find funding to increase the pension section 115 payments and otherwise, there was a decision made to move general custodial care and all those kinds of things into what was the Coverly capital plan. And when we realized that, we said, oh boy, we realized that correcting that and getting it back so that general custodial and other functions came out of the operating budget would mean that would be an additional hit to the operating budget. And that's what we had to bite the bullet on in order for us to return to having the intended amounts going toward major repairs at Coverly. So we had to step up that was that at that time and going forward to more dollars. What's the total dollars then that go annually into the this Coverly fund?
1.8.
1.8. Okay, so that's where we are now. And that lets us, even before we do any rebuild of Coverly from new revenue streams that would have to be determined, we do have that much more going toward major repairs there. Brad?
Thank you, Chair Burt. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Just wanted to speak briefly to the question that was raised about the uses of the term keep up and catch up. So as the chair was referencing, back a while ago now in 2011, we had this Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission that really looked at what are the funding levels necessary to be keeping up on capital infrastructure needs and what was the backlog at the time. And those lists were pretty lengthy. For the most part, we have caught up on those things. There's still some vestigial uses of the term in the budget document, mostly with respect to park improvement projects that are still in the 5-year plan and they're funded, but were on that list back in, say, the 2012 timeframe and just haven't been completed yet. But I'd say that in general, we're no longer maintaining a big list of deferred maintenance catch up that we're still looking to fund.
Thanks for that clarification. And even, for instance, within the parks, the way I assume we would differentiate, and maybe you can clarify this, is we have a need for park renovations where equipment is deteriorated, the park condition is deteriorated, and we've been going through systematically on that. Whether we had put that in keep up or catch up, I'm not sure. But we also are adding bathrooms. That's neither keep up nor catch up. Those are new projects. And so that goes into that third bucket, even though they're smaller than rebuilding a fire station or something.
Yes, that's correct. So there's projects that are specific to individual parks. Coming out of the IBRIC work, we also did a parks master plan. And resulting from that, there are projects in the plan for adding new dog parks and new park restrooms that have ongoing funding, and Community Services Department helps us prioritize needs for the next instances of those projects.
Great. Okay, do we have any members of the public who want to speak on this item?
Yes, we do have some requests to speak. One moment, please. Our first speaker is Ken H.
Thank you. Ken Horowitz, had many meetings, and Coverly is my most important issue for the council because it's an issue that's been going on since 2001. And every 2 years we have an election. Friends of Coverly hold an event and everybody talks about Coverly and nothing gets done. So we need to put a lot more money into this fund because we have to get it started someplace. And so I'm suggesting a couple places to look at. You have a lease with the Palo Alto Unified School District. I don't know where it appears in the budget. I don't know if it's under operating or not, but it's over $3 million. That's $3 million we could save. Put it into a reserve fund. We got to start this project, and we got to put some money into it to get it started. and we have to look for other places where we can take money from, I would suggest looking at the lease. It's been reduced a little bit. The revenues we get for the lease don't match what it costs. Plus, we're fixing buildings that don't even belong to us. They belong to the Palo Alto Unified School District. We're putting money into the HVAC for gyms A and B. They don't belong to us. They belong to the Palo Alto Unified School District. We keep throwing money away. It's like having an old car and keep putting money into it. We got to get a new community center. And somehow the council has to say, enough is enough. We're tired. We're no longer going to give money to the Palo Alto Unified School District for maintaining their buildings. Also, there's 4.4 FTEs associated with maintaining these buildings. It's in the operating budget. That's over $1 million. Again, putting money into places where it has no value. So what I'm suggesting tonight or this morning is take whatever money you have and start building the capital budget for Cubberley improvement. You have nothing going up to 2029 right now. I don't know what you're going to do other than ultimately what I think is going to happen is we're going to put a red tag on Cubberley and it's just going to sit vacant like so many other buildings have sat vacant in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is Sarah A.
Good morning. I live near Greer Park and Seal Park, and I walk my dog at all the city parks. And last year I became a community gardener at Eleanor Park. And it's come to our attention, the need for bathrooms at Eleanor Park. I'm here to support both adding Eleanor Park to the plan for new bathrooms and moving it up as a priority. I am personally one of the gardeners that has found themselves stuck at the park without a bathroom and really, really needing to go. And since I live on the other side of town, that means I have to stop what I'm doing and drive home or go to Rinconada to use the bathroom. That is unacceptable. Eleanor Park is a huge community park. There are people there from all over the community. There are people in the garden from all over Palo Alto. There are people coming to gather compost and wood chips from all over Palo Alto. My daughter has also had the problem of calling me, begging me to pick her up because she wants to go on longer walks and she has to go to the bathroom. It's just unacceptable at this point. I'm also a native Palo Alton. I grew up playing in all the parks with my mother. My mother suffered from colitis and she could not take us to Eleanor Park because there wasn't a bathroom. She had to be somewhere where there was water. So this is also an ADA issue. There are community gardeners now who have health issues and need to have a bathroom available quickly when they need one. I also understand that the neighborhood has safety issues, and that has been their concern. I want to raise the point that I live and walk at Greer Park and Seal Park and Eleanor Park at all hours of the day and evening. I wouldn't go into any park at night. I have never encountered drug addicts. I have never encountered people selling drugs. Occasionally, there are homeless people who have invariably been polite. I have never had a safety issue. Eleanor Park is no more dangerous than Greer or Seal Park. Seal Park is half the size, and it now has a bathroom. There is no reason that Eleanor Park is not on the list for new bathrooms. It is high time. It's 50 years that the park has been waiting for a bathroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Kay.
Hello, I'm Nancy Kawakita. I'm a Crescent Park resident for 25 years. I've just become a volunteer at the demonstration garden at Eleanor Party Park. And there are several people in the room. They're also supporters of a restroom at Eleanor Party Park. As I've talked to the three of you, you realize that there is a need for a restroom at Party Park. Here are a couple more facts. The demonstration garden at Party Park cannot provide classes to children because there is no bathroom there. So that's a missed opportunity to educate children about gardening. Second, children and seniors and pretty much anybody has bodily functions, as Sarah mentioned. And so I learned that it's a violation of the law to actually to pee or whatever in the park, but you need to address that need. It's a human need. The third is the benefits of a park restroom outweigh the few who are concerned about outsiders attracted to restrooms. There was only one household that dissented versus 10 supporters who sent letters to the Parks and Rec this year. And to address some neighbors' fears of crimes and drug dealing that can happen, or they're attracted to a restroom, I think past history is the best predictor, as Sarah mentioned. And so those fears, that feared activity has not been demonstrated. And you're adding new bathrooms. So if there was a real crime issue, you would not be continuing to add restrooms in Palo Alto parks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Leanne M.
Good afternoon, Council. I want to speak to the fields and finances. I understand the Council's priorities are climate change, community health and safety. Obviously, the Finance Committee's priorities are cost. A way to reduce costs would be to revert fields back to natural grass. I urge you to earnestly investigate the cost to revert back to natural grass fields. Natural grass is cheaper in both the short term and long term. Comparisons in my own school district, even with information from and skewed figures in favour of artificial turf, still put natural grass as cheaper over 20 years. Is choosing between a highly regulated grass field and a presently completely unregulated plastic field really a choice? Recently, AB 1423, which would have regulated PFAS in plastic grass, was vetoed by Governor Newsom after passing the legislature. But future PFAS regulations are imminent, and any fields that are installed at the moment will likely be out of compliance. Is this a wise financial decision for the Council or the Financial Committee? If experts sponsored by the industry, plastics industry, driven by profit and growth, saying that plastic is fine, and we have independent child and environmental health experts saying it is a health risk to the students and their environment, what side errs on the side of caution when it comes to our youth's health? And going back to costs, it's not just financial costs. It's the human health cost. It's the environmental health cost. It's externalized costs. In terms of environmental health, if an artificial turf pollutes air, soil, and water for its entire useful and unuseful existence, is this saving water? And then there's also the litigation costs. There are future PFAS litigation costs, whether it's water pollution, whether it's health issues. I would implore you to consider natural grass for future fields to save you money. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Sue. Sue, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Okay. So I've just unmuted myself. Hello, committee members. My name is Sue Chow, and I am a Palo Alto resident and the vice chair of the Loma Prieta chapter of the Sierra Club. I am addressing the issue of replacing the old artificial turf field at El Camino Park. On April the 10th of this year, the EPA announced new standards for PFAS, PFAS, known as forever chemicals. The new standards are close to 0 parts per trillion because the EPA found the chemicals could cause harm at levels much lower than previously understood, and that almost no level of exposure was safe. And these PFAS forever chemicals are in a lot of products, including artificial turf. No matter how much artificial turf vendors try to present their new synthetic turf as safe, it is impossible to get rid of PFAS and artificial turf because PFAS chemicals are necessary for manufacturing the plastic grass blades and are not only in the infills. So even the new artificial turf infills of olive pits and cork infills, they have PFAS in the grass blades. In fact, on March the 4th of this year, the Center for Environmental Health sent legal notices to Home Depot and Lowe's because the brand new artificial turf they were selling was found to have very high levels of PFOS, a type of PFAS. Moreover, in addition to the links between PFAS chemicals and cancer, endocrine disruption, and organ failures, the heat island effect of plastic grass is simply horrendous. I went to El Camino Park a couple of weeks ago when the air temperature was in the high 70s. Walking on the artificial turf field was quite hot, and when I bent down to touch the plastic grass, it was so hot that I had to quickly retract my hand. It is known that artificial turf's temperatures are 40 to 70 degrees higher than air temperature, and people have gotten heat strokes and burns from artificial turf on warm days. And with global warming occurring rapidly, we can only expect this heat island effect to intensify. As for the cost of installing and long-term maintenance of artificial turf fields compared to natural grass fields, installing artificial turf is significantly more expensive than installing natural grass. And even though the maintenance costs are lower for artificial turf, the life cycle costs are much higher for plastic grass because synthetic turf has to be replaced every 8 to 10 years, whereas a well-maintained grass field can be used for decades and more. So our city can save money in its community services budget and do the right thing for public health and the environment by choosing the much healthier, life-sustaining natural grass alternative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker is Courtney J.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Jansen. I am a co-founder of the group Community for Natural Play Surfaces. I live in Sunnyvale, but visit Palo Alto parks often with my kids. So first, thank you for your support of parks and open spaces. My request today is simple: to ask that the budget and master plans for playing fields, parks, and other playing surfaces be focused on natural grass and specifically exclude artificial turf. Slide 8 in today's presentation noted that climate change is a council priority. Installing artificial turf will make achieving the council's climate change goals much more difficult. Here are 4 reasons why. First, artificial turf replaces carbon sequestering grass with acres and acres of petroleum-based plastic. Second, artificial turf is not sustainable. It has to be replaced every 8 to 10 years and, according to a Turf Trade Association president, cannot be recycled. Third, as per California State Bill 676, artificial turf is not drought friendly. And fourth, the turf blades and PFAS chemicals in artificial turf contaminate our water supply and contribute to our microplastics pollution. So to support the city's climate change goals, we must not use artificial turf. And since this is a finance committee, I would like to point out that artificial turf is more expensive than natural grass. As I already mentioned, artificial turf fields have to be replaced every 8 to 10 years. Additionally, maintenance of those fields is not, I repeat, not cheaper than maintenance of grass fields. I want to quickly quote the nonprofit organization Safe Healthy Playing Fields regarding the maintenance costs. They state, quote, "It is a myth that synthetic fields require less maintenance than natural turf grass fields, or that synthetic turf fields are maintenance-free. Synthetic fields require additional infill, irrigation because of unacceptably high temperatures on warm, sunny days, chemical disinfectants, sprays to reduce static cling and odors, drainage repair and maintenance, erasing and repainting temporary lines, and removing organic matter accumulation," end quote. That quote is supported by the 2017 maintenance manual from Field Turf, a popular artificial turf manufacturer. That manual lists the maintenance items I've already mentioned and more. So in summary, grass is better. Grass supports the council's climate change priorities, and grass is cheaper. Thank you for funding natural grass and keeping artificial turf out of your budget, the master plans, and our community. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Okay, let's return to the committee for any follow-up questions or comments. Vicky, any?
I just appreciate the public comment, both on Cubberley and on the artificial turf. I'm a former general counsel, women's professional soccer, and we spent a lot of time thinking about the playing fields, and so I'm eager for that discussion. Thank you to the community.
Yeah, on those two items, I think we'll be able to talk to the community services department and director shortly and ask some questions about that. So,
Brad?
Well, can I just jump in to say that Community Services Director O'Kane is on the line in this meeting and available.
Right behind us.
Oh, she's right behind us. Well, there you are, Kristen. So
That's
if
a
you
great
wanted to
Zoom
speak a bit
screen right
about
there.
that, with respect to the capital budget, she's here.
Great, I think that would be helpful. So let's follow up. Maybe first, any introductory remarks you may have on what our staff has done in evaluating replacing synthetic turf with synthetic turf versus reverting to natural turf.
Sure. Thank you for that question. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. So I will say our staff hasn't done really any research on this topic. I've recently met with the speakers, some of the speakers that talked today, and learned about their concerns just, I think it was last week. So it is a lot of information out there. I think if we were to evaluate converting our synthetic turf fields to natural grass, we would want to study that more thoroughly, and probably with someone who's an expert in that type of evaluation. So we haven't done it ourselves. We do have 2 synthetic turf fields up for replacement due to their age this summer, back to back. And so if the committee or council would like us to evaluate that, we can certainly do that. We would just need some resources and support.
Okay, so I guess I'll say that I had assumed that given the increased awareness about the problems with synthetic turf, there was previously a recognition of volatile organic compounds and the breathing of those that are emitted. And then in recent years, we've had a much greater societal awareness and government awareness of the risks of PFAS materials, as a number of the speakers addressed. And I thought that we had discussions around that when we had was it I thought we already had a replacement at Mayfield because it was all deteriorating. And we had to shut it down, but are you saying are we looking at replacing that same synthetic turf again?
That's right. So that was just replacement of the infill material at the time because it was clumping in the heat. And so we replaced that. The one thing staff have done is looked at alternate infill material other than the rubber. And it's likely that we're going with cork, which is obviously a natural material. The turf itself is still synthetic. That doesn't change, but that rubber that has been clumping and we've been having a lot of issues with will no longer be using.
And one related aspect that I didn't hear brought up by the public is actually the waste disposal of the material. So as we're having a much greater appreciation of the global problem of plastics, that's another aspect of this issue that really wasn't considered back a couple decades ago when we and others started moving toward synthetic fields to for the purpose of having better year-round use of the fields. So if we wanted to re-examine the replacement of these two fields with going to natural turf, how's the timing lined up? Could we extend the life of or use? Does it have it? Do these fields have any additional lifespan that would allow us to consider a pivot?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think El Camino Park, which is the first one we're doing, we could probably get a little bit more life out of it. Mayfield, which it's Stanford Palo Alto playing fields, less so. We're still getting that clumping effect. We can do a higher level of maintenance. So even in the past, we've had rakes available for players to come and rake. I mean, it was their idea, like, how can we help? So we could certainly increase our level of effort on maintenance to try and get them through another year.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was hoping you might say, is that we can live with it, because if we were having to close both of those fields, that would be a crisis in fields. So we'd have to address it in some way. So to be able to do that moratorium for a year, let's say, you could look at estimates on replacing it with and with whatever you want, right? And then also process it through PRC so we can get their opinion and then outreach to folks.
Right. And Lam Do, who's our superintendent of Parks and Rec, may have a slightly different viewpoint on how long the fields can last. And if you asked 100 players, they would probably all have a different answer as well. So part of it, it's not necessarily a black and white answer. Yes, we can. No, we can't. So
make a comment.
Did you want to add anything, Lam?
Sure.
Yeah, the whole question of life cycle analysis is an important aspect of this.
Bring up a chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and members of the committee. Lam Do, Open Space Parks and Golf. In regards to the condition of the two fields, El Camino is the older field. Mayfield is the newer field. However, we're experiencing more of the thermoplastic elastomer infill that is continues to clump. It's some of the we couldn't get all of it out, and so the original infill that was installed is making its way to the surface and continues to clump. We do plan on increasing our maintenance level in light of the coming heat of the season, which we did last season during summer as well. So we will have weekend crews as well out there when there's more play. As Kristen mentioned, we also plan on having the participants assist us when they can. In regards to, can we have a moratorium and hold off for a year? Like Kristen said, it depends on who you ask. I mean, the players would like the fields replaced as soon as possible. They do feel that the clumping infield creates a risk to them. I do say though that if there were to be a moratorium for a year, it likely, from my thoughts, could end up delaying the project more than a year, because if, let's say, if the moratorium were lifted and we were to go back to proceeding with an infill replacements, then we need to start the project, and we need some more time to specs, go out to bid, and so it would be more than a year. If the moratorium stays in place, then yes, absolutely, during that time, we could continue to research what the cost would be if we were to no longer have artificial turf fields. But I caution that, if the moratorium is a year and it does get lifted, what it really means for replacement is more than a year. And I think from a user and player perspective, that's going to be difficult for everybody.
Okay, Becky?
Thank you. I hesitate to speculate what % of my life I've spent on the sidelines of those fields you're describing, but it's a lot. I mean, the amount of the old rubber infill that has been dumped out of cleats onto my porch, car, and house is quite a lot. So my question, so I want to kind of separate the infill from the field, the blades piece of this. Because, as you mentioned, we used to have the old shoot up rubber tires, and we thought, oh, that's good, we're recycling the tires, but it added to the heat problem that's been described because the sun gets into that black rubber and the heat can be extraordinary on the field. So you mentioned that you're going to this, you're looking at organic infills and are looking at going to cork. I want to understand this a little better. So the old black rubber infill from the beginning is kind of being it's clumping and coming to the surface now, and that we're having trouble removing it even if we were to replace it with the cork. So could you describe that a little more?
That's close, but not exact.
Okay.
In regards to the two fields that we have right now, there is the synthetic turf, which is the plastic carpet or plastic turf blades. It is weighed down with a layer of sand, and then on top of the sand is a layer of what's called infill. Infill is what keeps the blade standing up instead of collapsing and falling down. The two fields no longer have any from rubber infill.
Okay.
They have what's called TPE, thermoplastic elastomer infill. That is the thermoplastic elastomer that is clumping and making its way to the surface. So same effect, it is clumping, but it's not actually the crumb rubber that is clumping.
Okay,
The crumb rubber is no longer there.
That's good news, but so the TPL though, this is clumping.
That's correct.
So, and we can't remove that to replace it with the cork?
We've actually removed it from both fields, but we can't, we're not able to remove 100% of it. But in removing 100% of it, we would cause too much damage to the actual blades and the carpets. So we estimate that we've removed anywhere between maybe up to 60 to 80% of it. However, there's still some, the more we remove, the more risk we cause to damage the turf itself. So we didn't remove it. What we're experiencing now is when we replace the new infill, over time, a year and a half later, the infill that we could not remove, the TPE that's clumping, is making its way to the surface. And that's what we're experiencing now. We continue to experience clumping.
Okay, that's really helpful. So the, you say a year to a year and a half later. So if we were to replace the infill, update it with the cork now, could that buy us this year? Because it sounds like the turf itself, the carpet piece is in relatively good shape.
I don't think that we could go through another cycle of removing infill, because keep in mind, we removed the majority of the bad infill, put in a new infill, which the process of removing both the good infill and trying to get more of the bad infill is going to cause more damage to the blades. And I don't think the carpet, the integrity structure of the carpet can sustain a second cycle of doing that.
I see. So that we're already into that year or year and a half before the clumping starts.
That's correct.
Okay. So it sounds like we can't easily solve it or buy more time with infill.
Yes, the process of removing the current infield and putting in more infield could not buy us time. It would probably cause too much damage to the turf itself.
Okay, because with the fields, the turf, I share the concerns that have been expressed by the community and our chair. It does seem to be, I mean, it's one thing to convert the currently, functional fields. That's a bigger lift, but to sort of propagate the problem by putting in new synthetic turf is something that I would like to see avoided. It has its pros and cons, but I know we've seen back at the soccer league, we also saw issues that when the turf becomes bumpy and there's injuries from that, and of course there can be injuries from holes in the field, but it's a kind of thing where when you just add up the risks, I would really like to see an analysis of what it would take to go back to grass, because that's my leaning, that's my bias. And so, if there were a way we could do this, rotating through other fields, temporarily repurposing things, I would be grateful to hear of them.
Yeah, I guess I'm surprised. I'd assume that given all of the emerging concerns that have been going on in recent years over synthetic fields, that I thought we must be evaluating this as we were looking at having to replace these. So I'm surprised and concerned that we're now running up against a wall here and saying, oh, well, maybe we have a problem if we don't invest in replacing synthetic with synthetic, where we'll have a problem in our use. So that's a real concern. I want to really encourage us to be more strategic and proactive in our thinking on where we're headed, especially as we're having what is wide recognition of public health and environmental issues around synthetic fields. It's become more and more clear. The Environmental Protection Agency and others have really put out the whole PFAS issue as front and center of a very big public health and environmental problem that had been under-recognized for the decades it had been emerging, and this is everywhere. It's not just us. I also, as we look at this comparison, we do want to look at the comparative injury risks from the two approaches, synthetic and natural turf. Well, we'll have, what would be the right timing for us to kind of give direction at this time, or a request for additional info, or do we wait until this item comes up under community services?
Let me take a shot at that, and Director O'Kane, please respond if you agree or disagree. It does sound like we are effectively, from the committee's perspective, need to come up with an alternative proposal and see what would be required in order to do the analysis that would inform a decision of go, no go on the synthetic replacement. And committee members have identified a number of elements of what that analysis would involve. So I think staff needs to look at both the time that would be involved with that, as well as any dollars associated in all likelihood with a consultant study or something to that effect. I would note that Director O'Kane and I have been discussing the fact that the county has just kicked off what appears to be a similar analysis of alternatives. In their case, I think they're really speaking to new fields, but there may be some synergy that we could gain in consultation with the county. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds appropriate. Thank you.
I think Vicky might not have been finished if you want to.
I had one more comment, but I could I'll just do.
Go ahead.
Um,
On the fields?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question. So with the TPL, so not the chrome rubber and not the organic, I mean, I don't know how long that's been there, but it seems to me, I mean, is there any kind of warranty liability that the people who put in this thing that clumps before the useful life of the actual carpet piece have? Because it seems to me that that's the problem. And so the buying the expensive blades / carpet / field is hindered by this particular infill.
We have sought guidance from our attorney's office in regards to your inquiry of is there anyone that could be held liable for it. In our circumstance, we've come across unfortunately the supplier, the contractor are no longer in the business.
Think we know why?
And so in regards to recourse, we've exhausted that route.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was also going to mention that I recently heard that the county is picking this up and taking the same very specific look at this. When I first heard from Ms. Chow and suggested we daylight this because I wasn't aware that we were going ahead with a field this year. So talked with Director Kane and she met with the folks right away, which is great. The timing in some way can't drive the decision because we have to get to the right decision. But I think we would need to sort of front load the analysis that the city manager talked about, maybe using some of the CIP budget from this year and push the rest of that to the next fiscal year if that's appropriate. And also obviously air it at PRC because I think we have to seriously address this potential contamination as the core issue in the decision. From my parks experience, we spent a lot of time talking about the number of practices each week that every sports league wants to do, and they basically want to do 8 practices every week. So the field demand is very, very high, and you will lose some capacity by going to grass. So that shouldn't be a driver at all. I'm just alerting us to the fact that that's a piece of potential collateral damage in terms of the amount of scheduling you can do due to rain and field conditions and stuff like that. So I think it merits a full analysis, but it becomes kind of urgent relative to the information we're getting on how long those fields can last before we can't even use them. And then that's a bigger problem. So I would really support that.
And then I also wanted to make sure that we're looking at this through the environmental lens. My understanding is that our water quality control plant is increasingly focused on PFAS materials, but that's materials that would go through our sewage collection system. This would be runoff, which goes directly to the bay. Are we aware of additional concerns, which I assume are occurring from the Regional Water Quality Control Board on PFAS materials and significant sources like this that I suspect are not insignificant contributors, synthetic fields with their problems?
I believe there is more attention being paid to this now by the Regional Water Board with respect to stormwater and the municipal stormwater permits. I would need to check on any specifics of that. I don't think there are yet anything like regulations or best management practices that we're required to follow at this point.
Okay, so I'll just say in addition to the health and safety issues, this is an issue that should be examined through the lens of our sustainability responsibilities. And as often the case in environmental sustainability, there are problems that over time get recognized, that were not perceived at the outset when a new material came about, or things like that. And this just seems to be one of those categories. And so I want to make sure we have that dimension to the consideration in addition to the life cycle analysis and the injuries and the health of those who are actually using the fields. But there's this other dimension. Okay. If we're good on that topic for the moment, I did want to return to the issue of toilets at the parks. Yeah, Ed?
She's the right one for that too.
Yeah.
And I was on the Parks Commission when we looked at this whole issue and did the master plan, and we didn't prioritize. We actually did. We identified a number of parks that should have bathrooms. And indeed did do some outreach at the time, which was back in like 2015 on Pardee Park. And the outreach we did, which was I will call formal outreach, where we had meetings in the park and meetings with neighbors and so on, not just sort of random incoming emails. And the feedback was almost universally negative on that, which was actually a surprise to me personally. Nonetheless, in the new master plan, we did prioritize about 8 parks, which you can identify because I can't remember them, including Pardee. So then it just becomes a question of, prioritizing which ones get done first. And there are a couple scheduled to get done, and you can't all do them in the same year because they cost a lot of money. They cost millions of dollars. Now, just adding a bathroom, maybe not, but a full park renovation does. So that's the game plan. It's just a question then of how the Community Services Department and PRC pick the priority of which ones go when. So maybe you can take it from there.
I'll start and Brad can chime in. So you're right, there are 7 parks identified in the master plan as parks that could benefit from a restroom, and that list is derived from some criteria, which is parks that are 2 acres in size or greater, where there's amenities at the park that would allow people to stay for an extended period, and where there's no other restrooms nearby. So Pardee is on one of those, as is Ramos, which is that restroom is being done this summer. So there are some other restrooms that are going in this summer or are now being prioritized. And the reason for that is just a change in park usage. So Rinconada Park is one example where we have the new playground, we have the JMZ right there. So people are using the park more when they're going to and from the JMZ. So that project is going in this summer as well. Another restroom we've heard from the Friends of the Palo Alto Parks and some Parks and Rec commissioners that they would like to see is at Mitchell Park near the pickleball courts and Magical Bridge Playground. And that is because of one, increased usage there with a lot of pickleball players and other sports activities. But then also, the Magical Bridge Playground was built, but there wasn't an equal restroom built to go with it that would provide accessibility to those using the playground. So there are instances where we might deviate from this list in the master plan as other needs arise. We certainly can start looking at Eleanor Pardee again in probably the fall. We would do research again. Not research, outreach again on the community, how the community feels. I'm not sure if we're going to hear anything different. It's definitely a contentious topic at any park. At Ramos Park, when we did outreach, there were about 200 residents that provided feedback, and about half of those were for it and half of those were against it. So we're just going to have to weigh the benefits of having something at Eleanor Pardee if that's the route that we choose to go.
I just want to make one small comment. I think it's perfectly acceptable since the publication of the master plan to look at what changes have happened. And you're absolutely correct that Rinconada has gone beautifully crazy with the use that it gets of that new park. It's just fantastic. But it's jammed all the time.
Yeah.
And I think we admitted soon after the Magical Bridge went in that we blew it. How can we do that? We got all these kids here and, you know, they can't walk as far as some can't walk, period, right? And they can't get to, so that backfill is an appropriate correction of the plan. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very, very helpful, Director O'Kane, to hear that. I'm wondering, I like what you said about the in the fall, looking at Party. I think it's just a matter of timing and priority, because no question, the Rinconada and the Magical Bridge down at Mitchell sounds like well deserving of additional restrooms. But I believe there are options there without getting in your car and driving. And the thing about Pardee is there's not. So I guess to the extent it could cut lines, so there's an option there, I would be very interested in that.
Yeah, so I just following up, a question I have is on the prioritization methodology. What I had heard, and I don't know whether it's correct, is that Pardee is not on the current list really because it had more opposition from some neighbors than some of the other parks. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's why we shifted from Pardee to Ramos, because there was actually less opposition there.
But how did that decision get made? Was that a council direction or was that a staff decision based on the opposition?
It was staff level decision.
Okay, so I would say that really that's really looking at values that are they're in a way political and ones that I think really should come to the council on that. We're weighing the difference between need and community, certain whatever fraction the community has a pushback. And those are the things that fall on our shoulders. And I think that should come to the council.
I will add to that, the Parks and Rec Commission is involved as well and provide their feedback on these types of locations.
But they're advisory to the council.
Right, understood.
And so I would like to see this come back in terms of frankly, was there a ranking in terms of need that was established and then that modified based upon pushback?
So I'm sorry.
Well, when we looked at the seven and said, well, which should be done first? You take Ramos, it's a relatively small neighborhood park versus Pardee, which is our largest or second largest neighborhood park. And how did we prioritize?
So I don't have an exact answer to that because that's when Darren was here and he led that. I don't know if Lam has an answer. What I recall is that Pardee was just, we were stuck, in most people saying they didn't want a restroom. So in the interest of following through with our commitment in the master plan, we shifted to another location where we felt there would be less community opposition, which there was.
That's generally my understanding. I also have a recollection that I think is correct, is that there were two categories of opposition from neighbors. One was kind of general opposition that it would attract people that they didn't want to have there or whatever. The other was the location. And that was one that I thought could be addressed. It's a big park. There are a lot of locations that needn't locate it up against fencing, neighbor fencing. Then lastly, there's the cost factor. I mean, we're pacing these based upon how expensive they are. What are they costing us per park?
So the two park restrooms that are currently being fabricated, they're 2-stall each for Rinconada and Ramos. It's about $350,000 for the manufacture of the building. It costs almost as much for utility connections and site work depending on park location. So
Okay.
about $600,000 each.
Each, right?
Yes.
And I will say at Rinconada, the new playground is very heavily used, but we actually have restrooms that are there that a lot of people don't even notice because they're just, we don't really direct people to them enough. But they're only 200 yards away from that playground. So what we have is, you know, it's a district park, much bigger. So the need is perhaps greater, but we do have restrooms at Rinconada already. And then lastly, in terms of ways that we might reduce the cost, there's the capital cost of the unit, there's the utility costs, and then there's the ongoing costs. We downtown have for 20 years had the JC Deco self-cleaning toilets, which we've had mixed feelings about how high the cost is. They charge a lot. And then just the operation but there are advances in I should say issues that some of the neighbors were concerned about, evening use or whatever. Now we have remote controls that can be done on automated locking and those kinds of things that reduce a lot of those problems that were a basis for the pushback of neighbors at the time they were rejected. So there are technology advances. And then, Brad, I had sent to you a few months ago when I got introduced to this new company, and I think it's a U.S. company of Throne Labs, and they appear to be really a good new competitor for the standalone, fully automated self-cleaning toilets. Have we had a chance to look at those, whether for the downtown areas or for the parks, as an alternative?
We did look into those with respect to a potential alternative to the JC Deco self-cleaning toilets. And in fact, coming up on one of council's consent agendas is that contract, and there's some information in there. There were reasons why we thought it wasn't a good fit that are described in the staff report.
Okay, I'll wait to see that. All right. Anything else? Yeah.
Well, I did want to add one other bit of information on this. So Director O'Kane walked through just kind of big picture on where we are. You know, CSD determines the priorities here, and then it's actually Public Works that implements the projects. So like we partially covered, restrooms being installed this summer at Ramos Park, Rinconada Park, Bulware Park as part of the new project there, as well as at the Coverly Fields. And then in the budget, we've got this park restroom installation standalone project. That's the one that's funding the Mitchell Park project we talked about. That funding has been reappropriated from the current year into fiscal year 25. But the thing I wanted to mention is that we've generally been providing funding about every other year for a new restroom. So there's funding in fiscal year 26 and in fiscal year 28 from park impact fees in that project without projects allocated to it yet. So there is a potential, not just an opportunity, a need actually fairly soon working with CSD to decide what are those projects going to be or which parks will they serve.
Well, and so aside from the issue of how much pushback we might have from neighbors, which I think really ends up being a decision that is a council decision on how much we want to accept in that pushback in order to have what we think is something for a greater good. Or maybe there's problem solving that can simply reduce those concerns. We have this other prioritization issue that I'm going to be interested in learning more about, maybe not necessarily through this budget cycle, but I'm kind of scratching my head when if we look at the Magical Bridge Playground and we look at Pardee and just the demand at those locations and the need versus some of the other parks that were mentioned, I don't understand how that prioritization occurs. I mean, we want to ultimately get these bathrooms at all the parks that need them, but you take Ramos, it's not. It's a good park, valued by the neighbors there, but it doesn't have the use of Magical Bridge or Pardee. And so I don't understand the methodology that was used to make the decisions. Yeah. Ed?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I agree that Rinconada has bathrooms now. They're not architectural marvels, but the kids don't care. So that is something that could be deprioritized potentially. And since we did the original survey and whatever that was, 2015, I've always been in favor of a bathroom at Pardee because of all the criteria that Kristen mentioned. But I intentionally said in my earlier comments, there was very formal outreach there. I mean, we got to a lot of people, and that's the right way to do it. And so I think that if we are looking at prioritizing this, we'd want to do that again, now, next week, next month, whatever, to see what the feedback is. And then if you think that should, for example, come to council as priorities, we could do that. But I think we should, proceed with that process on that park or any other ones. I think putting one in the new park, which was the new park? Bulware, yeah. I mean, that makes perfect sense. So I think within the list of things that are there now, we could prioritize Eleanor Pardee, even as a finance committee, as a recommendation to council. But I think we should do some more outreach is my point.
I just wanted to clarify, I should have mentioned before, Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. The 4 parks that we mentioned, Rinconada, Ramos, they're actually already under construction and will be delivered and installed next month. So we can't deprioritize those. We've already purchased them last year. Cubberley is being fabricated right now, as well as Bulware. So those are already in motion from previous contracts that council awarded last year as well.
Okay, good. Thanks.
However, I will just mention that the Mitchell Park work hasn't started. So that would be the one out there that's funded and planned for, but not started yet.
And one that I would place as a high priority.
Yeah.
Okay. And probably retroactively, I would have placed it as a higher priority than several of the ones that are actually already being installed. So I don't want to alter that. Vicky?
Okay, so where does that leave us then? Could it be next in line after Mitchell? How do we accomplish that?
Well, from the standpoint of Public Works working on these projects, we're planning to work on Mitchell next. We haven't started that yet. So if there was a desire to change that priority to be Pardee or anything else, that could be feasible. With as I'm hearing, a need for some community engagement process that would be first needed.
Well, I guess, if that's, on the cusp and ready to go, and we have to do some outreach before Pardee, can't the Pardee outreach go while you're doing the Mitchell Park? I guess I'm wondering, how do we get in line right after Mitchell?
Yeah, I think that's what Director O'Kane was saying, that outreach on Pardee could begin later this year. If it was then determined that Pardee should be next in line, Public Works could begin working on the project in fiscal year 26.
Because basically it would take the year to get the outreach and the funding and the whatever. Is that something that we can do anything today to give any oomph to, or any, that's something finance can say we would look on favorably for the 26 budget or something?
I think you could make that recommendation. We've got funding in a capital project that you're looking at today, and we don't have a project allocated for that funding yet with respect to fiscal year 26.
Well, I'd be interested in making that recommendation that we, or at least hearing from my colleagues as to whether they think that's a good idea, but making that recommendation as a finance committee that next in line for the next budget cycle is the Eleanor Pardee Park restrooms.
Well, let me just say that I'm inclined to think that's a likelihood, but I still want to see this methodology. how are we making these decisions? Is there anything else that we're leaving out? I don't think so, none that I'm aware of, but I don't want to just make a decision in isolation. I think we need to understand how have these been getting prioritized?
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess what then I would say is that we would like to have we would request that you come back to us in due haste with whatever we would need to make these priorities specifically about this, to see if in fact we would want to move forward on this.
Yeah, and so what would be the timing on that? I support the concept.
Let me perhaps take a shot at that. And I think I want to refer to the framework of the committee's deliberations. This might be an issue that fits in the parking lot such that staff can come back. I'm not sure if we can bring it back by the time CSD operating comes in, but there is a referral here to staff to begin this work of community engagement related to the inclusion of a party park restroom. And so if we could have that confirmed as a committee direction for the parking lot, then staff will turn that around as quickly as we can and inform the committee if any additional time is needed for starter.
Okay, so I support Vicky's recommendation. We got our two. We're good.
Chair, may we circle back to the turf discussion? There was a lot of discussion around that, and staff would be kindly asked for some clarification. Can we clarify what that means relative to a parking lot so we can do the necessary research? Please take a moment to help us out there.
Yes, so what I would propose for the parking lot is, and it won't be something you'll be able to come back in the next day or so on, is that there be an evaluation of the environmental health and safety and life cycle cost analysis of replacing synthetic turf with synthetic turf versus replacing it with natural turf.
And within the budget context, I think the piece of that we could respond to as quickly as we can is any budget adjustments necessary to conduct that work.
Right, and that would be kind of two. One, do we hold off on a budgeted expense, and the other is, do we add an analysis expense? Huh?
Exactly.
Good.
Thanks for that clarification.
Seeing three heads.
I would support that.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this item? Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are well ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So Chair, would you like to entertain moving anything forward from the pre-existing schedule, or how would you like us to proceed?
So we've got public safety that's scheduled for an hour and a half. And so we could either take that forward now and it might push out the lunch break beyond our 12 o'clock anticipated time, or we could go to lunch now.
Chair?
Yeah.
She said she's not tired. She could just jump right down to community and library services.
Oh,
She's sitting here ready to rock.
well, we could go out of order then. That's an option.
Because that staffing is here and I don't see all the public safety.
Yes, is everybody
Community,
here that we need for
Community
that
outreach
section?
may not be,
Oh,
Vicky, how?
there's
are you good
community
with that?
members who are looking at.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Chair?
before we switch.
yes, I
tables.
apologize. I'm still learning the process. According to the process, we should take a tentative approval of the CIP, if you don't mind kindly doing that for us.
With the parking lot items noted.
Yeah, so it would be similarly to saying tentatively approving the Coverly CIP with the parking lot of X and Y,
That's capital CIP.
capital CIP.
Well, but tomorrow we go through the full CIP discussion, right?
Correct. So today, if we look at the schedule, because I get a little confused too, I have to reference this. Item 2 on the schedule relates to the CIP, the capital improvement funding for Coverly and the capital improvement fund. Tomorrow, we will be looking at other CIP funds.
Well, I guess I have trouble doing a tentative approval of the capital improvement fund before we've had that full discussion. The Coverly, I would be comfortable with making a tentative approval.
So the CIP fund has three segments of the pie. If you remember, this is the capital improvement fund, which is general fund sourced. So it is separate from the other two portions of the pie. So it would be okay to tentatively approve this because it's discrete from the other CIPs.
But tomorrow's discussion of CIP, doesn't it also include deeper dive, or is this the whole dive on the general fund CIP?
The latter, correct.
Well, I don't think we went through the Coverly and we went through several aspects, but we haven't really had a discussion kind of in detail of the general fund CIP, the other expenditures, have we?
Staff summarized the projects in the presentation. Happy to answer any questions you might have, but we did summarize them.
Well, it's not the depth of discussion that I recall that we've had in the past.
Plus, we're going to be here for 2 days. I'm not sure why we have to do it this morning.
Yeah.
Well, it's really the methodology of the tentative approval by section that I think Director Lai's referring to. So it's a way of making progress, basically. And so, you know, certainly if it's the committee's desire to spend more time on the CIP, we could table that with the expectation we're going to come back to it. But again, that will perhaps have some impact further down your agenda.
Yeah, I was expecting that we'd spend more time going through all the categories of the general fund CIP with getting an opportunity to go have questions on individual projects if appropriate. And we haven't done that.
Yeah.
Understood. So how about if we look at this schedule, are you comfortable taking a tentative approval on Coverly Property Infrastructure Fund, which we had a fairly in-depth conversation about, and then the two parking lot items. And then we heard the requests regarding the general fund capital improvement project. We'll bring that back somewhere in the schedule. How's that sound?
That sounds better.
Okay, may I hear a motion from somebody?
Yeah, I so move.
Okay, wait, we do that.
Yes, that was a request. May I hear a motion from somebody? Yes. Excuse me, Chair. I was getting ahead of myself.
It's now on the table.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have a comment on the Coverly, but I'll support that.
And Vicky?
Well, we got a motion and a second, then we vote. So
I thought we were going to do an informal and raise our hand.
yeah, but I say I still want to speak to it before we.
Oh,
actually go
sorry.
vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
And so I just did want to give context. There was concern expressed that nothing has happened in Coverly. And really, we have had two significant things. One, 10 plus years ago, when we created this Coverly Capital Improvement Fund, which we never had before. And we've been able to do a number of necessary major capital maintenance issues, and we have many more that are needed there, even with the existing buildings. But I just wanted to get that correct on the record. And then second, Mr. Horowitz had said, well, why are we putting money into existing district-owned buildings, and why are we paying them the least we are? We've reported out from the Coverly ad hoc, and the council was given direction on this as well, that basically the terms of the leasing of the Coverly land is very much a part of a negotiated lease that we are adjusting as a result of this negotiation that we're going through to acquire an additional 7 acres there. And the answer to the question of why we would put more money into buildings we don't own is that, one, they have to have major upkeep in the meantime. But we are in the process of hopefully acquiring the land and the buildings that land is on. And that's going on right now. It's been a whole series of meetings over the last months. Yep, and we're going into a mediation on the purchase price this month. So much is happening rather than nothing's happening, even though we share the widespread concern that not enough has happened, and we want to make things happen faster. But as the city manager alluded to earlier, once we own that land, there would have to be a new revenue source for anywhere from a very large to an extremely large expenditure. And that will be a big public discussion after we have the land. But the problem's been, we really couldn't go forward with a plan if we didn't control the land, and we hope we're on the cusp of doing so. All right, on that note, on favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. So now we're going to go and move forward item 4 ahead of item 3. Do you want to take a quick break? Okay, we'll just take a couple minute break.
So we're gonna take.
I've got it.
Okay, we ready to go?
Yes, we're ready to go.
Okay, so we'll reconvene the meeting. We're going to skip to item number 4, which is community.
Just wanted to chime check for this afternoon, right now at this moment, but then also propose to you, if it's acceptable, that we'll bring back the CIP general fund portion tomorrow in combination with the pre-existing CIP schedule, if that is supported by you as a committee, great. And then also just wanted to see about this particular item. I think it's usually scheduled for an hour. So just looking at it right now, we're at 11:40. So just wanted to connect with you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so are we starting with community services or libraries? Okay, Kristen?
We're actually going to start it off with budget.
Okay.
Renee Escobar Mena here to introduce the section, and then we'll turn it over to the Director O'Kane and Director Guthrie to go through library and community services.
Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Renee Escobar, Senior Management Analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. This presentation will be delving into the community and library service area, which consists of the community service and library departments. You can locate their respective sections within the operating budget book on the pages specified on this slide. Next slide, please. This slide represents a high-level overview of the general fund portion of budget, showing a net increase of 4.9% in expenses compared to the fiscal year 2024 adopted amount. It also includes other funds comprising of development impact funds and the Public Art Fund. For more detailed information on these funds, please refer to the Special Revenue Fund section of the operating budget book. There's also an itemized breakdown of the general fund revenue expenses and FTE count for both departments in the bottom. And with that, I'll hand it over to Director O'Kane to delve into the Community Services Department.
Thank you. Kristen O'Kane, Community Services. So this year, our focus is really on meeting community demand for programs and classes, educational opportunities and events. So community services, as you know, is very valued and cherished, or the programs that we provide are very valued and cherished within the community. And as such, we have a lot of demand that we've been unable to meet in the past due to our budget numbers for mostly our contract classes. So we will be focusing on ramping up some of our programs and classes of our most popular ones so that we can meet that community demand. We are also going to we're proposing an ongoing investment to continue the overnight warming location, which provides shelter for the unhoused, just typically one night at a time as inclement weather is declared by the county. So major proposed changes in the general fund, again, the overnight warming location, which would be an ongoing funding allocation. We did include some proposal for recreation programming and operations at 445 Bryant Street, which is the previous location of Form Fitness. I would consider this a placeholder pending council's decision and action that we'll be asking in June of this year. We also are requesting increased budget for special interest classes and art studios classes. These are our very high demand classes in the department. And then adding an ongoing allocation to the Twilight Summer Concert Series because we realized the previous allocation was not an ongoing add. So this will take us to 5 concerts per year moving forward. 5, not 6. Next slide, please. So again, what we're focusing on in our outlook for the upcoming fiscal year is to provide the classes, camps, and programs that we have been providing, but really ramping those up to provide more opportunities for the community to participate, focusing on inclusion and accessibility, as well as on youth and teen services, particularly youth mental health. last fiscal year, we added a coordinator to oversee our special events. So we're really looking forward to being able to reinvigorate and expand our community special events to not only continue what we've been doing. As you know, the Mayfest Parade was 100 years, so what we've been doing for decades, but also to help support economic development on particularly University Avenue and Cal Avenue, and also foster a sense of wellness and belonging within the community. And then finally, we have some budget proposals that you'll be hearing tonight during the JMZ item to establish stability and improve efficiencies at the Junior Museum and Zoo. And I think now I'm turning it over back to budget. Next slide, please. Or library services.
This might be better. Thank you. I was just trying to check the time to see if it was still good morning. So anyway, good morning. Chair Bird, Vice Mayor Loving, and Councilmember Winker. I want to start this with a little, I would say, kind of an anecdote. We had a fantastic all staff learning day recently. And the main theme for that was really connections. And I think that's really defines what the library is today. Connecting with each other, connecting our community with a wide variety of resources. That's really the mission of the library. And so what we're going to want to do this year is to continue doing that by funding, expanding, the resources to extend hours. And I'm very happy to report that 4 of the libraries we have reached that benchmark. And the last library is going to be Children's Library. And we're hoping that we could expand 2 more days before the end of this fiscal year. So I don't have the dates yet, but we're really working with our HR department to complete some hiring. So hopefully I can share some good news very soon. Right now we have Mitchell Park and Rinconada libraries returning to 7-day operations, and children's for 6 days. Downtown, children's will be 6 days, and then downtown and college tours for 5 days. And very well appreciated by the community, as you all probably know. The library also will continue to provide a very diverse and balanced collection. We will continue to also provide events and programming, particularly in the area of community wellness, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and climate action. So we do programs, as you know, like from babies to seniors and anything in between. But I really want to really focus on these 3 main things that we're going to be concentrating next year. Other key areas are also like on the area of artificial intelligence, which the library has been working on, with not only doing lots of community programs about it, but also has been called out by other universities to be partners in studies now. So we're really making a name for ourselves. As you know, robots now, robots is like yesterday, and now it's artificial intelligence with robots possibly. Long-term priority for us will be continuing to recruit. So that's the big thing. We still have several positions that we're continuing to recruit, and supporting that expanded library branch hours. And, when we say branch hours, it's not just opening the libraries. It is actually having materials that people are seeking, providing a space, also providing lots of events and programs. So we really want to, this year is going to be like a big year for us. Hopefully, once we finish hiring more, to bring back programming as a focus. But apart from that, we have some base budget changes, but no other significant proposals. As we talked about, we want to continue funding resources for the expanded hours. We're also going to be embarking on an update of the library strategic plan. So that I think is going to really help us understand the changing needs in the community and react to that. We're also really committed to providing a diverse and balanced collection. And in this day and age of polarization and different viewpoints, it's really important to have the library as a source where people can find trusted information. So, what used to be, it's just interesting how libraries have evolved is, originally when I started many, many years ago, reference and collections used to be the key. Then programming and, people were saying, oh, collections, nobody's going to even have a collection. Well, we still have a lot. And people are still checking out. Our checkout, I think, is going to be more than 1 million checkouts this year. So, the popularity is still continuing. And I think the uniqueness of the library is we have selectors that are trained to select resources that are, really a balanced collection, right? That's why people come in and, there's just so much of social media and lots of different influences. And here's the library that can provide that resource whenever people need it. We also want to provide reference and research services. I'm going back to kind of basics. It kind of felt to me like, we're going back to basics almost. Reference and research, because we're also noticing that people are coming to us not knowing how to do basic research. And so this is a great opportunity for us to work with our community members, but also like even our own departments, right? So there's a lot of scope to what we can do, and we really would like to expand in that area this year. Also the reader's advisory. I mean, that is one of the key things that we used to do, whether you were a 3-year-old coming after a story time and wanting to know what else to read, or a senior just, having read a lot and wanting to do more. So we have reader's advisory for all ages and all interests. Also providing events and programming especially for the community wellness topics, mental health support, especially for teen services, because the Mitchell Park Library, for example, gets about 150 to 200 teens every day. So it's very interesting. The younger middle school teens will start at like 3-ish. And then slowly, as they're fading out, the older teens, the high school teens come in, and they're probably, they stay until we close. So this is really a space for any community member, but especially I'm calling out the teen services because there's a lot of connection that they have with our teen librarians and staff. We also really want to go into the DEIB this year, especially in the area of collection. We are doing like an assessment of our current collection and look at what gaps we have and fill those gaps. And lastly, climate action. I don't have to say anymore about how important it is and the place of the library in climate action. How do we support climate action? And in fact, our state library is now working on a climate action plan, and we are also going to be supporting that. We want to collaborate with the community organizations and other city departments to streamline services to the community. CSD and us, we work very closely together in lots of initiatives, and we will continue to do that. But there's also other opportunities. For example, at the Rinconada Library, we had the Sustainability Fair recently, the Earth Day Fair. And so that sort of collaboration, we're really looking forward to doing that. Definitely last but not least is the technology support. Palo Alto is a very interesting meeting where you have people that can frankly do AI research here too, ones that actually need a lot of handholding to write their own resume. So that variation is such a great opportunity for the library to work with them. That's pretty much what I have, but I want to end with a quote that my predecessor said, is that the Palo Alto is a unicorn because of these 5 libraries that is unique to a city of this size. And I want to say that this is a commitment that the community made for the libraries, and library staff are very excited to continue serving. I also want to thank our staff for continuing to provide fantastic services, and to the Friends of the Palo Alto Library that continue supporting us.
Thanks. Questions?
What an uplifting report from both of you. I mean, it's really just.
You just like libraries so much, you know?
I am the library lady.
That's right.
I do, but like our parks, our libraries are such gems in our community. And what was the 5-star status, or what is that?
Yes, we are a 5-star library. And I want to say that the only reason I couldn't update you is because this year the organization that did it is not doing it anymore.
Oh,
Otherwise, I'm pretty sure we'll be in the 5-star.
I think we can just claim it in perpetuity, perhaps.
Definitely.
No, but it's truly, thank you for all of this. I want to mention a couple things about libraries and then come back to a crossover question for both of you. It's heartening to hear about the hours increase. Kudos to former councils that started that post-pandemic, and I'm glad we've been able to continue it. I love your framing of public libraries as connections. I think that role in education is just important, and I really like the DEIB component and making sure our selectors and collections are really balanced. I would love to see us promote that more. I know you do a lot of outreach, but that fact as sort of a counterbalance to some of the book banning and other things we see in other parts of the country, I think is really something to brag about and that we should be proud of. And the partnership with the city on the Earth Day, I went to that fair. It blew the doors off. Well, it was outside, so maybe that's not the right metaphor, but it I don't know, looked triple the number of people and booths that we'd had the prior year. So that I really commend you on that. And the bit about the teens is really just tremendous. What I wanted to ask a little bit about is this goes back to Director O'Kane as well. We talked about the owls, the overnight warming centers, which I think is another great use of our public spaces. We call them warming, but is it inclement weather more generally? So for example, safe refuge from smoke from wildfires on high smoke days and from extreme heat. Are those other things that could also be in this owl umbrella?
Thank you for the question. So in the past, we have had daytime, like sort of respite centers for those exact same things, heat, air quality. Usually libraries and community centers serve that function. At this point, the overnight warming location is just during cold weather. And we're following the county's guidelines generally. So when they issue an inclement weather alert and they activate their overnight warming locations, that's when we do that. So we haven't explored or talked to the county yet about other inclement weather or air quality issues that we could see in other times of the year.
Yeah, because I know there's been some funding, at least regionally, for clean air centers. Congresswoman Eshoo has supported that. And So I would think that it's the same kind of idea, that when people who are unhoused need shelter from weather of whatever sort that's extreme, I'd love to see us find a way to expand into that. So I'm glad you're checking with the county, and if there's anything we could do, if that, takes a long time or something, I'd be interested in exploring that.
I also want to, point out that just opening the 2 libraries 7 days a week really has made a big difference. There is a place for many people to go. So I think that has already expanded services, but we do close at 6:00 during weekends. So that is definitely there.
No, that's an excellent point, but your latter point is important too. So people who have to spend overnight out of doors in those conditions it'd be nice to provide for them. So.
This wasn't going to be my first question, but with these warming centers, is there ever any conflict between someone who's in there, a homeless person, and some normal library goer, or is it a friendly interaction or no interaction? Just be interested in.
We welcome everybody to the library, right? So every day there are, various folks coming into the library, both unhoused as well as anybody that.
Yeah, I was just asking if there are incidents at either end of the spectrum, like high friendly interaction or negative interaction.
I would say pretty much they're all very friendly and professional, and we also have staff. If there's any need for us to intervene, generally too, we always say that if anybody has any kind of concerns, we always ask folks to come to the staff so that we can resolve it or we can assist them in what they're seeking.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In your budget request for this year, or let's say the new ones, is it staffing that's your highest cost?
Yes.
Okay. And that's for expanded hours or expanded day openings or expanded services or all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay. And how many are open now? I can check the book, but
all of them are
how many positions are open?
Oh, how many positions are open? I have that information. It is the library is ending FY24 with the 7.5 FTE total vacancies. So that's 6 full-time and 1.5 hourly. So that's about 11 vacant positions.
Oh, 11, did you say?
11, yeah. 6 is full-time and then hourly positions. That I would say about 8 to 9%.
Yeah, so obviously staffing is our highest percentage of all expenses, and they're fixed costs that in a crisis, they're harder to come down on that. So the part-time ones, I think, are preferable, but you have to staff how you need to staff. I had the opportunity to thank the volunteers, as you know, at Fulpo, and say a few words, and my librarian colleague was there as expected. Your mother was a librarian, right? Right. So that's where she picked up this, but her interest remains. It came in the genes. And they give money every year to the city. It's just so phenomenal. It's just warms my heart. Do we plan for that amount every year in the budget?
No, because it varies year to year depending on the funds that they raise. But one of the biggest, the 2 big areas that they support, one is pretty much all our events and programs are supported by them, including our summer reading program that's coming up. So that's a huge support that they provide. The other support is they also augment our collection budget.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. And then you mentioned expanding library hours in addition to the days. So that's not a big budget item, extending the hours, but it adds up, I'm sure.
Oh, hours. I'm sorry. I might have misspoke. Hours and they're together.
Okay.
So we're not expanding any additional hours. So it's these days. So we have these 2 more days that we will be opening
Okay.
in children's, so.
Okay, and then shifting back to community services, what are the biggest dollar amounts when you look at these in terms of the ads here? Is it recreational programming?
It's, yes, recreational programming, and that's adding contract dollars to our budget so we can provide more classes, but that does also result in a high number or a high level of revenue on top of that. We don't have a lot of position ads at this point. Again, that may change after our JMZ discussion tonight.
And as you're targeting the various needs for camps and programs and theater and art, how do you figure out that? How do you prioritize what are the needs? Are you doing research or people are knocking on the door?
It's wait lists. A lot of times
That's a good answer.
how many people are on the wait list for
They have their
various
hand up, they want to spend money, if we
programs
can't
and
accommodate
classes.
them.
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
that's a good
And
answer.
then our staff are always looking at opportunities to add new classes and programs that might be trending at the time.
Okay. And you didn't mention golf. Is that part of that's part of this classification, right?
That is part of this classification.
Right. And the P&L is looking great for that golf course. One of the biggest concerns when we did it is that, oh my gosh, we're borrowing all this money, which by the way is still out there. I looked at how much we have left to pay back. And I thought we'd have a lot more paid back by now. But it's just performing very well. And I think there's some stuff in the capital budget for next year to look at dual level driving ranges to drive more revenue, things like that. So the plan is to look ahead for more revenue opportunities is what I think I'm seeing. And do you agree with that?
So the second story deck driving range, that study, we have the draft study in hand. LOM worked closely with the National Golf Foundation to do that study. So we have the draft. And then what will likely happen is once it's final, the next step would likely be to bring it to the Parks and Rec Commission to review. And then we'll figure out next steps from there.
Yeah, I guess my question is, or my hope is we're continuing to look for revenue opportunities there. I'm not quite sure how the innards work with the contractor, but if we get percentages of golf lesson revenue or things like that, I'm just encouraging you to keep looking for revenue opportunities out there in spite of how well we're doing is kind of my point.
Thank you.
And then the other aspect of that, however, is I'm always concerned that one of the other big things when we looked at the golf course is that we're worried that local citizens would get priced out of the market. And that has now become what was a hope or a guess that has now become a regional golf course. And people are coming from all around the state to play at that golf course at relatively high fees. So I know we have citizens fees and youth fees and so on. And I hope we continue to look at that to make sure that we're not pricing people out of being able to play at reasonable times, not 6 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday or something. So
sure. Yeah. About 40% of those coming to play golf are Palo Alto residents.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the county, that's another 30%. So 70% of those playing are within the county. And then the others are coming from other places like San Mateo County.
Yeah. Yeah. So big success. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. So just starting really with the libraries, well, I'll say for both of these departments, as my colleagues have said, we have really exceptional services to our community in both libraries and community services. And we have a lot of members of the community who really appreciate it because they use it. But I think that we will also have community members when tight budgets to say, why are you spending on this? Why do we have a children's theater, or why do we have a children's library? And we could consolidate like other communities. So we obviously always have had a difference in perspectives between those who use these services and value them and other taxpayers who elect not to use them, or maybe in part because they don't fully appreciate the opportunities for them. that already exist there. But either way, these are two areas that our community, our city provides really exceptional services compared to nearly any other community. And I just am struggling with how do we more effectively not only make sure the public knows the services, but appreciates that by comparison, this is a large part of when we talk about, well, we have a utility user tax, or we have the gas and electric transfer. We get these exceptional services or public safety services, our own ambulance service that far exceeds the county's performance. And I'm just kind of thinking about how do we more effectively communicate to the public the areas that we actually are providing exceptional services. I don't have an answer. I just want to put that out on the table as something that we maybe want to think about more. And it's a tough line. You don't want to look like you're just bragging or anything, but we really want the public to realize, yeah, these are things that you're getting for your tax dollars that are really wonderful. And I'll just, by way of example, this is something that growing up, my mother lived here as a teenager. She lived all over the Pacific Rim as an Army brat. And Palo Alto was like this gem in her eyes. And we couldn't afford to live here growing up, two teachers, so we lived in Sunnyvale. But several times a year, the big treat was to come to the Children's Library, Children's Theater, Children's Zoo, the opening of Mitchell Park. And we just thought this was kid heaven. And when we bought our home and then our second home, we deliberately made a conscious choice to pay more for a smaller house on a smaller lot than elsewhere in Palo Alto to be closer to those services, just because we knew how great they were and valued them, and for our kids. And I think that just in a broader sense, that's a lot of what we offer as a community. So having said all that preamble, when we had the library bond, we had a lot of discussion, and there were people who said we should have one big library and shut down all these extra branches. And the community was real clear in the polling that no, we value our branches. And we also at the same time had this discussion of, well, what are libraries going to be in the 21st century? We were at the dawn of the 21st century at that time. And all these discussions of how are they going to change, and we're going to have books in 20 years or whatever. And it's really great to see that we continue to have that evolution and discovering that. Books haven't gone away as much as many had predicted, but the other functions of the libraries as really their own form of community center and the complementary way in which your two departments are under a broad definition of community services. It's really, those notions have been fulfilled and they continue to evolve as we just kind of stay with changing times. And I think about the ways in which the libraries they are part of special events. They are helping fulfill education on our sustainability and climate action initiatives, our diversity, equity, and inclusion, our well-being, community health and well-being, and so they complement and support the roles of other departments and other council priorities, as in the same way that community services does. And I think we want to look at ways to frame that kind of ways that they're not interdisciplinary, but ways that different departments are actually fulfilling these goals and these values of the community. I am curious, when you were talking about the AI in the libraries, and I don't know what's going on in that sense. Can you give a little more color to that?
Absolutely. I like to brag about it. So,
So you don't need a lot of encouragement?
yeah. It's easy to brag about our libraries, honestly. So what we have been doing is do twofold things. One is providing educational opportunity for the community, right? People are, AI is new, and so people are trying to understand the pros and cons. So we have several we had an AI storytelling event where somebody can come and use ChatGPT and use several other AI places to get information and share their feelings and fears and hopes. So we've done those. We've had experts from the area come and share their vision for the AI future. In addition to that, we have also been using AI a little bit, and just to see, how it works. And recently, last week, I was actually at the state library had invited me to be part of an AI symposium. And the keynote speaker came there and was talking about AI. And he said, I want to provide you a blog from one of the best sources. And he was actually quoting Paul Walto's blog. And he did not know me. I had no idea who he was. And he just said, and then he came and introduced himself to me. So this is the level of reach we have now. Our Urban Libraries Conference, that's another big community. And they have been inviting me to provide special, a director to director reports. And so we've been included in a lot of studies. And I think, frankly, that's a great opportunity for us because we've got the best minds in the area. We also have tons of people that don't know much about it and are trying to understand this. So it's a great, so we're there.
Well, that's exciting. I didn't know about it. And so I'm a bit busier than I'd like to be and don't get to go to some of those things. But I wonder how broadly the community realizes what you're doing in that regard. And once again, how do we get that info out there? And I know we have a lot of communications we're doing and creative ways that we're communicating through our communication staff and your own. But I'm still thinking, how do we go the next step? And one area is the leveraging of resources. And a few years ago, I came to understand at a cursory level that there's a lot of collaboration between our libraries and even PAUSD. Is that correct? And I hadn't known that, and I think it's great that kind of collaboration's going on. Do we have extensive collaboration with Avenidas?
We do. We collaborate on different projects, and especially when I was talking about digital literacy classes, Avenidas actually was providing that for us before we closed for COVID, and we would like to continue that. Also, with PAUSD, every school library card counts as a public library card. So that's an arrangement that we have with the Palo Alto School District. So
say that again.
So every student's school library card
I see.
can function as a Palo Alto library card, which means they have access to a lot of resources, and it really helped them during the COVID times. And I do want to one other little brag I have to say is 80% of population in Palo Alto owns a library card, which is one of the highest that you can have, even in this area where there's a lot of library usage. So we should be really proud of the service that we're providing with our libraries.
Is that families or citizens?
Individuals.
Wow.
Yeah. But remember, we also have the school library card partnership, so it does help that numbers, but still.
Maybe we need to have this in maternity wards and they get them at birth or whatever.
Actually, there are some programs like that. We're thinking about it, definitely. And we're also thinking about like, designing new cars that are more baby friendly, more sustainability friendly.
Okay, you're
so.
ahead of me. And then I just comment on our friends of the library, FOPAL. It strikes me that not only do they support the libraries in all the ways that you've said, but actually the FOPAL library sales are their own community service and an extension of libraries, and they're books that people then can own as a result, and books they never thought existed or thought they'd buy, or gifts. But I wanted to recognize that the FOPAL sale, it's done by a friends group, but it actually is in a way an extension of a community service and an extension of the libraries. And to think of it that way as well, it's not only are they helping us, but when we look at, okay, well, they're at Coverly, how strong a support should we have for them? The community really values it. And in particular, when we have foreign language books that people just don't have good access here, and suddenly they go, oh my God, here's the Italian section. My kids I don't have enough books in Italian, and we're Italian ancestry or whatever it is. And I want to also recognize that the ways in which we've had documentary films that you're having regular screenings through the UNAF Film Festival. And that's a great extension of, do we think of it as part of a visual library as opposed to just a reading? Okay. Then switching for a moment, switching to community services. On the unhoused issues, in addition to the hours, we've had Hotel de Zinc. And one of the things that we had talked about is we were going to have a study initially a year ago that we talked about on our homeless needs, and we ended up saying, well, the county covers that and therefore we weren't going to do it. And then we came back and said, well, we're going to have a gap analysis. And I'm struggling to look at initiatives without the context of what are the gaps? What are the gaps that we're trying to fill? The implication, for instance, is the OWL is addressing a gap that had existed. But we don't have any kind of comprehensive approach that lets us look strategically at where are the gaps and how are they being met, and how aren't they being met?
Fair point. And that gap analysis that you mentioned is in process. And I know we have Melissa from my office that is working on it, and we're hoping to get that, I think, at least kicked off, if not completed, in the summer, early fall. So, again, recognizing it, we're at a point in the absence of that information. But to your point, I think the OWL is an issue that has been identified really through experience as a clear gap in services available in the immediate geographic area.
Yeah, and one of the things I didn't quite understand is exactly how that gap exists in the context of Hotel de Zinc. What's not being met by Hotel de Zinc and it goes back to this question of leveraging resources. Is there a way that we leverage the Hotel de Zinc efforts in a way that is complementary or different from the OWL?
Sure. So I can answer that. So Hotel de Zinc, as well as Heart and Home Collaborative, which is another shelter in Palo Alto specifically for women that also rotate through churches, those are referral based. So you need to be referred into those shelters. The OWL is immediate. There's a storm, whatever, cold weather, first 10 people get in.
Okay. And then kind of related to this, we have, we've had what appears to be, and we'll get hopefully a better understanding this, an increase in our really our downtown homeless population. I've heard that from the downtown streets team, I asked them, well, we've perceived that we've had an increase, but is that just happening proportionately in all the cities in the area? And the answer was no, it's happening everywhere, but Palo Alto's has actually increased proportionally more than other cities in the area, according to their understandings. And that's something when we look at that gap analysis, I not only what do we have, but what's happening here compared to elsewhere, and do we have any idea why, and just what do we need to do to address it? But related to that is the city manager and I have discussed that Project We Hope has the trailer that has
Dignity on Wheels.
Dignity on Wheels that provides, depending on which trailer is used, they have not only showers but laundry and some other functions. And I hadn't appreciated that we already had a contract. And so my question is, where do we stand on getting that to where it's needed? We look, for instance, we really have an increase in homeless at our intermodal center. And how do we get it to where it's needed?
Kristen, could you expand on that?
Sure. So Dignity on Wheels is funded through a HISREP grant. And they were located on El Camino, South El Camino, and they're moving now to in front of the Opportunity Center, which is by Town and Country, because they weren't getting a lot of people coming.
So it's a single location, it's not moving about?
It's a single location.
Oh, and
on a rotation. So it goes to a specific location on a fairly regular schedule. Is that accurate to say?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is, do we need to move it about more, or do we need to have more capacity so that downtown area, train station, where we've got these pockets, and certainly the Opportunity Center is an important one. But I hadn't realized that it was kind of going to a single location rather than moving about.
Right. So it's the HISREP grant only covers once a week. So we'll be at the Opportunity Center once a week, Saturdays. So if we wanted to expand that service in Palo Alto to add more days, we would need to provide more
I hadn't
funding.
appreciated it was only once a week. And what's the cost for that?
We'll check.
Well, while Kristen's looking that up, I would note in the conversations we've had as a follow-up to our conversation, I think, I don't know if it's our own staff or the We Hope provider that has expressed some, I wouldn't call it concern so much as a perception that there may not be as much use as they are finding in other locations on their routes. Is that accurate, Kristen?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'd be interested in understanding that in more depth, perhaps offline, and because if we go to a train station or even right in our city hall library, there's a need for laundry services and things like that. So somehow we've got this gap between the need and that they're not using it. And I don't know how to address that, but I think we want to call it an issue and then out of that, try to solve that problem.
I do think switching to the Opportunity Center will be we can use that as a determinant if that will increase participation, just because of the people know it's a location to go.
So that's one way that we can measure whether it's working. The other is, how do we identify locations where there's kind of an apparent need that's not there? And do we want to try out having it at a given location, rotating it, so that we might then determine, well, this is a second location in the downtown area near the train station or whatever that may need another day, because otherwise, how would we know whether we want to invest in a second day a week?
And to follow up on your previous question on cost, it's $60,000 per year.
Okay. And then on camps and classes, My understanding, I was glad to hear that we're expanding it, but my understanding is we just have a lot of demand that exceeds our ability to supply. But to what extent, first question, to what extent do we have cost recovery from those?
So it depends on the camp, but our camps and classes have a very high cost recovery. So I would say, like the art center ceramics classes are so popular, they have much higher cost recovery. Sometimes we have a hard time calculating if we're looking at facility use and, you know, adding all of the expenses to have something open like on a Saturday. So our like I said, ceramics classes, summer camps are very high cost recovery. I'm not sure if they're quite at 100%, but they're pretty high. I might have a note here.
Given that some things like ceramics classes, we actually have facility capacity constraints, but others we don't. And so what I'm leading to is if we're at or near full cost recovery and we have this huge backlog of demand, what's keeping us from meeting that demand? Because it doesn't sound like it's really a budgetary problem unless there are aspects to this that I'm not understanding.
So, well, some of it is space,
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. But the other piece is, contract dollars. So most of our classes are not city staff. We hire contractors to do them. And we have a budget with a certain amount of dollars we can spend. And, that limits how many contractors we can get on board. So that's why this year we've added contract dollars to both special interest classes, which could be anything that's not a summer camp in recreation, and then also our ceramics programs as well. So that will allow us to enter into more contracts to provide
So
more
when you
classes.
say contract dollars, do you mean they're administrative expenses? Or is it something else we're referring to when we say contract dollars? Do you mean it's the actual, what we pay the contract?
Yes, exactly.
But then, do we get the fees then?
There's
To basically pay for the contractor?
yeah, for recreation, it's a split between the contractor and the city, the revenue. And for ceramics, I'm not sure what the split is on that.
But we've got the contractor dollars, but if we get made whole, then why wouldn't we be able to scale it up to the demand?
I don't know if I have an answer to that. I might need OMB to help with that one, or.
Can I clarify, are we saying, because we can just contract more instructors to meet the demand, is that the
Yeah,
clarification?
and that if it in the net, it doesn't cost us because we get the dollars back, why wouldn't we scale it up to the demand level?
I suspect this is a workflow issue. Well, maybe just not best term, but basically that CSD staff is doing procurements for the contracts for the instructors, and you're doing that at a specific volume. If you knew you had the ability to do a larger volume, then you could. Though, again, we need to understand where the constraint is. Is it the CSD staff to manage those contracts? Is it the ASD staff to process the procurements necessary and throughout that whole flow? So I suspect we're just working off of a body of work that is currently managed within the resources available. So the question is, what would it take to increase that body of work?
So can I follow up with that too, is we try not to do a large RFP for these because we need to keep, we put out 5 catalogs a year. And if we put out an RFP for a class, we would be doing that so far in advance just because of the time it takes. So we also try to limit our contracts to the contract limit that doesn't require us to do a formal RFP and go to council. So that's also a constraint. So that is, I think it's $85,000 for the formal RFP. So we try to stay under that amount because, I mean, we're moving so fast and getting our catalogs printed and then enrollments coming up, we don't have time to do that formal
And the
process.
RFP is to contractors or?
It would be to contractors. So if you're doing a dance class,
Okay, Vicky?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question that I think relates to this. So when I look at the budget reconciliation for CSD, and I look at item 6, where it looks like we're doing this to some degree, because we're spending an extra 200,000 to get an extra 308,000 in revenue. So we're going to be making an extra $108,000 this year by expanding children's summer camp. So I think we're doing what you're saying. I don't have a sense of percentage. Can you put that in context? Like, is that 5% more or 30% more than prior?
so, well, so special interest classes are different than summer
Okay.
camps. So special interest classes would be a cooking class that might be happening in December, or, you know, the boost classes.
I thought the note says with a specific focus on addressing the considerable demand for children's special interest summer camps. Although it says in 2023.
Which page are you on?
Are you on 230?
230, yeah. I'm looking at the note, the budget adjustment note to the budget reconciliation, line
Okay,
6.
yeah, you're all right. So this does include this summer camp. So it's
Yeah.
adding an additional 12 weeks of summer camps.
So I think we're beginning to do what.
Right, we are trying to
chair-
right the
yeah.
ship here
Well-
by getting the right amount of budget to provide the services.
But my question is, do we go from the bottom up saying, well, we'll add X percent? Or do we look at the demand side and have that drive our response?
Yeah, and I understand. That's why I was asking about, like, you know, how much bigger is it? Just a tiny bit bigger or a lot? Like, how are we doing in terms of managing that scope increase?
So I think staff has heard the clarification that we need to come back with, or at least between Kristen and myself, to figure out how we can effectively create and support more programming. You know, what's the path forward? What are the changes that might need to happen?
Good, and we can say we like that in the parking lot. And since there's 2 of us here,
And I,
yeah.
Yes.
I did want to connect this topic with 445 Brian, and it's unfortunate that Vice Mayor Lowing isn't here because I know he's interested in this topic. But as Kristen pointed out, there is the space dimension to that capacity question. So if there were any, Kristen touched on it in the overview presentation. There is a specific budget proposal that reflects a scenario of moving forward at 445 Bryant. So if there were any questions associated with that, this would be the opportunity to raise those. And any
Yep.
expansion you want to provide.
Understood. Within this kind of broad set, there will be some portion of those that we can't just expand based on demand because of space.
Right.
But then we've got another big subset that we potentially
Right.
could.
And other
yeah, okay.
spaces.
I'm really interested in that. All right. And then we had the last year we had a placeholder, if I'm remembering correctly, we had a placeholder allocation on youth mental health. And the mayor had his task force that I guess is still working on that. They thought they were going to be coming forward with specific proposals for this committee. But that doesn't appear to be the case. But can you remind me on what we allocated last year and then where we stand on that and where we think we are going forward?
Sure, I can help answer that. So the allocation for youth mental health came at mid-year budget. Right, and that was, it's just short of $100,000, I believe. So we've been working on coming up with a plan for the fiscal year on how we would utilize that funding. So 2 ideas or 2 things that we're working on now are 2 different events. One is a youth mental health event that would be intergenerational. So it'd be for youth and their parents with different types of programs, workshops that would be separate, or it would be together, the youth and adults together. And we're working with YCS, Alcove, Project Safety Net on planning that event. It's really being driven by our youth leadership groups, though, to really form what they would like to see there. The second event is the one that came out of city schools, which we're just calling Paths from Palo Alto to give it a name, but that might not be the name, where we're we would be offering opportunities for kids to learn about different career or opportunities, education opportunities besides typical, going to college and become a software engineer or a doctor. These are all the great things out there, and you can actually be successful and have a successful life by choosing those paths.
And maybe make more money as a high voltage line worker.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
and as a teacher.
Right.
Yes.
And then we also, yeah, we need teachers too.
I'm a family of teachers. I'm not knocking it.
And then we also are going to be doing some teen center events focused on youth mental health. So since we've opened the teen center on Friday nights, we're getting 45 to 70 teens on Friday nights who are coming and just enjoying being together, having a safe space to be. So we're looking at how we might be able to bring just some one-off, either direct or indirect mental health programs into that. And then also the Youth Council has just completed a survey for Palo Alto teens of Palo Alto teens on their mental health. And so they have some initial data, they're analyzing that data, and then they're going to come up with some recommendations. So those are the recommendations that I feel like we can really focus on, because it's coming from the people who are responding to the surveys and saying, this is what we need, this is what we don't need. So that's where we'll be focusing in fiscal year 25.
Well, thanks. And of course, in that youth mental health, we have the kind of the upstream and the downstream parts of this. And the upstream of along the lines of what you're talking about, things like the Mitchell Teen Center. I've long heard from a lot of teens that, one of the great things they'd love to have is more teen music, more teen ability to do recording studios or film productions of their own, or maker space that we have at Coverly that's disconnected in kind of its own isolation. So I don't know all the answers on those, but I definitely want to, from sort of the programming standpoint, think of that. And then there's the intersect with, since we added back a full-time position on special events, what's the relationship of that in the special events department? And which leads me to a question we had talked a few months ago, I'm trying to remember what meeting, about the prospect of a special events fund, not so much for the staffing, but to support
other organizations.
Yeah, Third Thursday, UNAF, some of these teen programs.
Yep. Perhaps Christine, you can respond relative to the staff work plan and how that connects. Thanks for the reminder. The discussion, or the recent discussion, was in the context of his rep. It was actually a finance committee, if I recall correctly. So that's a continued item, I believe, and we'll be coming back at one of your next meetings after we're through budget. So it was, I don't think there was a specific, well, there's not a specific line item in the proposed budget. And at this point, staff did not identify a clear path forward for it, other than this discussion.
Oh, so I was expecting that we were going to have that line item in this budget. And so I guess that's one of the things, because Vicky, I don't know if were you on when we discussed this at his rep? I think so. That thanks for reminding that. We were saying, okay, we've tried to kind of shoehorn some of these things that we value in the community in, well, why is it not getting the his rep support? Well, it doesn't qualify exactly on his rep, but it serves a whole bunch of other things, different, whether it's a Third Thursday or the UNAF Film Festival that is working with our libraries and supports
economic development as well as diversity. And yes. So I think we recognize that. We just didn't make it a line item. So Kristen, can you speak to the staff dimension of this as it relates to the special events?
Sure. So we did hire our special events coordinator, and the Mayfet Parade was his first event that he handled. He did, yeah. And Yeah, I know. And so he's a couple things. He's really focused on our existing special events, chili cook-off, but then also adding new events, like I said, to the commercial areas. And then we have connected with organizations like Third Thursdays. Will be providing some support to the level that we can. So this first year is really, because he's new in this position and it's a brand new position, is getting him really up to speed on our events, but in adding as we can. So the bandwidth of one person isn't, there's limits.
Yeah,
Can't do
but we were
everything.
covering a lot of this. So one of the concerns now I'm realizing is we added a special events coordinator, manager?
Coordinator.
Coordinator.
Actually, I think more
That-
accurately, because pre-COVID, there was a special events,
It goes
something
back
like
even
that.
further than that.
It was restored from,
It's 10 years ago
Yeah.
that we dropped it, that position.
When was that? Because I was here when that position was filled. So in any case, yes.
So here's my concern is that we were doing a lot of these special events, summer concerts and whatever, and we basically were backfilling coverage through our the summer concerts were run through our children's theater staffing. We thought we were adding for a net gain, and it sounds like a lot of this year is that we're actually transferring existing responsibilities, which is understandable, from other folks who were backfilling, and then maybe a few additions, as opposed to what we were thinking was this was more of a net increase. Now, there's some of that going on in the net increase, but I am concerned that we may have, sounds like we're having less net increase and less focus that person on those additional things than maybe we had hoped for.
and when you, just for clarification, when you're saying net increase on events?
Yeah. I mean, and that includes some of the things that we talked out on his rep of how do we some of those are just funding allocations. That's when we were at his rep is really more on the funding, but some of it is complementary things. But yeah, net increase on events.
I think we'll get there.
I think we're more impatient than.
Granted.
And that not just
Stipulated.
that we'll get there, that I think that the intention when we added that was that we were going to get more of that sooner.
Well, I think we will. We want to be thoughtful on what those events are. We want to reach audiences that might not be getting events that they like. So we're moving in that direction. There'll be more events. So
Okay, so how do we get an update on what that plan is? So that we actually know that and it's not kind of trust us, you'll see something.
Let's see. So, I mean, you have the same people that were involved in the his rep discussion. So let me turn to the brain trust here, including Kylie, in terms of our next step. And Lauren, in terms of, one is funding allocation. So there was a question of, for here, how much money would you like to allocate for that purpose? There, as I recall, were the specific requests related to UNAF. What other events were involved? There were Third Thursday, yes. And at least I know in the staff discussion, this may not have made it to the committee. There was also I'll call it the next concentric circle of events that might include cultural events that have had one-off funding, but were bigger or just different from our Know Your Neighbors grants. So that's sort of a missing category of events that were also part of our radar.
Well, on the funding, I think we were looking for you to look at is that set and what would be the dollars with maybe some fudge factor for things we haven't anticipated.
Sure. And sorry, actually, I guess first time, Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager. So to that point, Chair, I think, we had this conversation in March. And so staff's ability to really think through thoughtfully what each of those programs would need from a financial standpoint didn't quite align with being able to pull together this proposed budget balancing strategy from a timing perspective. And so there is the contingent account for special events and innovation. It's about $50,000 that is in this budget that could be used for any kind of immediate or kind of program startup costs. We also have a due out to return to this committee after the summer break to talk about his wrap and a follow-up discussion on these items. And so in terms of program build out, to Kristen's point, wanting to have a better sense of what that event staffing capacity is, we could return later on this calendar year to perhaps have a more fleshed out conversation.
Well, I think most of what we're talking about is not the same as event staffing. It's really funding
It's an allocation
allocations. And that
process. Yeah.
we had actually identified several of those and as we just discussed. And so I don't see what makes that complicated to have brought that back and be part of this budget. Now the other ones yet to be defined, that I understand. But the baseline of what we know versus what we generally have identified categorically, but we don't have specifics on, those are two different things.
So the requests that were brought forward specifically are included in the additional funding options supplemental memo that the Finance Committee received. The only formal request we actually received prior to the publication of that was the UNAF request. I did obviously hear the public comment last night for third Thursday financial support, but last night was the kind of first time that it was brought to the full council. And I don't know that a number was actually stated. And I can't remember what the third one was that we just talked about.
Neither do I.
UNAF. Third Thursday. What was
Well,
the
and the
third one?
cultural.
Oh, and
It's
cultural.
more of a category than.
Yeah,
just a
category.
request.
And so those are obviously part of those additional funding request opportunities should the council or the committee wish to recommend funding them.
Yeah, in terms of, Chair, the work ahead, I think would be defining what are the boundaries of whatever program, if that's the way we want to look at it, as opposed to, again, the specific requests already received, which the council could act on. So I think that basically describes where we are.
So it's still in this budget cycle, do we want to do those as one-offs? Or do we want to put them within a new category, which is what we had talked about and I thought was coming forward in this budget? And I'm pretty sure that when we had that HISRIP discussion that we alluded to it coming forward in this budget. Now, I appreciate that maybe there are difficulties in getting that together, but I think that was the direction.
So I will swag at, if you have UNAF at 45,000, if the program were 100,000, that would be a tight ceiling, but one that could be workable among requests that we know about. If the committee wants to recommend a larger bucket, then we can scale accordingly, not unlike the programming discussion we were just having.
So I think I like the concept of us in this budget cycle, taking those and putting them in that new category. So we've set that precedent. And then as we put meat on the bone on that going forward, we refine what that would be and dollar amount and the categories. But I think it'd be good to build this in. Vicky, if you're good to put that in the parking lot, we can do that. Okay, good.
Could you identify roughly dollar magnitude that you're thinking?
Well, once again,
Do you
we're
think
asking
100?
you to come forward based upon the ones we've identified.
Those two. Okay.
Well, I think those two in some modest discretionary amount, because we haven't identified all of them, but we don't want to just put, if we come with some community, a cultural event, we say, no, it's $5,000 and we don't have 5,000. So we want to have some discretionary amount for the year. These aren't big dollars in the sense of the total budget.
Okay.
Go with 100.
Let's chat. So parking lot sounds great, and we should be able to come back with our better swag within this timeframe.
And to clarify, the two is the UNEF and the third Thursday.
Those two that we've identified
Okay, thank you.
specifically so far is, unless I'm forgetting something. I'm still scratching my head trying
I
to.
suspect this conversation will generate others
Yeah, okay.
that will come to our attention.
All right, so we haven't heard from the public yet. Do we have any members of the public who want to speak on this item?
Chair, we do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, Vicky, anything else?
No, do you want a motion or suggestion for tentative approval? Is that appropriate or do you have more? All right, then I would go ahead and move the tentative approval of the CSD and library service area budgets.
Okay, and I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you.
Chair,
Yeah.
may I ask to clarify?
Where am I?
I'm going to move over there after lunch. May I ask to clarify the two parking lot items, just to make sure we could follow up? What I heard was on the CSD revenue generating program, committee would like staff to analyze ways to increase those, the revenue generating programs, and we'll analyze different things such as resources, finances, and then community demand. Does that sound about
Yeah,
right on the first
I
one?
would frame it as increase it to the extent facilities allow.
Correct.
To attempt to meet demand.
Right.
So demand driven.
Right. It's a demand driven based on resources, whether it be people or physical space.
Yes, although the people on the contractor side, that's kind of a flex. The internal people would be kind of the constraint.
Correct. Yep, we're on the same page. So
Got it.
glad we're on the same page there. And then the second one we heard was to create a new bucket for us to analyze funding two of these that we identify, UNAF and Third Thursday, plus a little more for opportunities that may arise. So those
Yeah,
are the two.
so it would be a special events fund, or no, not special events.
Category.
Category, yeah. Program, there we go, as you described.
Within, okay, wonderful. Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what I should have said before I moved was that, this was an easy one because there were no deviations from the base budget for the libraries, and that 108,000 we talked about from the camps and classes led us to an $83,000 balance. So thank you all for working your budgets so that it was easy on this one.
Chair Burt, I was just notified that there is a member of the public who wants to provide comments on this item.
Great.
She's not online yet, but she's trying to get online right now.
Okay. Let the music roll in the meantime.
I could sing, but you wouldn't want me to.
Yeah. And while we're waiting, there was on the double deck driving range, you said you had a draft. Can you give us any high level preview? Does it look promising, or where do we stand on it?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. The basis from looking at it from a financial perspective, not necessarily an operating perspective, but financial perspective, yes, there would be down the line a positive net flow that could cover the operating costs. However, there are several prefaces that it's not just simply a second deck. It would be a second deck with implementing golf technology for the user to have analysis of their golf swing, the golf ball flight. It would also need to include some form of entertainment, and entertainment could be a wide range, anywhere from just beverages to actually a social program. So that's where it stands.
And is it related to the, why am I drawing a blank, of the nonprofit youth golf?
You're probably referring to the first tee.
Yes, sorry.
The first tee Silicon Valley is in support of having a second deck. It also, for the simple fact that it means more bandwidth and more availability of stalls. In regards to how that plays out, we don't know yet, but they are behind having expanding the capacity.
Oh, and I should have asked one other golf related question, which is with First Tee, they're also helping serve um, once again, I'm drawing a blank, of the East Palo Alto Youth Golf Program.
Their program is regional, so they serve anywhere from with their various locations, not just at our location, but their region goes as far north as Highway 92 and as far south as Gilboa/Hollister area.
But specifically, we have, they're in a collaboration with what is the East Palo Alto Bob Hoover's organization?
I can't affirm that, but I have heard them referencing that organization.
Yeah.
I do know that they actively
Live in Peace. Live in Peace? Are you thinking of them?
Yes, I think it is, it's a golf branch of Live in Peace, yeah. Yeah.
I do know they actively seek outreach to the East Palo Alto residents.
And I'll just note that my memory is that the East Palo Alto youth who participate in that golf program through the amazingly through kind of the elements of it and what it didactically teaches, that extension, those kids have an incredibly high percentage who go on to four-year schools. And so it's a really great program. And then the other thing that was talked about in the past, and I don't know what's ever happened, was as Ed Lowing was talking about kind of local golf rates, and that our residents are still getting good local rates, even as we're able to charge good dollar amounts that help our P&L from non-residents. Was a question of whether East Palo Altans should qualify for local rates, for resident rates. In part, not only is it bordering East Palo Alto, and we have our airport that impacts them, right? East Palo Alto right there. But this land used to be San Mateo County before there was decades ago a redrawing of the county land. And that's a real memory for longtime East Palo Altans, and this would be, I think, a low cost, real extension of our notion of our DEI obligations that don't stop at this somewhat arbitrary political border. So, is there any update? Was that been evaluated on allowing East Palo Altans to have resident rates?
We've internally had some initial discussions. It's to be further evaluated.
What evaluation will it take? I mean, we've been batting this around for a few years, and I'd like to get it done.
I think it would be, from a staff perspective, twofold. One is that a final decision to move forward in that direction, and then perhaps a policy decision of extending resident rates to what would be at present considered non-residents.
Okay. City manager, if we wanted to move in that direction, what would be the best process by which to give that?
Let's see, given where we are here, one question is how quickly can we answer the financial dimension? I don't know if that'll fit in this time frame. If it does, then again, we can come up with at least a placeholder. And then I don't know how much outreach, if there is any outreach required for this, but that I think would be something that the council or the staff should consider.
And financially, it's a little hard because we might be able to get from the operator the percent or the number of East Palo Altans who currently play, but there might be more as a result of them having resident rates. So I don't know how that would work out. But,
exactly. And how you want to define it. Was it youth specifically or all residents? And you know, how
I think there are already youth discounts that somehow maybe through the Live in Peace they're qualifying, but I'm not remembering the details. But the intention was all residents, and I don't think it's a large number, but I don't know the number.
Right. At present, there is a youth on course program that is not residency dependent.
Great. Okay, so it's just non-youth.
So perhaps parking lot that and staff, give you a recommendation after we've had a chance to, caucus on it.
Okay, so we're, parking lot to ask staff to come back with that. Very good. We decided everything while, Ed was gone, so we can go home. Yeah. All right. Thank you all very much. Oh, yes.
Chair,
Oh,
you
I'm
wanna go
sorry.
back
We
to
have
public
one more, we have, one public speaker who's now online.
Our speaker is Olenka V.
Hi, everybody. Yes, Olenka, I know most of you, and I'm calling specifically to discuss the possibility of including programming that Magical Bridge had offered to the city as a way to elevate or actually have programs that are available for all abilities. As I reviewed the proposed operating budget for 25, in the values, I see you feature innovation. Unfortunately, I don't see the word inclusion spoken very often, but in the purpose, it does say that you're looking to create more programs that are relevant to the community. Our community, like every other community, has many, many people that would benefit from thoughtful, adaptive, inclusive programs. Magical Bridge Foundation is very proud to say that last year we did over 80 programs, both on and off the playground, that really were thoughtful and inclusive, but they did come from our personal budget and with some very creative partnerships with people like Marike Gaburi of the Children's Theater and the Friends Group. We were able to create a few of these magical series experiences, but those have not been sort of identified as funding available from the city. So we had a presentation with, I guess, a meeting with Ed. We've talked to several of you. You guys know who you are. And there was a lot of interest in Magical Bridge being contracted with the city of Palo Alto as a way to immediately elevate the variety of programs, of recreational programs and community programs that are being made available. Other cities have this available. And unfortunately, every time I open the Enjoy catalog as a resident of Palo Alto, other than the programs that we put together, I don't see anything that would be appropriate for my family and so many others. So under the accomplishments on page 218, you do feature that Magical Bridge, that you're collaborating with Magical Bridge, but there's no funding that the city has given us for that, other than the small amount that we get from the Friends of the Children's Theater. So I am really speaking on behalf of the many families that are overlooked at the moment in your recreation planning, and I would like very much for the city to reconsider the proposal that we put forth to do some programs. We can work with you on the budget, but we do feel that Magical Bridge is a community resource, and we have a lot of families that have enjoyed our programs, but we can no longer continue to do them gratis as a nonprofit. So thanks for considering us, and we're here. You know how to find us. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment, because I think that was the third category under the special events that we were trying to recall had been mentioned, or at least was in the back of my head. And we can add that to the ones that we'll be looking at on that parking lot, and that will come back to us tomorrow. Is that what?
Hopefully,
There's some
Yes,
discussion.
hopefully when we have a chance to confer among staff.
Good. Oh, great. So that was a valuable comment. All right.
Did you take action? I think you might
We
have.
did.
Yes, there was a vote earlier. Subsequently, 2 items were added to parking lot, I think mutually agreed on here.
Yep. Great. Okay. So I think that ends this item, and we can take a lunch break.
Yes,
that
and what
right?
time would you like us to come back, Chair?
Well, let's ask folks. Yeah. So we're still a bit ahead of schedule. Folks, how long do you want to take for lunch? Do we want to come back at 2? Is that enough, or?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. Is that good?
It's the desire of the committee, if we feel we can get through the rest of this. Otherwise, I think staff is agreeable to a shorter break as well.
Well, we're a little ahead of schedule.
Well, we're not, because we're gonna come back to the general fund capital, but
Right.
that
Oh, I
won't
see.
be today. So you're
Well, what do you guys want for lunch?
unless you want to come back to general fund capital today, which is another option.
Your 2 o'clock is good. That's 50 minutes instead of the 90.
Okay.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, we'll come back at 2.
Thank you.
Thanks. We live? Okay, thanks. So at this time, we're going to go to public safety. First fire and then emergency services and then police, I guess. Welcome. So who gets to kick it off? Great, okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Burt and Finance Committee members. My name is Katie Lee. I am a management analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. And I'm here to introduce the city service area of public safety. Public safety includes the Office of Emergency Services, police, and fire departments. Next slide, please. As you can see, the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget for public safety is $111.7 million, which is about a 12% increase from the previous year. The FY25 proposed FTE also increases by about 3% or about 8 FTEs. The main reason for this increase in FTEs is due to a proposal in the fire department, which is technically shifting the fire prevention program, mainly from development services, back to the fire department. Other major proposals include reclassifying 2 property and evidence technicians in the police department and upstaffing Fire Engine 62 on overtime, which would allow the fire department to increase its fire station firefighting capacity from 4 stations to 5. Overall, the public safety budget strives to address community needs and bolstering organizational resilience. With that, I'll hand it off to Fire Chief Blackshire. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee, Geo Blackshire from the Fire Department. I guess I'll just brief you. First, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And also, I mentioned it last year, but I also want to reiterate the effectiveness of your decisions at these type meetings. I talked about the negotiations with labor and the retention efforts and how successful it is, because since we've had the contract with labor, we haven't had one firefighter leave to another department since, and that was an issue before. So that was very effective on, again, showing the importance of retention and making Palo Alto a destination fire department. We had 3 firefighters go to paramedic school, become medics successfully, and that also helps our recruitment and diversity efforts. We diligently are increasing our community risk reduction by enhancing and improving fire prevention and adding those positions to get the state mandate inspections done annually. And for the first time, our firefighters were equipped and prepared to conduct and safely conduct water rescue in times that, as using this year. Before, we didn't have the proper gear, but this year we have, thanks to the approval of last year's budget. So I just want to thank you and let you know that your decisions are taken into consideration and very helpful. This year's request aligns with the fire department becoming more resilient and efficient fire department through oh yeah, this is me. I didn't know you switched it already. To become more resilient, there was a countywide study that showed that Palo Alto Fire Department per capita is the busiest fire department in the county, and but also under-resourced with fire engines and ambulances. There's been conversations about fire engines and the lack of, as it's been heard, water in the fire stations. The lay term for that would be fire engines in fire stations, and that there has been a lack of 2 fire stations that do not have engines. So in the entire county, Santa Clara County, there are 2 fire stations without fire engines, and those 2 fire stations are in Palo Alto. And so our major proposal is a reflection of getting 1 more engine in service. So our major request is to turn the 2-person squad at Fire Station 2 into a fire engine. So they will go from 2-person to 3 personnel. Because by contract, we cannot staff a fire engine with 2 firefighters. And this will give us a total of 5 engines in Palo Alto, which is 1 short of what we had pre-COVID. So that's again, it's a recovery effort. There's also a recommendation, oh, well, let me also go back to what the engine does. Not only does that give us one more unit that gives us suppression capabilities, but on high acuity medical calls, it gives us that one more person when they respond first. For example, if it was a CPR call, we have people on an engine, they each have a task. One does airway, one does compressions, and one does push medications. The squad has two, so when they respond on a high acuity call, you just have those two firefighters by themselves until the medic unit gets there, and then they have four, and then we dispatch an additional engine. But it's that first responding unit that gives us that capacity to be more effective for positive patient outcomes. The second, another major proposal is just a technical shift from fire prevention from development services. This is more of an organizational transition, and the important piece to this is that the customer would not be affected by this transition. This is mostly internal, so the customers that use our services won't notice that there's a switch. It's just definitely technical. And then also it's just upgrading old equipment, making sure that our firefighters have we're talking about innovation, using tools that are more effective, safer, lighter, and help us not only get better treatment, but also injury prevention, depending on the weight of the tools and what it allows us to do. So, I'm gonna move to the next slide. So the outlook for the fire department, and I'll just do a summary of what we're doing here, to be more public facing, to be more resilient. Our requests are generally, and our guidelines and our goals are to be our firefighter safety, community risk reduction, and patient outcomes. And so that's the goal of everything that we're doing. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay. Questions initially, Vicki?
Sure. Well, thank you, Chief Blackshire, for all your work every day, but also for this presentation. And thank you for the good news about how responding to the budget request last year have enhanced the department.
Absolutely.
Great to hear that. I wanted to ask about the adding the fire engine at Station 2 and upgrading the 2-person squad to a 3-person squad. That sounds appropriate because it is, of course, troubling to hear that the only 2 stations in the county without engines are in Palo Alto. I wanted to ask, I believe with the 2 stations, it's 2 and 1 other, and I don't know them well by number.
Okay.
I know one is near the Mountain View border. Is that 5? Which one is?
That is 4. That's the Mitchell Park Fire Station. So that's the Fire Station 4.
Okay. The reason I ask is I know some time ago there was some like cooperative response agreement with Mountain View Fire Department, and I believe that is no longer in place. And I'm wondering if not having an engine in that fire station is a barrier to returning that, if that is desirable to return to.
Actually, that's quite accurate. So upon having we have a computer automated dispatching system that we share with Mountain View Public Safety as well as Los Altos, but Mountain View Fire specifically. When we had that CAD system, we had the capacity to drop boundaries. It's called a boundary drop, which means the system sees Mountain View Fire and Palo Alto Fire as one fire department, meaning wherever the call comes in, it's going to call the closest unit. Because we understand that regardless of where that engine's from, when someone dials 911, they just want help. They don't care if it says Palo Alto or Mountain View. So that's how the system worked for quite some time. However, when we had to make adjustments in our staffing and we started cross-staffing units, the fire chief at the time was not confident that we were resourced well enough that they won't be impacted, because we had, depending on the call, in cross-staffing, I'll do a quick explanation. We have 1 crew with 2 units. If it's a medical call, they'll jump on an ambulance. And if it's a fire engine call, they'll jump on the fire engine. But be it that the medical calls are the dominant call type in our system, it takes that engine out of service quite often. And so the fire chief at the time was not confident in that model and said, we are no longer going to do this boundary drop. Correct. So it came from Mountain View. So at that time, we stopped doing that and we pretty much separated. Keep in mind, we do still have an automatic aid agreement with Mountain View Fire in regards to freeway response. and confirmed structure fire. So when there's a confirmed structure fire, we still automatically respond to each other's district. However, those are the only call types where we automatically respond. So there's no longer a boundary drop. Just the month before last, the fire chief asked, are we fully staffed? Because he is definitely interested in continuing that type of relationship because, again, it's a benefit. But I had told him that we're working on getting engines back in our stations, but he's definitely interested because it is an effective system. There are many counties that operate as one fire department. They just call the closest unit.
So we're not talking about just the stations along the border with Mountain View, we're talking about throughout the city.
Correct.
So would we have to upgrade both of our stations, do you think, in order to reattract that cooperation?
That is my understanding.
Okay, because I will say I had a personal experience with this because in the middle of the night a few years ago, there was a fire a few doors down, but on the lot that backed up to our backyard line, and MVFD was there along with PAFD, and it was heartening to see because I live in North Palo Alto, and so so it seems to me it would be something to strive for to get that back in place. And so I guess we start with the one. Is your thought that it would be good to come perhaps next year or at some point for the other one, or what is your thinking along those lines?
So my thoughts are, if we get another engine in service now, that will give us 5 total. And we are rebuilding Fire Station 4. So ideally, that reflex time from the time that we break ground till it's built, I think that would allow us to have a better idea of the financial forecast, where that puts the city, factoring the Measure K funds, and also the growth that's going to happen on the south end of town. But I think that will give us the reflex time to make the appropriate decision, and with hopes that by the time that station's done, not only will we open it for that ambulance, but also move an engine in there as well. So again, that time frame, it kind of works out really well to have all that figured out.
That makes good sense. What impact do you think having at least this first additional engine will have on response time? Can you quantify that at all?
So to be transparent, it doesn't necessarily affect our response time so much because it's a 2-person unit that responds to most of the calls that the engine would. It's just what capacity, what resources are coming with that unit. But what that will do is, so at the Barron Park Fire Station, that's the only fire engine on the south end of town. So when that engine is on an incident, the closest engine to the south end of town would either be Stanford, the Alma Station, or Embarcadero Station. Having a fire engine at Station 2, which is over at College Terrace, gives that another engine fairly quick access to the south end of town by ways of major thoroughfares, either El Camino or Oregon Expressway to Middlefield or to Alma. Again, that engine is centrally located. So you have one extra engine as a resource to the south end of town when engine 5, which is the 65, which is the Barron Park fire engine, is on an incident. And then that engine's also the closest to get to the foothills as well, or to the 280 freeway.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Sounds pretty important. So
I'd say. Yeah.
all right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
For all of these. When you've talked to citizens before, I've seen notes that you've sent and I've heard you speak and we've chatted, and you talk about managing your logistics on a system-wide basis.
Correct.
And so the criticality is not necessarily having sort of water in every shop or whatever those words were. And I clearly see how this is better in spite of the question that in your answer to Councilmember Vinker that you've got more backup basically to move around. So you're still managing it the same way. You just have more tools to use. Is that a good summary of what you're?
Yeah. So that was in response to a question about response times, because we're not putting an additional unit, because additional units will reduce response times because it's more units responding to the same amount or to a same amount of calls, respectively. So it is system-wide the way we manage it. And one more time, your question, I want to make sure I answer it correctly.
Well, it seems like you're not trying to solve for response times so much as you're trying to solve for, I'll call it redundancy. So you have another unit to go out in case one is busy, things like that. Is that the sort of methodology to stay with your same?
Correct. So ideally, we would put 2 more engines back in service, one over at Station 4 and Station 2. But being cognizant of, budget constraints, infrastructure, et cetera, we're trying to gradually and thoughtfully increase our service.
Mhm.
And so right now, by not adding the 2 engines, we say, well, let's bump one up because that does give us a better resource to provide, again, having water in the station and having 3 people to respond to a medical call, which it increases the treatment of the patient and effectively has better patient outcomes. So what we do is we look at what we have available to us and what we have afforded to us, and we model it in a way that we feel is most effective within those limitations.
Okay. And this one that you're going to staff, I guess I don't get the terminology or the staffing where you say it's called an engine with overtime.
Correct.
Why is it overtime as opposed to another officer?
So right now there's 2, it's a captain and a paramedic on that unit.
Right.
And there's a vacancy, if you will, or I won't necessarily it's a vacancy, but following guidelines on how to propose a budget that's considerate of the plan moving forward and cognizant of adding FTEs and how that affects the budget moving forward.
Mhm.
Overtime is a way that we can do it quickly. We've done it before in the past. We've staffed ambulances in overtime, right? Matter of fact, right before COVID, right before we did this new deployment model, we had a 12-hour ambulance staffed with overtime. Then years before that, we had another ambulance staffed with overtime. So in lieu of FTEs, preferably it'd be FTE, but in lieu of, I proposed using overtime money until we are in a place where we can add FTEs to make that permanent. Because ideally, I would like to have that unit being permanent. But this is just a way to, again, just really taking what we have at our disposal and being creative and say, how can we bolster our resources within the constraints that we're given?
What's the financial difference between an FTE or overtime, including benefits?
If I could just make one clarification, actually, before Chief, you respond. Vice Mayor, I think it might be helpful also just to do the math. When we talk about 1 FTE, we typically mean 1 person that is available for 2,000 hours a year. When referring to public safety, 1 position is actually 3 FTEs because it needs to cover a 24/7. So it's basically 3 shifts. So as the chief looks at the dollars, when you say, "Whoa, that's an expensive person," hopefully it's actually reflecting the 3 people that are needed over the course of the 3 shifts.
Yeah. So my question was just the difference between staffing it, those 3 shifts with OT versus FTEs.
Okay, so when you factor in the cost of the overtime versus the FTE minus the 19% that Stanford pays for through their contract, it's about $60,000 is the difference.
That covers 3 shifts?
Correct.
That's a pretty small number. If that's
60K more expensive to do it with the OT than the FTE, is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry?
No, I thought the FTE was 60,000 more.
Which is
Correct.
It's the FTE that's
Yeah,
60,000 more.
the total amount for those 3 firefighters, 3 firefighter full-time equivalent versus the overtime to fill that position every day on 3 shifts.
So it's 60,000 less expensive with the overtime
Correct.
than with the FTE.
Correct.
And is that benefits included on the FTEs?
That is rolled up.
That's rolled in there?
Yes.
Okay.
But does that include the pension?
No, that it does not. Yeah, but that again, that's why it's like, yeah. So that's again, trying to work within constraints and guidance. We are.
Yeah, and I was looking for full loaded costs.
Correct.
To get the right comparison.
But hold on. It does include the pension costs.
Sorry,
Yeah.
can I clarify? So the overtime cost is a flat cost per se. The staffing cost is the $60,000 that the chief commented on. I guess the piece that's missing is the staffing cost compounds over years because you have increased salaries, you have increased pension costs. So the salaries related to the staff is going to increase exponentially compared to the overtime cost that's needed to cover the time for overtime.
Okay, and my other related question is, do you think, I mean, I'm not suggesting you polled this, but do you think that this is the preference for your firefighters, that because they like a bit of overtime as opposed to staffing?
No, they would prefer to have something more secure, which is the position. The FTE is more permanent. I don't think it's and especially in our department right now, overtime is not as, and it's a different generation, to be quite frank. Yeah, it's different than when I came on where
You look pretty young to me.
oh man, it's the lighting. I don't know. Maybe because I'm smiling. But
Could you just comment just a bit more fully on where you are now with staff and where you want to be and what's going on to make that happen?
sure. So right now we have we are in suppression firefighters. We have 10 vacancies. We just made offers to 8 lateral firefighters, and that's to get these firefighters on before the summer, because again, when summertime comes, we open up the fire station and then Foothill Nature Preserve. That's overtime. Then families will take vacations, etc. So the goal to hire these 8 firefighters before the summer is to take away some of that overtime. Again, this is desirable for labor to get to this overtime down. So that's the goal. And then we will have another academy in the fall to fill those last 2 positions. Also, that we have vacancies in fire prevention that we'll be filling possibly with firefighters that have goals to be in there. So that will create another vacancy. So that fall hiring is hopefully to capture the last 2 vacancies that we currently have after we hire the 8, and any firefighters that may go up to fire prevention as well.
And what's your confidence level on the recruiting pipeline for the next round after these 8? I hope it's getting easier, but don't tell me that if it's not true.
No, it actually, it's the challenge with recruitment is the diversity factor. I mean, we're making a lot of efforts, as a matter of fact. So we're hiring lateral firefighters, which are firefighters that are currently working in other fire departments. So that's favorable in the essence of experience and time.
Yeah.
We don't have to put them through, a 16-week academy, et cetera. They can go through a shorter
Excellent.
academy and they could be on in
And I'm
much
glad
shorter
we're
time.
appealing to them.
Correct. But in the fall, the goal is to do an entry-level hiring, which allows us to go out and recruit and, have a larger candidate pool to pull from. And that gives us the ability to take people that, maybe thought they wanted to be firefighters, want to be firefighters, didn't have the resources to get, to be a paramedic or an EMT, et cetera, and pull them in and make them part of the candidate pool. So that's the goal. Future-wise, obviously, the goal is to have all our engines back. I'd like an engine back at Fire Station 4, I'd like an engine back at Fire Station 2. And that's the ultimate goal.
Okay. It sounds like you're completely on top of this. It's great. Speaking of locations, you still don't have a training center, is that right?
Correct.
And are you still sharing the one somehow with Stanford?
That is correct. That is the training center that we use primarily. And we've been actually doing a lot of work to maintain that because that's where we train. But in the contract with Stanford, there's no guarantee that they have to provide a training center moving forward. So for example, if this, it's total hypothetical, but let's say they want to move the fire station, they want to build another one somewhere on campus because they want to use that lot for another building. Wherever they move us to, they don't have to build another training center. If for some reason the building became condemned and had to knock it down, they are not obligated to put another training center up. So again, they really have all the control on how we train in regards to a training center. So
If that happened, where would we have to go? How far away?
well, we got money last in the last budget hearing to have Public Works work with us to do an assessment of where in the city, if we were to have
Yeah.
a training center, where would that go? That is quite challenging though, because there isn't a whole lot of real estate to put a fire training center somewhere.
So there's no list of the top 10 spots yet, right?
No, but we're going to work on that.
But is there any out of town areas that that we could lease or that you could borrow and just share it with another fire department if Stanford turns away from us?
You know what? I mean, that's always something to look into. The closest would either be like Mountain View, Fire Station 4 off of Ellis. We'd have to come to some kind of agreement or something in Menlo Park. However, the challenge with that is, sending units that far to train, which really depletes our resources in the city.
Yeah.
When we had 6 engines, we are a lot more active in regards to mutual aid and auto aid. As a matter of fact, we stopped responding to we've turned down requests to respond to fires all over the state because we didn't have enough engines in service because, as a matter of fact, we used to send engines to other fire departments to train with them, but depleting 1, especially 2 engines, I mean, that's half our engines. So we don't participate in those type of trainings. We try to bring training in. As a matter of fact, we're going to do some training at Foothills Park at the end of the month with County Fire, who we have the contract with up at the Foothills Nature's Preserve. But we hardly ever send our engines outside of the city for training just to make sure that we have enough resources to respond internally.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that seems like a medium to high priority to find a training site that we can depend on for the future. Unless we sign a longer term agreement with Stanford, I think we're really at risk there.
Correct.
Last question is, what is the community focused strategic planning process? What's the scope of that and the time frame?
Oh, that's a great question. So the strategic plan, we are currently in our last year of the strategic plan from 19 to 24. And what that is, it's all the stakeholders get to play a part in it. So we'll get stakeholders from external community members, people we have contracts with, agreements with, that we work with outside the department. They talk about what their expectations are, how they think our services are, it's almost like a SWOT analysis. And then we do that internally as well. So we'll get, firefighters of all ranks and positions and different divisions to come in and have the conversation, taking what the stakeholders kind of added to, and we take that into consideration. And then we come up with a strategy. What do we want to do over the next 5 years? What are we trying to accomplish? So, going through diversity in hiring, training, firefighter wellness and safety, pub ed, I think I said recruitment and hiring. But we set goals for ourselves to accomplish within the 5 years. And that just gives us, always, every time we come to a budget hearing or you do different initiatives, if you can tie it back to the strategic plan, it goes over well because this is a whole department participation where it's showing this is what the stakeholders expect us to do. This is what we agreed as an organization to do. And it's easier for everyone to fall in line because you could always fall back to that and say, hey, this is what we agreed to do and get accomplished. And matter of fact, in the time before last we did a strategic plan, we renewed our mission statement. So you get to review the mission statement, our values, et cetera, to give guidance as we move forward over the next 5 years. So this would be the last year of the current strategic plan.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks. That was a lot of additional helpful info. So going back to the question on the response time indicators, did I understand it correctly that by adding this additional truck, we won't necessarily significantly improve the response time in a given area because the plan really distributes coverage? Is that essentially what was being said?
Correct. So again, this proposal would just change the resources that are allocated over the system. Ideally, again, put in an additional engine or even an additional ambulance in service, because that's what was identified in the LAFCO report. That was an information item in council's packet some time ago, but it was recommended that so there's this concept called unit hour utilization, and it's like how available are resources to run calls concurrently. And the higher, and anything over 10% is like that error, that measurement or that value where units are less available to run calls at the same time, which means you're either going to have to call units farther away or mutual aid units. So all our ambulances are well over the 10% unit utilization, and we have one engine that's over 10%, and then we have two other engines that are bumping at 9%. So that means that because we're the busiest fire department in the county per capita, and we have these resources, they're called out quite a bit, and they have fewer time to be more resilient in the community.
And we're busiest mostly because we provide ambulance service, right?
Well, yeah, well, why is a good question. So we had just about 9,300 calls last year, which is the most we've ever had in the history of this fire department. And it can be attributed to people living longer, the type of healthcare people are getting. Yeah, I mean, it's real. Stanford population, the economy coming back. We haven't really been able to narrow it down to like what's impacting it that much, but the recovery was clear. And I have those numbers if you want them, but we're at over 9,000. We've never been over 9,000 before. And
to what extent does that explain on the percent of responses within 8 minutes? We had in 20, this is page 240. We had been in 2022 at 88%. We dropped to 77 in 23. We budgeted to get back up to 90, but we instead fell to 75. Now we're budgeting back to get to 90, our goal. So what made us think that in the 24 budget we were going to get 90? Was it just the return of the staffing, the restaffing?
Well,
and then what caused us to not hit that?
It's just a goal, to be quite honest. It's hard to quantify exactly without adding actually additional units. It's a goal. So what we try to do is find ways and policy to reduce the types of calls that we respond to. For example, we're working on a system right now where even with the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, who uses our resources frequently, we're trying to determine how can we make the engines more available, and maybe because we respond an engine and an ambulance to each medical call. But since they have medical professionals there, we find that depending on the acuity of the call, we may be able to just respond an ambulance to that center and have the engine available again to run more calls. Because it's important that we have that level of availability, because when we have a drawdown on our ambulances, we have to count on county ambulance to come into the city, which is, as you can imagine, a longer response time. So again, without adding units, it's really hard to outside of policy.
That PAMF example, you're saying when we have to pick up emergency folks at PAMF to transport them to a hospital, or?
Yeah, so what happens is someone may call their doctor and they're having some kind of difficulty, and they'll say, oh yeah, come in and we'll look at you. So they come in, they check them out. Maybe it's something more serious than they anticipated. They may, once they hook them up to an IV and their condition worsens, they have to be transported to an actual hospital. And once they're hooked up to an IV, and depending on their assessment, they have to be transported by an emergency unit. But what we feel is that sometimes the calls don't necessarily need 5 firefighters on that call, because they have professional medical personnel there. So those are types of ways we're trying to make units more available by policy, because we can't add the units. So we're trying to find out different types of calls we run, who runs on the call, et cetera. So go ahead.
Well, but that drop from our budgeted 90% down to our estimated 75 is still a big difference. Now, that doesn't mean that we're taking that much. It may be less than 2 minutes longer, but a percentage of the calls that are over 8 minutes jumped from a projected 10% to an actual 25%.
Right.
One of the factors sounds like we had an increase in service calls.
Correct.
So that would be one of the major factors.
Absolutely.
Are there any other factors that you've identified? Was it that still we had expected to have a certain number of the new personnel on staff by then and we had fewer, or are there any other explanations that we've identified as contributing factors?
No, the main one is when we hire people, we're filling vacancies as opposed to putting additional units in service. And, and we try to base our, our model on what happened in the current year. So it's really hard to anticipate the jump in calls for service with the same units running those times. So if there's more calls, more units are on calls, as calls are coming in, it's just going to take them longer to get there depending on the availability. And it's really just peak hours. I mean, between like say 10 a.m. and like about 6 to 7 p.m., sometimes 8, depending on the day, but we can be really busy. Our ambulance we have a drawdown of our ambulances about 280 times a year-ish.
Drawdown meeting.
That means they're no more available. That means they're all on calls. And whenever they're all on calls, we have to call a county ambulance to come in to back us up. And so, the goal is to find ways to become more available. Yeah.
Okay. And then you did mention that we've been able to hire laterally because I assume that that's having that right mix of new hires who are experienced to the new hires who are new and inexperienced. You need to have that balance, right? You can't have too many new people at once.
There are pros and cons to that. I mean, we hope to get it. I mean, it definitely, you talk about diversity. I mean, even with lateral firefighters, it has a level of diversity because we just made offers to firefighters from LA Fire, from San Diego area, Reno, Sacramento, just all over. So they bring a certain set of skills with them. So that's very beneficial. And again, the time frame is very beneficial. But there's also a desire to bring in new firefighters because it brings a different type of energy, different opportunity for diversity. Definitely when we're recruiting, trying to get more women in the department because there's so few out there to do a lateral transfer. If we figure if we can bring them in as new firefighters, educate them, tell them about the business. I never heard about it before. I'd like to look into it and give them opportunities also. So that's just part of our efforts on trying to balance lateral versus, because I have that conversation whenever it's brought to me, we want to hire lateral firefighters. I said, well, hold on, how is that going to affect our efforts with diversity? How can we make sure that that's still one of the focuses in our fire departments? Because we know that having a diverse workforce results in better patient care. It just does. It's a better service to the community.
And when you were talking about hiring from outside the area, one of the good things about in fire, you're working 24-hour shifts.
Right.
And so it allows folks to commute from a lot greater distance than say police. It's got to be here 5 days a week or whatever. When I've been talking a year or two ago with some of the newer recruits, they were more local. They were South County and things like that than coming in from Auburn or whatever. Is that a pattern that you're seeing in the new recruits? Are they being more local, or is there any kind of, as far as how far folks are commuting from, is there any trend that you're seeing?
Oh, not so much. I mean, goodness, we try to recruit. We recruit nationally. I mean, put that out there. And we have gotten applications from all over the country. Matter of fact, we've hired people from as far as Georgia, in the northern states, et cetera. But that's our goal, is just to recruit nationally. We work with NTN, which is a national training network, because they do have a candidate pool that's national. We try to look at the demographics and make sure they align with our efforts as we're trying to do this recruitment. So it's we're trying to get better, to be quite honest, at recruitment. We don't have like a recruitment division, so we try to find something local. If there's a recruitment fair and we get an invite or we find it, we send people there. The challenging part is what I feel is that those are, when you go to a public safety recruitment fair, those are just people that are already kind of aligned to be in public safety or firefighting. But I think there's a lot of people out there that aren't aware. Once you talk to them about the fire service, they become engaged, which is, I wasn't a kid that always wanted to be a firefighter. I just got exposed to it late. And I came in, I didn't have EMT. I was enrolled, but I didn't have it. I was enrolled in fire. So I was a late bloomer in that regard. But we also had people that wanted to be firefighters for, years. So again, I just think that gives us an opportunity to educate those that never thought about being firefighters to be firefighters here in Palo Alto.
Sorry, I'm thinking about a joke on firemen and policemen. I won't say it. The switch of fire prevention from development services. So can you explain that a little bit? I guess I hadn't appreciated that it was in development services, but was it staffed by, who was staffing that and what's that change about?
Yeah, so the goal was to, the initial goal when it first happened, this was under Chief Nichols' administration, but the goal was to, at some point, there was like this vision to be an enterprise type department where, you know, it would kind of pay for itself, but we never got there, you know, all the permit fees, inspection fees, et cetera. And so years and years later, there was recently a study, an organizational study of the development center, and to be more efficient and appropriate in the way it's distributed. And it was recommended that fire kind of separate. So as we're collecting funds from hazmat or from doing hazmat permits, from state mandates, et cetera, that money's put back into the system. Also, having the prevention under fire also gives us more autonomy with the personnel and how we move them around, the programs we put them in. For example, even when COVID came, it was part of the strategy of the development center to, you know, to eliminate some of the inspectors because they had 80%, they were paying for 80% of those inspectors and fire was paying for 20.
And are they uniformed or non-uniform?
They are sworn currently, but the four that we have vacant now can be either civilian or sworn. That was part of the agreement on adding positions to fire prevention to get these inspections done, is that they can be both civilian and sworn.
Okay.
And so we just came to a side letter with labor on how we're going to make that happen. So we're ready to move forward in that regard.
And then the 10 vacancies that we have currently, I mean, historically, we've always had a good number of vacancies, and that's part of that. We try to keep it down to a minimum. First, how does that compare to historic patterns? First question.
I'll pull that up right now.
Chair?
Yeah.
I'd also like to offer that staff has been able to get the information for public safety staffing from 2019 compared to 2025. If in this
great.
moment you'd like us to share, we're ready to share screen at any time.
Good, thank you.
Okay. So one more time the question to make sure I answer it appropriately.
Just how that vacancy level compares to historically typical vacancies.
Okay, so I'll just kind of move to when COVID happened was the first time, goodness, since I can remember that we were fully staffed. That's why at the time we had to find ways to create some room when we did the retirement incentives, et cetera, because we didn't have any vacancies that we could have just frozen and said, okay, that's our money that we're trying to, you know, for the
we had finally worked
yes,
ourselves
it
up.
was
Got
so hard to get there, and we finally got there, and then we had to do these reductions, and we didn't have any vacancies to attribute towards the reduction, so we actually had to find some way to remove positions. Then we applied for the SAFER grant, and then we were able to get some of those positions back funded for 3 years. So now we're just trying to get back there, but we did have a tremendous challenge with retaining firefighters for so many reasons that we feel that we're in the right trajectory. We have a lot of work to do, but again, with the help of council decision and the city staff and HR, et cetera, the contract was like that first step to retention. And now, you know, getting these resources back is going to be another huge step.
So out of that 10 vacancies and 8 that you anticipate filling real shortly, until that happens, are we just making up with OT?
Correct. You know, that's how we fill vacancies. Yeah, because just to give you an idea of how that works, when we had the brownout of Station 2 right after COVID, that's how it works. So if people didn't come to work, whether they were sick or vacation, we just took that unit out of service. But typically what we do is when someone doesn't come in, we keep that unit in service by filling it with overtime. And that's how we keep all our resources in service.
Okay. And then I wanted to go back to this question just on the economics of filling with overtime versus additional staff. I wasn't quite clear on the pension side. So if we have all in with pensions, is it more expensive to use the overtime? Is that what was being said when we include the pensions by 60,000 or the other way around?
I believe it's more expensive for the positions in the first year, and then that gap would just grow by more than that 60,000 if you added the positions instead of the overtime over time.
So more expensive to have the position. Because you got more folks drawing pensions as opposed to a higher pension for the folks that are here.
Overtime is not pensionable.
It's not. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Now from a department morale standpoint, they're not looking to be forced into overtime that they don't want to work.
Correct. That is the sentiment of late. That is the sentiment of late. It is. Yeah, it's tremendous to, when I came on, overtime was like that thing that, everyone wanted. And if someone felt like they were skipped, it was a big deal. Whose turn is it? Now it's just been, we've been trying to find ways to just get rid of the overtime, because people, they want to spend the time off. Wellness is one of our initiatives. We really try to be cognizant of what our firefighters are exposed to, make sure they have the time off to recover. We're learning a lot more about the stresses of the business. Before, the fire service was just one of those jobs where you just kind of did it and you just hold it in and you don't really know how to coping mechanisms, et cetera. But we found that, methods and training and resources, et cetera, and time off is healthy for a long career.
Yep. And then one last question before we get to the screen. And this crosses over to Chief Duker's area, but on the wildland fire risk, which we're all seeing insurance rates going astronomically in the state, because the insurance industry is recognizing how severe that risk really is. Not only what it's been, but what it is going forward. And it's probably not going to get better. It's probably going to get worse. I wanted to understand the interagency collaboration, both planning and training, and we have a whole slew of agencies. I heard about the agencies in our county doing cross-training in the wildland area, but I was less clear on whether it crossed the county line into the San Mateo County agencies that are immediately adjacent to our wildlands, because we know that fire doesn't respect county lines.
You're absolutely right. So primarily we do, we train with agencies within the county. As I said, we are going to be training soon with County Fire, because that's who we have the contract with, and partnership with CAL FIRE as well. They're bringing some of their resources up here because it's in state responsibility area as opposed to local responsibility area. In our auto aid agreement with Woodside, we're supposed to train together every year, and our Deputy Chief Lindsay, who's the Deputy Chief of Support in charge of training, has contacted Woodside to start doing more training, not just in wildland, but also on freeway response, because our resources change, and it's just good to know what you're bringing, when you go into a call, what resources you're bringing. So that it's been quite some time since we've sent an engine to San Mateo to participate in the wildland drills. As I said, we don't send engines outside the city anymore, but that's what we're trying to do, is engage back with them. But Woodside is close enough where we can partner with them and train with them.
And then we've got, was it La Honda Purisma? Is that what it is?
Over the hill,
Yeah,
back
it goes
down
right
there.
up to
Correct.
our border, and then we have Menlo, that's the lower foothills there, that's contiguous. Are they part of this?
We usually respond in regards to wildfire over in the bay, when the grass over there in the bay catches fires, it's some way, shape, or form, it'll catch fire, and we'll respond collectively over there. But in the foothills, we primarily train with Woodside, or we collaborate with Woodside. But definitely, I'll have looking into La Honda would be interesting. We've never connected with them, and
Interesting.
yeah, so it'd be a lot of value because of proximity, just to see. Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah. And they got a station there, right on the ridge line. And then I thought the Menlo, can't visualize the district boundary, but I thought the Menlo really went up into their the lower foothills, running up against the Woodside district, and that they would have a wildland role as well.
Yeah, so they took over Stanford Linear Accelerated Center, And we used to have a fire station up there.
Yeah.
Fire Station 7 was up there. So when we left Slack, Menlo Park has the contract over there. So there is definitely wildland urban interface within Slack
Yeah.
that leads up to the foothills over there. So
Yeah.
absolutely.
So
Los Trancos
I
area, et
would
cetera.
really be interested in what we can do to do as strong of joint training with them, and that they should be, and maybe they are, with County Fire and CAL FIRE as well, just all the 6 agencies that are sharing that same foothills area. When it hits, we're gonna need every resource working together.
Oh, absolutely. And CAL FIRE supports a lot of the aid, even with Menlo Park, because I believe they would stop at 280 district wise. Not that they wouldn't go past that, but district wise, it stops at 280. So west of 280 is always like, that's the red flag, right? That's where things get really
So then
dangerous.
out of that wildland area, we got the preparation, we have the response, but we also have that early detection, which is so critical. I mean, we may have a big fire that comes over the hill, but early detection for fires that start in our area. And my question is, out of emerging technologies, either specific gas detection, IR, any of those emerging technologies, and maybe Ken's gonna be able to answer that more.
Oh, sure.
But where are we?
Saying
Because
big five.
I just think that that's both a critical need and an emerging opportunity.
Good. Well, thanks on behalf of Chief Blackshaw. Chief Duker here for Office of Emergency Services, but we, along with PD, share the interest in being more efficient using sensor technology. So I'll just speak briefly, actually, to 2 of the things. Cross-county collaboration is a big one. For those not aware, every 4th of July, Palo Alto is actually the lead agency in a multi-agency, multi-county, multi-echelon safety watch. We used to call it a fire watch, but it's actually more than that. It also involves both CAL FIRE divisions, the CEU and the SCU. CAL FIRE geographic divisions are involved, along with Highway Patrol and a bunch of others. To answer your question, Woodside Fire, Stanford University, Palo Alto are in the process of engaging through the Santa Clara County Fire Safe Council, a detector company called N5. Oakland and a few other agencies in the area have been using it. So a little bit like the startup that you introduced us a couple of years ago, but more advanced. So we'll have more to report on that. The reason it's not here for a budgetary item is that it won't have a budgetary consequence to the city. So more to follow, but just to answer that question.
What about drone technology?
So UAS, we're still looking at that. A number of agencies, including Menlo Fire, have deployed UAS, unmanned aerial systems, drones. And we Palo Alto are not likely to be the lead on that, but we're just like sensors. Fire Safe Council is looking at an integrated kind of IoT, Internet of Things approach, which would be much more intelligent and better from a cost and frankly bureaucratic perspective to not have each little agency try to administer a program. So more to follow on that, but it's being looked at.
And are those emerging using IR or visual or both?
All of the above, including multispectral gas sensors.
On the drones?
On the drones too.
Wow.
Yeah, so CAL FIRE through, I think, Joe, you could probably speak to it, but National Guard has been flying some sensor payload packages to sniff. There's the ground-based sensors are great for the immediate detection, but then when you want to do not to get too wonky, but since you asked, spectral analysis, right? You're doing gas chromatography at altitude. And
so
that's
they
where that
can
comes in.
basically detect gases that can distinguish what's the gases being emitted from a fire from other gases. That's really great. And I think as fast as we can embrace those things, because that's really valuable. Thanks. Not to mention, even if we do have a fire, even being able to track boundaries and movements. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Vicky. You have
Actually, just a little more for you if I can.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Because I was really appreciative of what you said about diversity in hiring. And, I went to that amazing graduation ceremony, and I believe it was the most diverse class that has come in a while. Is that correct this past year?
I think that's an accurate statement.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
you know, without having the data in front of me, but yeah, as I said, we put a lot of work into it with, you know, within the limitations we have, we really make that a priority to try and reach out and make sure we have a, you know, diverse candidate pool to choose from.
Yeah, and I believe that's what I'd heard at the time, and it was an impressive showing there. And it also, to have it in Palo Alto with the people from so many different places, San Jose, et cetera, was sort of a point of pride. And I feel like having various points of pride would help you in your efforts to recruit and retain. And that's partly why I'm so concerned about getting you your engines. And I wanted to just briefly go back to that just because for my edification, just to understand a little bit, because it seems to me, just continuing to listen to you, that getting not only this first one or the fourth one, whatever, of the two new ones, getting the first one this year and then the next one stat is just really critical. And I just want to make sure we do whatever we can to protect that. So the two questions I have, but I don't know to whom to address it, like whom, you, finance. One is, can you just help me, since I'm not as detailed familiar with the budgets, where in the budget is that engine represented? I'm looking at the budget reconciliation.
Oh, you're talking about the overtime. The overtime is, I don't know.
The upstaffing for the engine with overtime, is that the question?
I thought you were getting new equipment this year, or you were asking for it, no?
No, right now we're just talking about the upstaffing.
Just the upstaffing.
Yeah, that would turn the squad, the two-person squad, into an engine. Now in tier 2, there's some talk of, we had made a proposal, and this is a bit of, goodness, I'll bring it up, but.
It's appropriate. If the committee does have the.
Okay.
Additional captions.
That's why I couldn't.
Yeah, so it's the, it's called a single role, program. So what single role is, so currently all of our ambulances, that one?
Let me ask you to hold for a
Okay.
second so we all get on the same page.
Yeah, this is what you gave us.
Yeah.
Which document?
I read that last night.
Memo file 1.
Yeah.
And the third page.
Hang on.
Down second from the bottom.
It's the one that's called Emergency Medical Services Expansion. So it's in your binder, item called Finance Committee Supplemental Report.
Which tab?
I don't know if it was a tab. I think, Vin, when you put it in this morning, is
It's
it a,
I don't know. Finance,
it
item
says-
number 1.
happy to let you borrow
Third
mine
page.
for the time being?
No, is this?
What's the packet page?
No, it's.
Yes, it is. It
it's-
is.
yeah.
Thank you. You
Page
got it?
3,
Thank you.
Page 3.
Second item from the bottom, emergency fire and medical. And I think everybody needs to stare at, it's $4 million per year.
Oh, yeah.
This is not chump change.
Yes.
That's why I was asking, I was trying to find out what the dollar figure was. But that's one time. You said per year. Is it
year.
per year?
Yeah.
4 million per year.
Correct. So,
Correct.
so I could explain this
Yeah.
strategy. This is, this proposal is a single role model. So it's to, what the goal is to have a fourth ambulance and put the engine back in service. And the way we do that is, instead of asking for enough, just extra firefighters to staff these units, because currently all of our ambulances are staffed with firefighters. So instead, what we would do is we would staff 3 ambulances with civilians, paramedics and EMTs. The firefighters that currently staff those ambulances would be put on the engines. And therefore, we would run a different EMS program, emergency medical service program, while, again, without just hiring a bunch of firefighters. This is just an alternative to that, because it's more cost effective, clearly, to have a civilian program. 1 ambulance would still be sworn, 3 would be civilian. And again, the firefighters that staff the ambulances would be put on to the fire engines. Therefore, we wouldn't have to add any additional sworn staff to do that.
So this 4 million number is the FTE's cost as well as the equipment? Or
FTE, well, we have the equipment, we have the engines, we have the ambulance, we would just, this is primarily administration, program, management, and and personnel.
So we have the equipment, we just don't have the people.
Correct.
Yeah, and the first year would be 1.5 million.
Yeah,
And
it's
then we'd work
incremental.
up to
Correct.
4 million.
And it would be 3 to 4 million depending on how I mean, there's different ways that we could approach this. We can go big or go small.
So even when we say, you know, the one station is without water, it's not that it's without an engine capable of having the water, it's that it's without the personnel, FTEs.
Correct. Correct.
I understand.
I'd like to
Okay.
clarify, we did get clarification, the 4 million is only for the headcount, not for the equipment.
Correct.
Right, okay, because we have the equipment.
We have equipment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of, but, and we need all 9.5 FTE equivalent because that's essentially 3-ish people.
Correct. But those 9 would be for the ambulance. There would be the civilians for the ambulance and then the firefighters.
shift them
We
up.
would just shift them.
Yeah.
Therefore, we wouldn't have to add additional sworn firefighters.
Got
If
it.
we're adding
Okay.
sworn, it'd be even more expensive.
Correct.
Okay.
So this is a way to offset that cost. And we feel there's some benefits. And the 9 is for the first year of the plan.
Got it.
And then again, as we move forward, we would be able to, again, this would be a new business for us. So we'd have to, there'd be negotiations with labor. We have to see how the program's running, hiring, recruitment, turnover, et cetera, because they're civilians, many of which would probably have goals of becoming firefighters. So we also feel that's a recruitment tool, diversity tool to get people and get acclimated to the community, to the firefighters, et cetera. Just feel like a home type place if they start here. So initially it would start at, it would be 3.2 million with, if we went short, if you said, what's the minimum amount that you could do this program for, it'd be 3.2.
I'm sorry, so the 1.5 is part of that 3?
That'd be the first year.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Not a full year
Right.
funding.
Correct.
I thought you said start it. I gotcha. Yeah, so it's 1.5 escalating to 4. According to
Well, we
this.
could do it for 3.2.
We could do it for 3.2. Okay, so if we were to want to go in this direction, we'd have to find $1.5 million this year and figure out some way to fund it on an ongoing basis.
We would have a phased in plan.
Yeah.
And the goal is after, depending on how fast we move, 3 to 4 years, we would have pretty much a set program that would be sustainable moving forward.
Yeah, and this would only, and if we can pull that off, that's still only one of the 2 pre-COVID engines that we're missing now.
Well, that would bring all of them back.
Oh.
This is an alternative proposal to
Correct.
what's in the budget.
Correct.
What's in the budget is just for the upstaffing, the overtime staffing for the, what are we calling that station on Hanson?
Oh, Station 2. Or
Yeah, you refer to it as College Terrace.
College
Station.
Terrace, yes.
Okay, I think I see what's happening. So the overtime proposal would get another engine online, but we have the engine. Is that right or no?
Correct. We have the actual apparatus. We just we need the people.
Right. And is that OT proposal doing that?
Yes.
The overtime proposal would put engine 62, the Cottage Terrace fire engine, back in service.
Got it.
Correct.
Okay, and in FY 2025.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then this alternative proposal would bring the last one.
It's an alternative in that it would bring both
But yes.
stations that don't currently have fire engines in them
Mhm.
would have those fire engines, but it's an entire kind of shuffling of the staffing throughout the system.
Yeah, I understand it's a different mechanism but in terms of the end result, what's in the budget gets us one more, alternative gets us both.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes,
And and the price is 1.5 and escalating.
correct.
Okay, that's what I
Yes.
wanted to understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Just before that question was asked, I was going to ask, what if we added just one more ambulance that's staffed to the current proposal? Because doesn't that get you probably faster response times?
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely. So currently we call AMR, I can get the AMR, it's the county ambulance provider. Well over, I want to say about 200, let's just say 250 times. And we do transport about 89 times currently, or last year.
That they transport.
Correct. So we call them about 250 times. We transport about in the 80s, about high 80s. If we were to get another ambulance in the system, we would take that down to double digits that we call them in. I mean, yeah, it would.
Do you know offhand what the cost of that? That would be an actual incremental vehicle plus staff.
Correct. Well, are we talking about staffing it with civilians or staffing it with firefighters or?
That would be
or we're
your
talking-
choice.
Oh, goodness, I could.
Not,
figure that out.
probably
Yeah.
not OT, because we want it active.
Right, so engine 62 with one single roll ambulance would be 1.7 million.
So engine and an ambulance?
That's
Yeah.
a single roll ambulance, so those are civilians on the ambulance, and we would take those firefighters and put them on an engine.
But you're saying we can't just add an ambulance, we have to also add a fire engine?
If we
staffing?
just added an ambulance and not an engine?
Yeah,
Oh, goodness, let me see, I may have that.
or we can have that researched.
Give me 1 second, sorry. So for one single roll ambulance, looking at be about $1 million. That's with civilians. If we had a civilian program,
Okay, and what do we pay the county for their roles?
we don't. They back up our system through a mutual aid agreement. We don't have an agreement with county EMS. They back up our system because we have 201 rights, which means this is our emergency operation area. It's Palo Alto owns it. So to get into contract with another EMS agency would jeopardize our exclusivity in that regard. So we don't have a contract, but they do back up our system through a county mutual aid
Okay.
system.
And then, don't we charge folks for taking a ride with our ambulance?
We do.
What's that fee?
That fee, it's about $3,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that
But
negates,
just keep in mind,
that negates my second question, which
Right.
is, can we increase the fee?
so you know what, our EMS director feels that we have the capacity to, and it's not necessarily just raise it we just feel that we are not in line with the revenue that we could be getting for our services. So there are ambulance transport services out there that do charge more than us. So what we would do is do an assessment. And again, with his knowledge and expertise, he's pretty confident that we would be able to appropriately raise our ambulance fees to align with the EMS service in general.
Yeah, that's always appealing to do cost recovery. If we can get above that and it's competitive, and I mean, people aren't going to say, no, send me a cheaper ambulance. They're going to take the ambulance. I get that. We don't want to be unfair to the patient, but we want to be competitive. So
Correct. And so so just keep in mind with that cost, we don't always net that
Yeah,
amount
yeah,
because of Medicare, Medi-Cal patients,
Right.
uninsured.
Right.
And then there's the ones that we get that from is the commercial insurance, people that have commercial
And
insurance.
I'll say that our taxpayers like our cost recovery until they get the ambulance bill.
Yeah, exactly. But if they're alive and they get the bill, that's a good thing. So,
Yep.
I don't know, I wouldn't take that one off the table. Just to add that medical capacity, because that's where more of your calls are, obviously. And it's cheaper than financing the whole ball of wax in a package. So I wouldn't, I mean, I think maybe that's a parking lot item for us.
Is that
It-
something we'd be able to know on what increased cost recovery we could have? Is that beyond the time frame that we're looking today
So-
and tomorrow on?
Let me clarify the question. The question, if I understand, is if we were to modify the fees for ambulance services, what would that spread be and what could it generate? That would require a little bit more analysis because we'd have to look at what our current experience level is, right? For all the factors the chief just mentioned. And then also I have found in my experience, collections. The bills go out, no collections. And so that will take us a bit of time to analyze further.
Yeah, all those are very
So
fair factors.
So just keep in mind, and this is great, I appreciate the support, but this would take some time because it's a new business model for us. There's going to be labor negotiations. It's very common, and we've been talking to, as labor has as well, fire departments that do have a system like this. So we anticipate some form of, it's going to be a while, just the negotiations alone. Then there's the business model piece. So
Because they're civilians, you mean?
correct. And, whether they'll be part of the union, what their compensation plan would be, sworn versus civilian, pension, et cetera. I mean, those talks happen in these cases. So it wouldn't we wouldn't be able to start this on July 1. It's going to take some time. But
So with sworn officers, would it double the price or?
Oh, goodness. Let me get that for you.
If I can jump in quickly, just to clarify or add that we have added funding this year for a fee study for citywide fees. So that will be something that the Administrative Services Department will be doing. So this fee will be part of that study to clarify whether it's at cost recovery or whether we can move the amount that we're collecting for that fee.
But that extra ambulance would collect more revenue because they wouldn't be going to county, because we lose quite a bit of money on transports when I think it was in about $76,000 we lost to county transporting last year.
Do you know what the county charges or their service?
I can find out. I don't know right off.
Did you find what it would cost for?
Oh, you see.
We keep interrupting while you're doing your research there. Sorry.
It's okay. Let me see. And this is for, I'm sorry.
A staffed ambulance with firefighters instead of civilians, so we wouldn't have to do a whole business model.
So that would be six firefighters, 2 per shift. So it'd be about 1.8 million.
Okay.
Less than 1.8.
But a certain percentage of that, that's not what it nets because we get revenue to offset.
Correct.
So I don't know if you are able to crunch that or provide that
In both cases, we would.
Yeah, so we're
Yeah.
interested in what's the net impact on the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's a backfill component to that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna, just for clarity, because I don't think we still have clarity. I'm going back to the budget person. This $60,000 that's calculated on the overtime instead of the FTE. That's $60,000 more for the FTE, right?
Yes.
Right. And your original answer was that 60,000 there, but over time, that person's salary is going to go up and therefore his benefits will go up, which isn't the case with OT. It'll just be the OT rate, right?
That is correct.
Right. So but it all depends on who you put in that shift. So I'm not sure that. I still think that, that shouldn't be off the table either.
I guess I would say the cost of the position classifications themselves will typically continue to increase with COLAs and new agreements with labor unions. So regardless of whoever is in that position, they will be within a range that has been approved as the salary range for that position classification.
True, but OT would go up accordingly too, as an hourly rate.
Yes, but not as much as your pension costs and your other benefits that are on top of a position.
Yeah,
cost.
okay. I just want us to all have clarity on that. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point / ask a question about the ambulance cost increase possibility. I don't know to what extent you mentioned it being covered by Medicare, Medicaid, that kind of thing. But if not, yeah, it's nice to be alive for $3,000, but it can also be kind of regressive in the sense that the elderly on fixed incomes and others would be hard pressed to afford that, even the whatever portion they might pay. So I just think it's something we'd have a lot of policy things to think about even once we get the numbers.
Okay. So
Yeah, and we don't balance the bill when we don't, like, if there's a difference, we take the loss. The insurance doesn't, we can't bill them or bill anyone extra for whatever they come short on their insurance. So when they come with the fee, we don't pay the balance.
So say it's Medicare.
Correct.
We just take the Medicare amount. We don't bill them for the balance.
Medicare only, not Medi-Cal.
Okay. And what happens on Medi-Cal?
We just take the loss. We lose money on that. So the program in general loses money. We don't.
Okay, so they don't get hit.
Correct.
Medicare, you bill the balance. Medi-Cal, you do not.
I believe it's the same with both. It's just not private.
Okay, so that sounds like that answers it. Yeah. Okay, should we look at the numbers Lauren brought back?
Yes, thank you so much. If I could help get it up, that would be great. So prior to this afternoon session, the request from committee was to bring back historical information regarding public safety, police and fire, pre-pandemic, and then currently as well, in two categories, specifically authorized or the approved budget, and then actual staffing level. We're pleased to bring back the authorized level. However, we do not have information about actuals because that's not data we have going back to 2019 when we have to look at all the complexity of how we do the math for actuals. So before you is the summary of 2019 adopted budget for fire and police in comparison to 2025. And the last column is probably the one you'll probably focus on. In addition, what we did was we bifurcated fire and police to the sworn positions as well, which we assume would be your primary focus as a committee. You'll notice there that in fire, from 2019 to 2025, there is an increase of 4.5% in total and 4.7% in the sworn positions. Whereas in police, we have a decline in 6.6% organizationally, and within the sworn classifications, 5.4% decline since 2019. And those are general fund numbers. And if you skip over to the farthest right column, you'll see all funds. Slightly different, but more or less the same.
Also wanted to note, and Aaron, sorry, I don't think you mentioned this, that we were not able to pull the vacancy information this quickly. So the budgetary information was available, but we were not able to get that vacancy.
Correct. So the actual information that you asked for, we cannot get that in.
And when we look at the fire that's actually gone up, is it from context, if my memory serves me, we had been significantly higher fire staffing, and over several years, we did a number of measures to try to reduce that. And some of them worked well, and some we recognize we're having problems and we've had to restore. Is that?
This may test everyone's memory, but I think a lot of it related to the Stanford contract and what was covered by Stanford. So with that, Chief, you want to expand?
There we are. We eliminated 11 positions after the Stanford contract was agreed upon.
At the highest level, when we were staffing slack, I believe was it ambulance operation only, or?
It was just an engine, and actually at one time there was an engine and a battalion chief up there that was assigned up
The
there.
2019 didn't include the slack, right?
It did not. It also netted out reductions that were required as a part of our current agreement with Stanford, where there was a reduction in what the university agreed to pay for. And I believe, Chief, this is where we started cross-staffing ambulances with engines at multiple stations.
Correct. That the cross staffing you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the model that we went to after Stanford contract.
So we lost a lot of revenue from Stanford.
Correct.
We made some efforts to kind of restructure our services to make up a portion of that loss. And that brought our staffing down. I think if we go back a few years, it was higher. And then we, from that, said, we're paying a price in some ways as a result of that on service.
And well, I think in particular, as Chief and I have discussed, it's the cross-staffing that has been something of I call it a workforce issue. And that the single, what did you call it?
Single role.
Single role ambulance is a way to eliminate the need for the firefighter to be on the ambulance and instead have a specific assignment for those that are operating the ambulances.
But we would keep one ambulance with firefighters on there. And again, when there is a structure fire or a particular rescue, they are part of the response force. So they can actually go to work where the civilians would not be firefighters. They stay on the ambulance and provide medical treatment.
Okay. So as we wrap up the fire part, do we want to have certain things go in the parking lot? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that we need to look at this plus one ambulance possibility. Look at it two ways with civilians or firefighters to get cost differences and then fee analysis.
With an understanding that it would take some time to be able to implement that. So whether it be in this fiscal year, maybe,
Yeah.
but, or maybe even beyond that, huh?
To be determined, correct?
Yeah.
But
So
yes,
it would allow us.
maybe
to
we
look-
just fund the consulting this year to.
Yeah. So it would allow us to look forward on a strategy. Yeah, go ahead.
Chief, you may want to comment on one of the items that is also another item that's in your alternative proposals, which is the contractual services for additional ambulance. Could you speak to that for a moment?
Sure. So again, considering that our major proposal was to get the engine back in service and to address the need for another ambulance, one of the temporary solution that we proposed that would fill the gap of that fourth ambulance we'd have another ambulance back the system up. So we would go out to RFP to private ambulance providers and have them back us up when we have that drawdown. So they would carry that extra.
This item of emergency medical service expansion contract, is that?
That's exactly
Correct.
it. Yes. So it's something of a in between, rather than.
Oh, we don't know the dollar.
You're correct.
Would have to be subject to procurement.
Correct.
Well, would the plan be that this other ambulance company would have to get a full-time ambulance and invest in that in case we call? Or how would that work?
So the idea is that they would, during peak hours, and we would determine that period, they would provide us an ambulance to, again, pick up calls. That fourth call that we would typically call county ambulance, they would pick that call up. So that's how we would propose it. So during peak hours.
They would have to be able to respond.
Correct. They would be they would be in Palo Alto.
Yeah, that's my question.
And would they bill or we'd bill for their services?
We would bill them for their services.
We would bill the customer for their.
No, we would bill the vendor, I'm sorry, we would pay the vendor for their services, but we would collect from the patient.
That's right.
With-
We
yeah,
would
the
bill the
transport,
patient.
correct.
And we would pay them for their services.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
And we would make money, would we, at a differential or not?
I'm sorry? Yeah,
Pardon?
that we don't know.
Um,
And I'm sure there would be a labor component with that also. If we were to move in that direction, I'm sure there would be some labor concerns, just.
I know we don't know the amount, but we also don't know whether there would be a difference where we could make money off of it or no.
Well, we don't make money off of it currently off the transport program. But we would generate revenue to offset it.
Right, but I thought we were talking about increasing the fees so that we could.
Yes,
Well,
that
so
we
this-
are, that's the goal, to
Right.
increase the fee.
Well, so depending on what they charged us, this could be like a first step in that direction.
Correct.
Is what I always, and I didn't know if we inherently knew how their costs were relative to ours, such that there might already be a profit margin for us.
Yeah, so, and that would be the value of, writing up a scope and, really determining because again, it's a new business for us. We've never had this type of, but there are agencies that do that. Matter of fact, County Ambulance is doing that right now. They have a contract with another ambulance service to kind of because they don't have enough resources over there. So they're contracting also with another ambulance provider to help fill the gap on their services. So and again, it's not, it's innovative for us, but not for the industry. It's something we haven't done before.
So if we went down that path, they would charge us for whatever their cost is. We would charge the patients presumably for our aggregate or average of our core, or what it costs us to provide ambulance services and whatever percentage they charge or whatever their price is. And we'd average that out, and that's what we charge patients, as opposed to when patients use that third-party service, the other alternative would be we charge them whatever that other service charges. So
I find it hard to imagine that we would charge a different
that's what I was
fee
Right.
wondering.
It would be the
depending on
same
which
fee.
ambulance arrives. So
Correct.
it would be driven by our muni fee schedule.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that there again, I would be shocked if we could actually make it a profit center. And so I think it's really cost recovery, not a
That's right.
profit center.
Well, and
Correct.
even if we didn't make any profit, we'd be able to have that more coverage without having to add staffing.
Correct. I would presume that we would still operate at a loss. I mean, this is clearly to shore up the service gap of having need, the need for that extra ambulance to be more resilient and not be so reliant on county EMS. And they have a response time at 27 minutes or less 90% of the time.
And the county, which is, as you said, 3 times slower response than we have. And I think we really need to make sure the community understands how much better response we have than the county. But do we know how the cost compares for what they're getting for lousier service?
Yeah, I think as the chief noted, we don't have that information handy, but just to reiterate your point, Chair, my other hat is as the chair of the County City Managers Association. And in that venue, we are in active I'll say consultation with the county of Santa Clara in the crisis on ambulance services and the timeliness or the lack of timeliness of that service and the impact that's having in fire agencies, EMS agencies throughout the county.
Aside from the far worse service they have, I'd be interested in what their cost structure is. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Chair?
Yeah.
I'd like to know in the potential parking lot, would you like, because I think we heard civilian model and a firefighter model. Would you like us to consider the contract service model?
Yes. So I agreed.
Okay, and then we'll do the fiscal aspect of those 3.
Great. Great. Okay. Go fight fires.
I think are we looking for a tentative approval or we'll wait until after the police?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next up, Chief Duker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Finance Committee. Always Chief Duker here. I'll keep my comments short, but I did want to address Chair Burt, your speculation about why calls for service increase, and the general answer is that when a given jurisdiction or geographic zone has more people in it, it's just probabilistic that we have more. So I think that's a big driver is more people come here to Palo Alto to work, play, shop, go to school.
We have fewer people coming to work than pre-COVID.
We do, but I think there are more people doing other things and even people teleworking, just if you look at anecdotal. This is all non-scientific, but that tends to be a driver. But yes, yeah, we'll have to cross-check that with the business development side, which I'm not in the loop on. But so the segue for us here, and I want to thank the last year's Finance Committee for approving our FTE that came back to us that was on our books and then frozen out. He was going to be here today, but he's away in training, Andre Sorosco. So I want to acknowledge that we have a second emergency service coordinator in addition to Nathan Rainey. Very helpful for us building some bench strength. And then just for the good of the order, right? So not only do we administer the Emergency Operations Center and the Mobile Emergency Operations Center, a lot of infrastructure, but my small team is responsible for city staff resilience. So that's training on all hazards, whether that be natural disaster, technological, cyber, in partnership with IT and others, and major crime. We also have a pretty significant role when we have visiting dignitaries. So my 2 colleagues and I have been scrambling around. We have another presidential visit that's in the newspaper upon us, and there'll be a lot more of that sort of thing coming in through the election cycle. But that's a long way of getting to the point, which is that even with 3.48 FTEs, we have an unfilled half-time position. We rely on everybody. It's a partnership among all city staff as well as the community, whether it's the neighborhood group. So I do want to acknowledge the great work of our emergency service volunteers. We had more volunteers than we had professional public safety staff at Mayfet, which is actually a mark of pride for us. We're continuing to grow that program. I'll be teaching another class, I think Tuesday after next, so we'll make sure it's at council comments. So anything that you all can do to help spread the word. We need more community members to help volunteer because we don't want to have a net negative budget impact with pesky FTEs. So just a little bit about what we're up to. So we, OES, continue to look at creative grant funding opportunities. We are right now in a position where we're not pressed for budget, which is a great place to be, but we strategically look for things that we believe we have a reasonable chance of getting. About 2 or 3 years ago, we obtained a $200,000 grant for a solar generator, which is a big asset. It's on our OES website. If you haven't seen it, I'd be happy to bring it out for a tour, but it's a very large trailer with fold out solar panels and a very large battery system, more than enough capacity to generate and store power for the MEOC, actually for the 911 center as well. So looking at creative ways to find new technologies, whether it be fire sensor technologies or resilient power, part of the things that we're doing. When we say bolster organizational resilience, there's a lot behind that kind of phraseology. As I said, we're really in the post-pandemic world being asked to come to a lot of different organizations, businesses and nonprofits and others looking for all hazards training, whether that is active shooter, active threat, earthquake preparedness, flood topics, and the usual. And as Chair Burt said, wildfire, we'll be working with our partners in the fire department and Mid-Penn Open Space and others to do our what used to be an annual, but it's going to be again annual public safety briefing on wildland fire preparedness. Also, you'll appreciate, right, looking at the health aspects of wildland fire smoke and some other so-called downstream consequences to try to get people who are particularly at risk to prepare themselves for that. Luckily, my department has no FY25 changes or requests, so my presentation will be kept to what I just said, but I want to, again, thank you all for the changes that we were able to get through last year. And with that, I'll stop for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and just a general question. First of all, thank you for your service every day, and thank you for this update. It occurs to me that you three are going to be roomies, or not roomies, but you're going to move in, right, together to our new public safety building this year. And we haven't really talked about that. I'm just wondering, and you're not looking for more employees, so it may not be the right time to ask, but it just dawned on me. Do we think that'll help morale, recruitment, any of that, just to have a new home? Which I assume will have, the latest bells and whistles in the home.
I'll let my two colleagues, but certainly, yes, that's one of the main things we're looking forward to is frankly having a better facility that's more aesthetically pleasing, but from my perspective, more survivable, more operationally sound. Obviously, as Public Works advised many years ago, and the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission and others, IBRIC, pointed out, being in a seismically unsound facility and having our very busy 911 center there and our EOC there is frankly ill-advised, to put it politely. So we're excited to get moved in there and get operationally 100% up as soon as possible. And then, Councilmember, to your point, yeah, I think it's going to be great for morale. I'm not sure from my perspective, it doesn't mean adding more FTEs, but as we move into future phases of emergency management and public safety, we do have a little capacity in there, which is nice. But moreover, the focus on technology and data visualization that'll become possible, not just in the Emergency Operations Center, not just in dispatch, but throughout our entire organization because of the investment in the PSB. I'm excited about that, but I'll let Gio and Andrew add on if they wish on that point. Okay, thank you.
I'll just say I visited it last week. It's a beautiful building. I think it's worthy of the public safety servants, and we're all looking forward to moving in.
Yeah, I think there's always benefits to have, all different public safety sectors in the same place. Just collaboratively beneficial. The FaceTime, I think, is beneficial to be that close to each other, even to have dispatch on the same floor and have that immediate the connectivity and interaction, I think, is beneficial. So we're excited about it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I think that's the hope, is that, that the surrounding, the environment appears as professional as you are, and what you expect of your staff. And that, to me, oftentimes when I'm interacting with colleagues, it's those hallway meetings, it's those chance interactions, it's the proximity that leads to the conversation that you'll have because you're there, that you might not get around to calling someone about that I hope leads to some really good synergies and thus public service. So thank you. I was just curious about that. And with the bells and whistles, it'll make that gas chromatograph look, mundane.
Okay, just a couple things. Glad to hear on, I had forgotten if I had heard about on that solar battery, because emergency power is a big deal, which goes into question on, are you engaged with, our utilities and our SCAP group on, prospective microgrids that would affect us?
Yes, at a number of levels, the microgrid topic and other de-risking strategies are part of what OES helps kind of more in an advisory capacity, almost as a customer. The other part that we're particularly interested in is frankly using our massive ESV, Emergency Service Volunteer Network, to help spread the word about that. We have, as you well know, a very good uptake of residential rooftop solar. And every time there's a significant power disruption, people are reminded that if they don't invest in storage vis-a-vis batteries, they're missing the full benefit of that. So we are partnering with utilities on.
So we have this study going on right now on reliability and resiliency plan. Historically, our utilities department, because looking at from a cost standpoint, has really said economically, the local distributed generation and storage is not as favorable as purchasing power remotely. So that value that would potentially be there for whether it's resiliency from us as individuals or from emergency services departments, are you being asked to wade in on that importance, and is that influencing the policy recommendations?
Yes, at times we are. I think your point is well taken that the utility is a business or an enterprise fund, obviously, and they need to look at ROI, return on investment. And we on the general fund side are a little less adroit with that. That said, certainly, whether it's Commissioner Metz, who happens to be an emergency service volunteer, or other city utility staff, very well aware of that, and we are collaborating to try to give input. As you well know, there's an intrinsic argument to make that you should, I believe it's your terminology, basically volitionally overpay to make an investment in resilience, and that becomes part of the argument about how to get from here to there.
Which is basically a risk mitigation measure of different sort.
Yep. And then as we move obviously to electrification, especially EVs, there's kind of a second order benefit there. Most people are unaware how very fragile the petrochemical refining business is. There's not a statewide system for that. There's in fact a Northern California and a Southern California system. So when, not if, we have a significant earthquake here, there'll be no gasoline, no diesel very quickly. And there's no feasible way to get it from Southern California to here. There just is not. So EVs actually have a huge post-earthquake benefit in addition to bidirectional charging, being able to power your house, at least your refrigerator and whatnot. So a lot of good gains to trade and things to explore. And I'm excited to work on that.
Great. And that point you make on the storage capacity in EVs, that when we look at home storage, the capacity in the EV storage far outweighs what we're looking at having in everybody had a home storage. Thanks. And then I'm really glad that you mentioned within the whole wildfire risk, which fortunately we've now had 3 years without massive mega fires in the state and nearby, but that's going to come back sooner or later. And you mentioned that on the smoke, and just to make sure we're all acutely aware of this, in 2020, when we had that set of mega fires in the state, we had about 20 direct fatalities from those fires. And UCLA and Stanford have estimated that the actual fatalities that year was in the range of 1 to 4,000 because of the people who perished that year who had compromised pulmonary conditions and otherwise. So 2 orders of magnitude higher than what we were actually saying was the fatalities. And that does not include the cumulative impact of successive years of that on long-term longevity. And I just note that a long time ago, time flies, almost 30 years ago, I served for a year and a half on the statewide comparative risk project, attempting to prioritize the all environmental and public safety risks in the state so that we'd finally rationalize our approach. Unfortunately, the governor pocket vetoed the outcome, and we still don't have that rational approach. But at that time, we saw that one risk factor exceeded all others combined in public health risk, and that was smoking. But at that time, to my recollection, the impact of megafires and the smoke inhalation on the population was not even on the list. So this is how drastically our reality has changed and our lagging recognition of how critical that risk is and how high it is. And then I want to add one other, which is despite that we see this anecdotally in areas like Southern California when we have mega fires, and the next year, if it's a big rain season, they have floods. Our local Creek JPA, we have modeling for the potential water flow that comes in different events, all the way up to a 100-year event. But all of those models are based upon having a watershed holding back the water. We have not even modeled what will happen if we lose a major portion of our watershed. So I use every opportunity I can for us to reframe the risk levels that we face. And we rightly are very acutely aware of the eventual risk of a mega earthquake, but I don't know whether this is greater or a little less, but it's right there. And it wasn't even on the radar a decade ago. So it's big, but I just want to use that opportunity to keep trying to drive it home. All right, you're easy. Chief?
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. Andrew Binder, Police Chief. Actually, let me just start off with thanking Lauren and Katie and Paul for all their help getting us here today. You know, the cops always show up with backup, so I got Eric Jensen in the back there. We're happy to be here before you today. You know, we put together this proposed budget for the police department. We believe that this will sustain our service level, improve the quality of reporting to oversight entities, both internally, externally, I will say new and existing, and something that's near and dear to my heart, that's support recruiting. You know that if you've been to one of our town hall meetings, recruiting, retention, hiring is one of my #1 priorities. And also, as you know, 2024 council priorities support visible police presence by ensuring stable staffing. And so these go hand in hand. And so when we talk about two major proposed changes that you'll see on these bullet points, the first I'd like to address is the sworn lieutenant. And I'll give you I'm glad that Lauren was able to get that slide up about where we were and where we've come. I'll give you a little bit more context to that. With the COVID pandemic budget shortfalls, we went from 92, as you saw on the slide, actually to 79 sworn. It was a 14% decrease. And both from prior councils and the current councils, we've slowly built that back. And the strategy that we've employed in building that back is going from the bottom up because service was so important. And so you all know that we've restored the special problems detail, our traffic unit, our PERT, detectives. And now 4 years later, we've essentially rebuilt everything except for this at the management level. And that's what I'm here before you today. And what happened in 2020 when we got, traditionally the police department has always had 5 lieutenants in its org chart. We got rid of that and went down to 4. And so that work was dispersed among other managers. And then as as I sit here before you almost 4 years later, that workload has increased due to legislative action, council priorities, operational needs, and other challenges that the police department has. And so, really, this lieutenant, as we look at some of the new programs that you'll see up there, issuing CCWs, our Racial and Identity Profiling Act reporting and analysis. We're the only police department that I'm aware of locally that is engaged with an entity to analyze our data, so overseeing that. And one of the things that we're looking for this administrative lieutenant to do is to take on some additional responsibilities from our existing personnel and training lieutenants so we can continue to fill those vacancies. We have 7 vacancies right now. So in addition to being 5 still below pre-COVID full strength, we have 7 vacancies. That's a total of still 14% down as I sit here before you today. And we feel very strongly that this lieutenant will help in those endeavors. The second bullet point you'll see there is it's a net zero staffing update. It's a reclassification of our property and evidence. Essentially, some context on that. The job classification and description is decades old, and the role that what we now refer to as our property and evidence technicians has changed drastically. And at one time when the police department was staffed at 120 officers, we could afford to send those officers to specialized training, send them out into the field, rely on our Santa Clara County Crime Lab partners, and all those things have gone away over the years. We find that the ability for Crime Lab to help us has diminished, not through any fault other than their own attrition and budget issues. And as that has happened, the technology has improved, the skill set has improved to the point where really the collection and processing of evidence has moved beyond just the regular skill set that an officer would get in a police academy. And so these technicians that are going out to our most critical and important crime scenes, they're really doing phenomenal work in regards to processing and setting up a criminal case for success. And I can't overstate how important they are in that collection, that processing, and then ultimately that testifying in court as our subject matter experts. And so we're asking for this reclassification to really reflect the job that they're doing today. And one anecdotal evidence that I'll give is back in my San Jose police days, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and assigned to me and my partner was a crime scene team. And those were sworn officers who went out with my partner and I, and the 4 of us, when we were assigned a case, we went out and worked it. The work that our property and evidence technicians are doing today is equivalent to the work that those sworn crime scene investigators were doing when I worked homicide. And so we're looking to get them at an appropriate classification level. Next slide, please. I'll just touch really briefly on some of these points. As you all know, we were awarded $5.2 million for the Board of State and Community Corrections for our organized retail theft grant. We're excited. We're seeing just amazing success both in our engagement with our businesses and that relationship, increased arrests in our business districts. And what I'm really proud of is a significant decrease in loss in those business districts. We had gotten some data together in preparation for this, and we've identified a 29% decrease in loss for the second quarter. That's our benchmark for this grant, so we're really excited to be there. I spoke briefly about the sworn lieutenant on the previous slide. If you've been with me at a town hall, you know that our property crimes are the predominant crime trends here in Palo Alto. We'll continue to focus on those. We've also will address ongoing traffic issues. I'm excited to say that in the coming weeks, we'll have 2 additional officers assigned to the traffic unit to complement the traffic sergeant that I placed on a motor last year. So this summer, there'll be 3 traffic units out there. We're excited about that. And then also mental health response. Unfortunately, 18-ish months ago, we lost our PERT clinician, but the department felt so strongly about the program that we kept the officer component of that assigned specifically to do PERT duties and mental health response. Last budget year, the council approved money for 2 PERT clinicians so we could double our efforts. I'm happy to say that we've been involved with Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services in hiring those clinicians, and I'm confident that by the beginning of summer, the hope is that we'll have 1 clinician on board, and in the next year have that second PERT clinician which will give us 7-day-a-week coverage for a PERT response. There's a bullet point there on working with our stakeholders for desired service delivery funded by that business tax. Again, I believe that strongly that aligns with our council priority to support a visible police presence and getting back. Ultimately, my goal, if you were to ask me, is to get to those pre-pandemic levels of a 92 sworn staffing. I envision, and I spoke last night with someone in the council chambers about a cop walking the beat and riding the bike down in our business districts, Cal Ave, downtown, the shopping center. That's their specific duty. So things like that I envision as we look to build back and really meet our businesses where they'd like us most. We covered moving into the public safety building. And then the last 2, these are technical service projects that are underway. We have been in an ongoing RFP with our consortium partners, Los Altos and Mountain View. We're nearing the end of that. There's still some work to be done, but I anticipate we'll be getting a CAD system soon, platform. And then we're also taking on 2-way radios. The technical services department, the police department oversees is essentially a charge of the 9 departments or divisions within the city that have 2-way radios. And so we'll be helping with that transition. And with that, I'll open it up to questions. Thank you.
Yep, happy to go. Thank you, Chief. I think you heard even last night from council members and the public, there's a lot of confidence in what your leadership and what's happening in the department. I think we're here to help you keep that going. So community effort. I was going to ask you about feet on the ground, just, walking the beat, as one public member said last night. And it sounds like that's part of your plan. Of the folks that you're hiring, the new TBHs, why are you comfortable with that number? And what's the kind of variety of jobs? Or are these all sworn officers that are going to work and, be dispersed on the street?
So for this budget, we're only asking for the administrative lieutenant.
But I mean, you're open TBHs.
I'm
to be hired.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the ask from the community is there. I think we can find opportunities to provide that service. And, when I look at things that were cut back in 2020, we still have holes in our detective bureau. We have a school resource officer that was in there at one time that was cut. And there are a number of opportunities where I think we can either reinstate or re-envision how we would use those 5 remaining officers.
So you think that the 10 opens slots and the lieutenant is the right number for you in the coming year?
I mean, I think it's a gradual progression because I have the 7 vacancies. I want to make sure I'm being prudent about how I'm adding back and what I'm able to do. But as I look at the 7 vacancies I have, the number I have in backgrounds, and then also council as part of the priorities has given me the ability to have an over-hire strength. So I'm confident with where I'm at right now. That doesn't mean I won't come back to you at some point, either mid-year or budget, and ask for more. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. You at one community meeting talked about, I think you actually put it in a question, how many officers do y'all think we have on staff and on patrol? And I repeated that to friends and they're always wrong.
Yeah.
By order of magnitude, because the answer is, 6 per shift. Most people guess 30 or 40 in a town of our size. And I point out that we're pretty safe. But obviously that's a comfort level that you're good with, that coverage is there and there's obvious backup if you need it.
Yeah, we 6 is our minimum staffing. We have shifts that overlap, so generally there's more. We have regional partners if a critical incident occurs. And if the big one really hits, we empty the building, and that means detectives and everyone goes and handles whatever jobs before us.
Mhm. And in terms of recruiting, how are you feeling about the diversity issue?
Yeah, really good. We had OIR who was with council last night, had done a recruiting audit and looked at our recruiting practices. I feel very good about the diverse candidate pool that we are recruiting. One of the things that we were definitely looking for was more females, women in the department. I can tell you over the last year, we've hired 2. I have 1 in the academy and 3 more in backgrounds. And so we're excited about that.
Maybe that's a little easier than the fire department. I don't know, but anyway, that's good. That's good progress. I think you're going to become a revenue center with your new traffic officers. Because since the pandemic, it's just really been a serious problem. It's just been quite surprising to me on Middlefield, Embarcadero, even side streets. So
I would say at every community meeting that I go to or when I'm out in public, traffic generally is one of the number one concerns that gets brought back to me. And, our goal is to ensure the flow of traffic and make sure that our streets are safe. And so enforcement is generally a good tool to correct that behavior.
And do you have any early data on ROI on the license plate readers?
Yeah, we're we're getting close to being a year in. We're probably about 3/4 of the way. We're seeing a number of benefits, both in our ability to address crime as it comes in and getting flagged if there was maybe a stolen car or known vehicles that we're interested in that may be coming to our shopping center to engage in organized retail theft, and for crimes that have been committed on that back end using that license plate reader data as an investigative tool to do follow-up. And we've had successes at each one of them. I'm looking forward to sharing that data when we have a year's worth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your work and this report. I just need help with one budget adjustment I don't quite understand. Because you spoke to the lieutenant and the reclassifying the 2 FTEs and the property evidence technicians. This first one, alignment of traffic enforcement division staffing. And it talks about reducing the essentially 1 FTE community service officer assigned to parking enforcement because it hasn't recovered to pre-pandemic levels. So that's just want to hear just to understand that a little bit. I think I know what that's about, but then it says this action also reduces program costs in other areas such as funding to pay for county jail charges, cost to align with reduction of incarceration stays for arrested suspects. Anyway, could you just explain that budget item a little bit for me? Because I'm having trouble putting that together.
Yeah, I mean, the meat and potatoes of that is the traffic enforcement since pre-COVID. It hasn't come back since pre-COVID. And we've transitioned our CSOs, community service officers, from a more traditional role of traffic enforcement in the past to now doing more things out in the field. And these were some of the discussions we had in 2020 about kind of changing up that footprint of a law enforcement response. And so our CSOs today are now going to handling cold case investigations like burglaries, traffic accidents, addressing our unhoused RV parking, 72-hour parking ordinance, and doing a lot more of that. We're finding that this FTE, CSO FTE that is vacant, or has been vacant, that we're losing. We find that we have sufficient CSOs in the building to handle the workload that is currently before us. I'm going to have to call on Eric Jensen, or maybe potentially Katie, to get really into the weeds of those other taxes, if one of you might be able to help me out.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand why eliminating the CSO translated to county jail charges and incarceration stays.
I'm good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Eric Jensen, Management Analyst at the Police Department. Oh, geez, please. Such a gentleman. They're relatively minor, small items. So when we say program reductions, it's not, we're talking about $40,000 or $50,000, I think. And one of the programs was fines and penalties that we received from the county from suspects, from people that we arrested. So that whole thing, Prop 47 has changed a lot of that. And so that revenue just isn't there anymore. Or I'm sorry, the expense isn't there. My apologies. The expense isn't there of booking the people into jail because they're not holding them as long. So that was an expense of ours that we had budget for. So to be good stewards of the money, we gave up that to help offset the addition of the lieutenant.
Got it.
And then I can look up the second item.
Reduction of incarceration stays for arrested suspects.
Yeah, so that's what that was.
And county jail charges to adjudicate cases.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's helpful. And just for my edification, when you say the parking enforcement hasn't come back, is that just post-pandemic, we just don't have as many people around?
Yeah, we're not
misbehaving and
Yeah,
parking?
we don't have, I mean, I'll tell you what, at dinner time, when you look outside Sweet Greens or whatever the restaurant is over there, the parking is horrendous. But by and large, the daytime parking has not recovered to the point where our folks are out there issuing as much, the workload is not as high as it was pre-pandemic, put it that way.
Not as much demand for parking
Not as
enforcement.
much demand as
Got it.
for parking in our commercial zones. Now keep in mind that the police department does do the commercial zones as opposed to the RPP, which is done by the Office of Transportation.
Got it.
So,
Thank you very much.
Sure.
If I can add, and Eric, please forgive me if you've already mentioned this and I just missed it. In addition to those field services amount that's going to be decreasing, they're decreasing the budget for the technology services amount. So a small amount of also $25,000 for that. And it's really just to realign the budget with what is actually happening. It was originally established to pay for the new SVRIA network bill in 2015. But the accounting kind of changed over the last few years and those funds are kind of being reused to pay other stuff. And we're just trying to realign the budget for that as well. Thanks.
And I may have misspoke. Our community service officers are moving from a more parking enforcement, not traffic enforcement, to a more in the field assistance role. So it's parking enforcement that they're transitioning from. Thank you.
Thanks. So I apologize if you covered it and I really didn't catch it. Out of the authorized positions that you anticipate filling, and that's in what time horizon do you think you'll have onboarding?
So, if this budget gets approved, I'd put us at 87 sworn, would still leave us with 7 vacancies of that 87. I have 5 in backgrounds right now.
Okay. And are those new trainees or are they?
It's a mix. So some are what we call plug and play, meaning they've been through a police academy, so they can start right in our field training. Some will have to go through the police academy.
And the academy is how long?
Generally about 6 months.
Okay, so maybe half of them would be coming on board short order and half.
I believe 2 would be like plug and play laterals.
Okay. And then where will they go within your department? And what additional policing services will we get from those 5 that we don't have now?
Yeah, everyone starts out in patrol. Patrol is the backbone of the police department. Our number one priority is when someone calls 911.
I should have said, what I really mean is what's the net ripple impact as opposed to where those particular people would go?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
Well, would we have 5 new people on patrol out of those? I'm trying to understand, would any of this on the traffic coverage, motorcycle,
I think I got
cops, anyone bike patrol or walking, How does it?
Yeah, that's, no, I
ripple
got
through
you
the
now.
system?
They would go to patrol and that would fill existing vacancies. So we've held those, I did mention vacancies in the Detective Bureau. Those would continue to freeze again because our number one priority is patrol and those calls for service, so they would go there. Right now, we're filling those, much like the fire department, we're filling those vacancies with overtime. But the goal would be to have a permanent body there fixed. And then once we feel comfortable with that level, that number, then we can start looking at other opportunities to where we want to place those positions.
And on the traffic, as I've been taught over the years, those, and it's same with public perception, the motorcycle cops just are the guys who are dynamos on traffic protection.
Yeah, their number one priority is going to be traffic enforcement and road safety.
But will we have any additional motorcycle cops?
We will. So there's 2 coming on right now. And, last year, the finance committee gave me those 2 traffic officers because of the challenges we had in hiring, where they're just coming on board now. As soon as I can get some more bodies in the building, to your question that you just asked, they're going to have like a collateral duty where they do work some patrol and some traffic. Once I can get some more bodies in the building, we'll completely commit them to traffic. But I'm trying to balance all these needs from the communities with the staffing I have. And so we're getting creative and with
It's
it.
still the case that a lot of patrol officers would love to be on a bike.
It's an acquired passion. Those that want to do it really love it, and some would never get on it.
Got it.
Though.
But is there more among patrol officers? Is there more demand to be on bikes than we have openings?
Yeah, so we tested for these 2 positions, and we had way more applicants than we had bikes in the motorcycles in the garage.
Okay. All right. And I just want to, I saw an allusion to how we would utilize the 1/3 of the Measure K dollars toward your portion of public safety, but in some ways we're using this budget, it's not stabilization reserve, what's our other reserve called? Uncertainty reserve, to already begin to fill those positions before we have the cash flow for Measure K, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just want to call out the public for supporting that, because we wouldn't have those positions. I mentioned to you last night, I had a member of the public who 3-4 years ago was very focused on our need for police reforms, which we've accomplished in ways that I think are just really outstanding. And that same person was approaching me on police demands again, but it was, we need more police officers. And it's a very interesting kind of trend in the community that I think that the community confidence in our police department being a department of good guys and women is really perceived there now. And second, they want more safety, that the true public safety of policing that we get, and they're really looking forward to that. So anyway, that's my my pitch and support to keep up the good work.
Yeah, and I'll just say that one of my priorities from the get-go has been to reconnect with our community. And when the world got turned upside down with COVID and all things in 2020, if there was ever a time then that law enforcement needed to connect with their community, it was then, and we couldn't for a number of reasons. And I'm really proud. I can't take the credit. It's been a team effort of everyone in my department who's identified community engagement and building those community relationships as a priority, coupled with serving our community with trust and respect and professionalism. And I think when you have, that's the secret sauce. And I think we're finally seeing the benefits of that. And I'm really proud of everyone's efforts to do that.
Well, I'll note that we we went through with fire, really highly valued increases in positions and ways that we're going to have that fire department coverage like we'd like to be. But we're still down 5 positions in police. And we certainly are all hearing from the community about concerns on that. We don't have additional positions in this budget. We have a big list of unfunded categories and projects. But I want to keep this on the radar. If we aren't able to add any of those positions at this time, and if we see improvements in the mid-year budget, then I think we want to make sure that this comes forward as one of our options on how we would allocate any of those funds.
Yeah, you're comfortable now, but let's see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's the goal. And again, we want to be prudent with what our ability of what we can do, prudent with our resources financially. But the goal is to fill the 7 vacancies we have now and come back to you to continue to rebuild the police department, to provide those services that the community is asking for us.
Yep. And as you had pointed in past years and today, we can't just turn a knob, and even if we had the money, we've had to have a combination of not only the pipeline of bringing recruiting and bringing these people into training, but then integrating them on the force, and you can't just have an avalanche of new folks at once.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm grateful for the support over the last couple of years, both at Finance Committee and by the council and through the priorities to ensure that staffing, and I'm confident that we can get there.
Great. Okay, so we want to have a motion for tentative approval, I guess, huh?
But Chair, did you want to ask for public comment?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
Okay, we do have one request to speak.
Great.
Our first speaker is Joe P.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Joe Panko, and I'm the president of the Palo Alto Local Firefighters 1319. The reason I'm calling in today was to speak directly about the budget item related to staffing of Engine 62. Obviously, you spent a lot of time talking about that. It was a great conversation to listen to with a lot of great questions from the Finance Committee. It's clear to me that the citizens, the fire chief's office, and us, the firefighters of Palo Alto, we all agree that Engine 62 is a necessary step to enhance the safety of the community and us as firefighters. Where we feel the specific budget request falls short is with the planned implementation, as you discussed, using overtime instead of full-time employees. I thought it was uncommon knowledge that maybe the majority of the community, but Chief Blackshire did a great job explaining that we need to emphasize that our firefighters staff the same number of spots every day, regardless of the firefighters that we have on any given moment. Many times during the summer, we operate far below the amount of firefighters that we should have due to staffing trends, unplanned losses, injuries, vacations, sick leave. Choosing to staff Engine 62 with overtime runs counter to what the city claims it stands for in regards to creating a healthy, sustainable work environment. Each year, the summer, we upstaff Station 8 during the wildland season with 3 additional vacancies that are not FTEs. So using 62 or upstaffing Engine 62 with an additional spot means that we're going to have 4 vacancies to fill every day that we don't have an employee for. So that has a significant impact on the firefighters who work here. Over the years, we've lost a number of employees just not being able to sustain the excess of majority or of mandatory overtime that we're forced to encounter due to budget cuts, hiring trends, and retention issues. A lot of that's been restored with healthy initiatives like the contract and just smart, savvy choices by the fire administration. But we could easily reverse that trend by making a small financial decision and using overtime to upstaff a rig instead of actually putting people in those jobs. Because when we do that, we're saying, yes, we agree that we need this resource, but pensions are expensive. And so let's just put the extra work on the back of the firefighters. So that is a choice that we are urging you and pleading with you to not take. Please put this in the parking lot, discuss it further, figure out if there's a way to save this money in other areas, but please do not ask us to do more than we already give in returning Station 2 to its full health. Thank you for your time.
Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. Okay, so now entertain a motion.
Well, I would move the tentative approval of the proposed budgets for fire, OES, and police, and to put in the parking lot the alternative proposal for emergency fire and medical service expansion.
And did we also want to look at the
Oh, did I
second
forget?
alternative right below it? No.
I'll have that in my motion. I'm happy to, is that what you're suggesting? both
Yes.
of you? Sure, and in the parking lot, the emergency medical service expansion contract. I can consider both at a later.
Great. I'll second that.
Are you just doing fire now?
No, I was doing all three. I thought that was how we were.
Is there any other
Well,
change?
we already put in the parking lot. The
Mike?
Did we already put in the parking lot, looking at that now famous $60,000 a head number to take a look and see if we want to do OT or staffing?
I think
Did
that's essentially what this
Is that what?
first parking lot item is, no?
There are two separate ones. So one is related to the ambulance, one ambulance,
Right.
either under three models, civilian, firefighter, or contract services.
Right. And the second
Right,
one,
and the second was the comparison between overtime model versus staffing it with new FTEs.
right on truck, what's that truck or? Yeah, the engine.
And was that already in the parking lot? Or
That was
we
my
need to
No,
question.
that
put
would be
in motion?
two separate ones, so it's more clear for staff.
Okay.
Okay, can I just amend what Councilmember Baker said? Put it in the same motion?
So are we now to four?
No,
I think
the-
there's two, right? The first one is an aggregate of a comparison of three different components.
Correct.
So that's one, that's the ambulance one, the rolling ambulance. And then the second one is just comparing the current model in the proposal, which is using overtime, but instead of using overtime, what would it be for the three FTEs?
Correct.
So it'd be two
I
parking
get that
lot
there are
items.
two, that's not the two here. No,
Well,
you're saying no.
first that we've expanded on those two, basically. Is that right? We've done?
I believe it is the two that are on the table. The first is the ambulance, dedicated staffing, which allows the movement of the firefighters to provide water at the two stations that do not. The second is the contract, staffing for the ambulance alone. And
These guys.
I think there's a
But within
variation.
those, we've added subdivisions.
Right,
and what we're at. Yeah. So we basically want to have the motion reflect what Lauren said. And I think she knows what she said, so we're gonna trust that you captured.
Yeah.
that. Sounds good.
And we'll look at the timeline because I think we're bringing some of this back at a later
Right.
date as well. So we'll see how it fits within the budget development schedule.
Good, excellent. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Yep. Great, thank you all. So should we take a brief break? Okay, yeah, 5. reconvene, and we're now going into citywide internal support and administration. So we're going to hear all the presentations at once and then have our discussion and questions and hear from the public.
Thank you, Chair. We'll turn it over to Kayla Shapiro, who will kick this off.
Good afternoon, committee members. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we hear you great.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, great. As Lauren said, my name is Kayla. I'm a senior analyst in OMB, and I'm going to orient us on the review of the internal support departments and council appointed officers service area. This includes information technology, human resources, administrative services, our appointees, and the council itself. Can we please see the slide of year-over-year changes? Hopefully that is what's showing in chambers.
We have it now.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Thank you. So as you can see here, these departments and the internal service funds they manage, both overall expenses and headcount are proposed to rise modestly. These reflect proposed enhancements in this service area to support organizational resiliency and align resources with council priorities and critical daily operations. A few highlights include the creation of an assistant director in IT to support innovation, cybersecurity, and staffing development, the addition of an analyst in ASD to provide enhanced grant management support, and the addition of a recruitment division manager in HR to continue to reduce that citywide vacancy rate. With that, I'll hand it over to our Chief Information Officer, Darren Nemoto, for a presentation on the IT department.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. Darren Nemoto, Chief Information Officer, IT Director for the city. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I do have on the line Sherry Wong, our Senior Management Analyst. He can answer questions that I may not be able to over the course of questions. So, as we all seen, the city's reliance on technology continues to expand. So, of course, IT's role has become increasingly critical in day-to-day operations and strategic initiatives for, to deliver services throughout the city. IT's primary mission is to partner with city departments to provide technology leadership, to deliver secure, reliable, and cost-effective solutions that align with council priorities and city initiatives. I just wanted to highlight a few stats here that make up IT. So again, highlights are we serve approximately about 1,000 service desk tickets monthly, and those are closed. We support over 103 locations citywide. We support 1,500 computers, 600 mobile devices, about 500 network devices, and about 250 servers applications. In terms of network services, citywide for our public Wi-Fi, that includes our library and public Wi-Fi spots, we serve about 2,000 Wi-Fi sessions a month, which is pretty substantial overall in terms of being able to support that access to the internet. And then for projects, we have about 53 projects in flight today, and for FY24, currently we've completed 47 of those, and some of those are smaller projects and some are larger. So last year, we did get approval to hire a management analyst, which we were successful in recruiting, and that person has been providing a lot of valuable support for our contracts, renewals, and budget support. We did get funding for computer replacements to replace end-of-life computers for staff. And we also received additional funding to continue developing our GIS, our new GIS system for the city. So just wanted to talk about or discuss some of the major proposal or the three major proposals that we're asking for this year. The first is to add a FTE for an Assistant Director of Information Technology. The areas that I see this role helping support IT are making things run smoother, of course, working with our division managers and to move projects forward quicker, to strategic planning for the future, continually improve our cybersecurity posture to keep our city data safe and secure. Just making technology work better for us in general, and being there when we need help. And most importantly is to be my second in command for when I'm out of the office to help drive technology, be a point of contact for IT, and really to work in partnership with myself to work with city leadership on new initiatives. It's just going to help expand our ability to serve our departments. The next one is we're looking to reclass two desktop technicians, two technologists. What this is going to enable us to do is provide some growth opportunities within the department for current desktop staff, and also it will give them ability to work on higher level tasks to help out and deliver better services to our staff in the city. And the last one is solutions to support business security and governance. So these requests are around our ERP system. So one is a middleware request, which is going to be helpful in our efforts to support the AMI for utilities. The other is governance based on previous audits to provide better visibility in our governance within our ERP system. And then, of course, a new tool to help document and revisit our current processes within our ERP system to look for improvements and efficiencies. Next slide, please. So I'll just quickly review these. Won't go over all of them, just some of them that may require some additional context. The first I've spoke to already. As we know, every company that does business online today is bombarded with security threats on a daily basis. So again, our role is to just continually improve our cybersecurity posture to protect our city. The other is we have initiated a project to start upgrading the AV equipment, not only in chambers, but in this room as well. And that includes microphones, displays, and so forth. So we're kicking off that project. Hope to have an update by summer of this year. Upgrade of IT infrastructure, that includes updating our firewalls to our network switches that are end of life. And that just helps with the uptime of our network to provide staff access. And this one was talked about earlier with public safety. We are supporting the move-in, the infrastructure, all the configurations for the network, the wireless for the public safety building. So, moving all the services and servers into that building. So that's going to be a huge project. And we've been in partnership with public safety from the beginning on that. And we always are looking for ways to improve how we leverage our ERP system. And one of the other large items that I am and my staff are particularly involved in is the expansion of FTTP for the city, which we're heavily involved in today and moving forward and looking forward to delivering those services very soon. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. Are we doing questions first? Or?
Awesome. Wonderful. Hello again, Lauren Lai, the Chief Financial Officer for the city. I have the pleasure to present to you the Administrative Services Department. I'll just take a moment to just summarize the breadth of the department. We have budget, which is before you, $1 billion, but we also have the procurement associated with this complex operations, revenue collections here, general ledgers, but also we have store warehousing, which is under ASD as well, which is inventory for all the important parts that we keep track of in terms of safeguarding them. In addition, we have debt management for our utility debt plus investment portfolio as well. So really impressed with that. I wanted to share that a bit before we dive into the slides before you. So I'm excited to share that this upcoming year, we have very strategic focus on focusing on revenues, diverse revenues, in particular, centralizing grant management, because all the different departments are pursuing more grants. So we want to be able to be successful and be compliant. And so we're going to centralize that within Admin Services Department, providing a greater level of support to the other departments. So that's one ask you see there on your screen. In addition, to support organizational resilience, we are taking on risk management within the ASD department from human resources. This component of risk management that we're speaking to is contract risk. So it aligns really well with procurement as well. So I'm excited about that. And that'll also allow not only for procurement to create efficiency and effective opportunity changes, it'll allow human resources department to focus on recruitment and talent retention. So a great partnership there as well. Last but not least, we're always focused on implementing best practices. Two particular one to call to your attention in the budget is the one-time funding, or the periodic funding, that's what we should call it, is the periodic funding of the cost allocation plan and the municipal fee study update. We do these updates about every 3 to 5 years, depending on the cadence of the particular study. So that's really good practice. And so we have that appropriated in the budget for your consideration. So if I can get the next slide, we'll highlight just some outlooks for within our department, in addition to all the important work that we do on a daily basis. Want to call your attention to a couple of key initiatives. The area of real estate. Oh boy, I forgot to mention real estate is also under ASD. So the first 4 or 5 bullet points before you are our real estate support for Roth Building, Coverly for 445 Bryant, and Los Altos Treatment Plant, just to name a few. As I mentioned a while ago, we are also looking at continuous improvements for purchasing and accounting procedures and policies. And so I'm looking forward to giving that a lot of time and attention. Let's see here. Oh, cash flows for enterprise funds. So the Finance Committee will have an opportunity to look at an item that's coming forward in the next couple of weeks regarding the cash flows for various utilities. And so one of the strategic support we provide to the utility team relates to looking at ways to ensure positive cash flow position, and also very importantly is cost-effective funding for these projects, right? How do we ensure the most cost-effective solutions to be able to finance our projects moving forward at a fast clip? So we'll be working in concert with Public Works and also the utility team on an ongoing basis. Mention the transition of risk management from human resources to ASD. Last but not least, the one point I want to highlight that I'm very excited about and fond of is focusing on our people. Now that I'm filling this position, I'll be able to focus on the workforce more and be able to focus on talent recruitment. We have currently 5 positions vacant. And so that's a lot. That's about 12% in our department. And so we're really focused on getting those folks here, making sure that we also focus on the talent that we do have as well. And so creating that positive work environment and a learning work environment is an area that I'm very passionate about. All right, that wraps it up for me. I'm going to hand it off to Human Resources now. Sandra.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Burt, council members. I'm Sandra Blanche, HR Director. Today I wanted to present just a quick overview of our department. We have 4 main functional areas that support our workforce: recruitment, employee benefits, employee labor relations, and employee relations, training, and a team that supports our HRIS system, our information system, and analytics. So HR's continued priority is the recruitment, retention, and development of the city's workforce to ensure the delivery of services to the community and at the same time advance council priorities. Building organizational resilience in the areas of recruitment, professional development, flexible benefits, and DEIB will enhance the positive work environment for our workforce. The proposed change we have here is to add a recruitment division manager, which is key to building our capabilities to focus on HR initiatives and the daily focus that's really required to improve our candidate experience and address recruitment challenges. Next slide, please. For FY25, our focus at the top of our list is the implementation of the workforce recruitment strategic plan, which includes 31 initiatives. Other areas supported by the HR team include enhancing professional development opportunities, successful negotiation of our MOAs, and continued expansion of technology for employee benefits, working with IT on our portal, and also in recruitment to integrate our data systems between our applicant tracking system and our HR information system. This will improve the services to our candidates and workforce. Today, I believe you received a supplemental memo with information regarding vacancies that was requested, and so we're available to answer any questions you have.
So I think one moment, we're just going to transition to debt service real quick. City Clerk, I apologize. I do want to take a moment because I skipped over that. The debt services within the budget is summarized in a section all on its own. I want to give you some highlights of debt services before we go to the city attorney's office. The debt service relates to ongoing capital replacement and rehab needs to ensure that we can fund these projects going forward. Within the budget itself, you'll notice that we have no new debt contemplated or assumed. And summarized within your budget are two categories of debt. They're summarized as government debt service, which is 12 million, and enterprise fund debt service, which is 10.6 million. Within all government agencies, we have debt policies that just prescribe when and how to issue debt. And so we have a debt policy here, and we are compliant with those debt policies. I want to call to your attention that Finance Committee on May 21st has an upcoming item related to the wastewater treatment fund proposed line of credit financing of $31 million. Wonderful. Thank you, Molly.
We're racing through this. I hope it's not too overwhelming. I'm Molly Stump. I'm the city attorney, and I'm here with Tricia Hoover, who is our legal administrator. The city attorney's office has 10 lawyers and 3 non-attorney professional staff. The attorneys in our department are each is assigned to a group of departments and functions and provides comprehensive legal services to support the work of that department. We do everything from drafting, reviewing, negotiating contracts and agreements, drafting resolutions and ordinances, drafting policy, advising on compliance and legal developments, and dispute resolution. We also provide comprehensive services to defend the city in court when we're sued, and city employees who are sued in the course of doing their work for the city. And we represent the city in a variety of administrative tribunals as well. We do this work primarily through outside specialized counsel who we actively manage. We partner with our outside counsel to set strategy in cases, to review all significant motions, and we actively participate in settlement negotiations. I'm bringing some of those items as appropriate to council for your consideration. At this time, we are fully staffed, knock on wood, with the addition of one legal secretary this week who started. And we're staffed at a level that we think meet the city's needs, including looking forward into the work that will be authorized through this budget. We do have one request in the budget, which is a one-time infusion of funds that will help us, enable us to replace an outdated claims and litigation management system. This is a software system that helps us to track all of our litigation and our government claims. It's a very old system and we need to move into the modern world. So we're asking for that support to do that. Next slide. This is just a sample of the work that we do. Our work stretches across all of the functions of the city, including providing legal support services to the support teams that we also get support from who are at this table. So just looking a few highlights that we'll be working on for the coming year include supporting the council on its housing priority through implementing all of the programs in the housing element and support for development of affordable housing, renter protections, the various planning work that this council wants to see done to round out the housing development program. We actively work on economic development initiatives with the city manager's team and the cross-departmental teams who are doing that work on California and University Avenue improvements and long-term planning to support retail. We are providing advice and drafting to support options and challenges and initiatives related to SCAP and electrification work that the council has prioritized. We have work devoted to the capital improvement program. Of course, we're finalizing the public safety building and there are some legal issues there, as happens. And we are doing work including finance, supporting the financing and the procurement issues around the water treatment plant, Fire Station 4, the new recycled water project, the creek projects, development of fiber, and all of the capital improvement programs. And of course, we are working with your representatives on the Cubberley acquisition and planning effort going forward. So those are a few projects that we look forward to in the coming year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Murdoch, the newly appointed city auditor, so very happy to be here. I'll give a brief overview of our office. So the mission of the auditor's office is to promote efficient, effective, economical, and fully transparent city government. The auditor's office is responsible for overseeing internal audit activities spanning fiscal, operational, and performance audits with the purpose of providing city leaders with the public providing city leaders and the public with independent, objective analysis of how well city resources are being used. The audit office also oversees the external financial audit conducted every year. As noted on the slide, there are no major changes to the budget for this coming year, but we do recognize that we're going to be in a little bit of catch-up mode. So definitely putting a plan in place to finish or start and complete FY24 audits and also work on the risk assessment concurrently to develop the audit plan for FY25. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. So just a quick overview of the city clerk's current organization. We're currently budgeted for 5 full-time positions. We have the city clerk. We're budgeted for 2 assistant city clerks and 2 administrative associate 3s. Currently, we have filled the assistant city clerk position and underfilling one of the assistant positions as a deputy city clerk, which leaves room for growth and opportunity within the department. And we are currently recruiting and looking to fill in the next few weeks 2 administrative associate 3 positions. A little bit overview of the city clerk's office. So we provide a wide range of services to the public, the city council, and city staff. And on this slide here, we have a short description essentially reflecting the clerk's office top priorities. One of the priorities since at least I've been here has been continuity of services, growth and retention of personnel, retaining quality staff members through providing trainings, and avenues for growth is always a focus. Some of the goals for the department is a successful election and onboarding of new council members, finding other opportunities for increasing community engagement, and really focusing on records management throughout the city, updating our records retention schedule, which has been a focus of the city clerk's office over the last few years, but in the previous year has been delayed due to other priorities. And this year, there's no significant proposals. However, the clerk's office is continuing to explore different solutions that may require additional funding, potentially at mid-year or next year, but not at this time. So here is the department's outlook, which covers just some of the many things that we do. We'll be continuing to look at processes to help support our public meetings and ways to improve and explore innovative solutions. We'll be exploring other opportunities for increased community engagement with the public, as noted before, and working on other processes to help departments be more effective and efficient with their record keeping and contract management. Next, in collaboration with the city manager's office, helping coordinate legislative updates and being more involved in local and legislative city efforts. And lastly, but certainly not least, since this year is an election year, really focusing on running a transparent and inclusive council candidate and ballot measure election in November 2024. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, then getting close to rounding out the organization, City Manager's Office. Next slide, please. And first, let me acknowledge the support of Melissa McDonough, Assistant to the City Manager, that many of you know, that supported the development of our office's budget this year. So just a few areas to highlight for the committee in terms of our ongoing and perhaps some of the more high visibility initiatives. And the two bullets here indicated in the really incremental changes included in general fund. First, the management support for economic development. That's really kind of a broad term for the time-limited overstrength support that we're providing, in particular for CalAV in downtown with Ashwini Kantak and Bruce Fukuji, again, that many of you have now worked with, that are doing the project work to support economic development in those two districts. And the second is this management fellow program that the city has not participated in for many years, but is really an opportunity for us to get in front of the public administration programs, really nationwide, with management fellow opportunity that is a 2-year program, also involves a rotation through a number of departments and allows us to also advance some special projects that require focused attention and that recent graduates are very good candidates for both learning the general operations of the city, as well as really building our bench in terms of capacity moving forward. Next slide, please. And then just continuing with some of the higher visibility initiatives that we have ongoing this year, our affordable housing and services for the unhoused, all of these really being interdepartmental efforts where support from the city manager's office advances what I've talked to some of you as Ed's philosophy on the role of the city manager's office, which is triage, stabilize, and delegate in terms of issues that don't fit cleanly within a departmental structure, that really we focus on triage, identifying the issues necessary to address for any particular issue, stabilize in terms of our interim staffing, and then at some point transitioning a mature operation into departments for ongoing service as may be appropriate. So again, this affordable housing and services for the unhoused really in what I'll call the stabilize mode of that continuum. Economic development, to a certain extent the same, but really I'd say that we're really taking shape in the form in which different districts around town are coming together and establishing sustainable business models. Then workforce development, retention and hiring that many have spoken to. Again, interdepartmental effort. HR is obviously key to that, but really the connection between the HR resources and the implementation among departments being a focus for my office, and the positive work environment initiative in particular has been mentioned. ongoing community engagement, I'll jump to the SCAP and community engagement, which are both largely communication functions run through the city manager's office. And then finally, the race and equity, or is also referred to as the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging programs that are also coordinated through my office. So that rounds us out. And I think we'll close out with the city council itself. And city clerk, let's speak to that.
This will be,
Present to yourselves here.
Yes. So this will be a quick one. So for the city council budget, there are no major proposed changes. However, just pointing out that the council did approve to increase travel from 30,000 to 40,000, which is included in the base budget, an increase of 10,000. And next slide. And I'm sure you are very well aware of your outlook and your priorities for the next year. So not sure I need to speak to them, but that would be it.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Becky?
So there was a lot there. Let me organize what I can, and I may have to get the rest in a second round. IT. I get back to where that is. Just first of all, I think when I added up listening to all the devices that you cover between desktops, mobile, et cetera, I think it was something like 2,500 or something. It was just incredible. So thank you for managing all of that. Just a quick question. You mentioned, so one of the proposed changes is the adding an assistant director. Are there any others now, or is the one in the org chart the new one, or would there be a second one in addition to the one in the org chart?
That's included in that org chart, so it's
that is the new one.
Anticipation, yes.
Okay, great, got it. Thank you. And trying to remember my questions now. Hold on. Then I wanted to ask. This is administrative services. I'm intrigued by the grant management staff, and generally, most organizations I've been affiliated with, we do that assuming it will more than pay for itself over time. Is that kind of the presumption here, and how do you think about that in terms of break even or additive?
I believe, like you said, that support is going to yield great dividends. With that said, the grant proceeds usually go towards a project, right? So we have an administrative support cost. However, we're leveraging millions of dollars. And so one, we want to compete and be successful when we compete. And two is when the monies come here, we definitely need to be compliant. So yes, I concur 100%. That, the returns on that investment will be very good. With that said, that position still needs to be funded with local resources.
And if I could just dovetail with that, I think we look at this particular position, perhaps less in terms of return on investment and instead as much a compliance and risk management role that ensures that we are able to deliver on the grants and handle all reporting associated with that in ways that ensure that we can continue to get more grants in the future, as well as not have any audit findings.
I should speak to that because every year, as the city auditor knows, as a part of our annual audit, we have a federal audit that is a report card of our compliance for randomly selected grants by our auditor. That report card is used when we apply for additional grants. So the more we can show that we have good, sound internal controls and no findings, it improves our ability to apply and succeed.
That's actually really helpful because I did take note of the fact that it said in the notes in the budget adjustments that this management analyst position will manage the consultant contracts, et cetera. So is that part of that they'll, I'm sorry, that's the grant consultant. So that's an additional thing.
Correct. So the grant consultant is the one that says, look, there's this portfolio of grants out there and it looks like this is a great fit for the city. I can help you write and do all this stuff. So that's on the front end of application and award.
Mhm.
This position is supporting on the back end.
Right. Okay. And that dovetails well with my next question, which was the next bullet point in the slide, where it talks about aligning risk management function in ASD that was previously in human resources. But I think you mentioned that that was with procurement management. So I'm trying to understand the scope of that risk management function. And is that distinct from the grant compliance?
It is.
Okay.
It is, because this has to do with insurance requirements within contracts. So, you know, all the indemnities, insurances, and terms of those contracts. Currently, that's being reviewed by HR, which doesn't fit within HR. So we're going to take that off of HR and work in concert and in partnership with the city attorney's office. And that's a pre-existing FTE. We're just transferring it to our department.
Got it. And you are excellent at segues because I was about to turn to our city attorney. Fully supportive of this contract management software because, you know, I do think that attorney software systems like that end up saving money over time because it can reduce your staff time trying to do things manually. So that is terrific. It's $100,000 now, but I bet we'll realize at least that over the course of the implementation of that software. I did want to ask though, this is for tracking, I believe you said the litigation and claims. What about contract management software? I don't know how much, is that all in your department or the different departments that have contracts kind of track them, but same kind of, like you were just talking about certain contracts that you track or what your department will be tracking. How is that distributed amongst the city and what can we do to help you?
The key function there is housed in the purchasing department in ASD.
Oh, I can speak to that then. So within the city, we're implementing the e-procurement system, and one component is contract management. So we are working with the city attorney's office to look at the work plan for that implementation.
So then existing contracts or contracts we've had for years, do those need to be now brought into the system? Are they in previous digital systems we need to transfer, or are they manually done, or how will that be brought current?
That'll be a part of the work plan because it's going to be a phased approach because we have to work on, for example, agreement templates. How will that route? How will edits be made? How do they get approved? So it's a whole workflow, a digital workflow for contracts prospectively. And then your question pertains to the hundreds and thousands of contracts we have on the books, right? So that it's going to be a multi-phase, multi-component work plan that we'd have to look through. And so that would be an extension of our pre-existing e-procurement system called OpenGov.
Okay, so e-procurement, OpenGov. So, and I'm sure that's a vast number and there's a much, much smaller number, but when we talk about any interest in land or other kinds of unusual contracts and tracking, is there any support you need there?
Not above what we have currently. So in all types of contracts, including the real property related contracts, my office plays a role. In many cases, we've taken the laboring oar of drafting templates that are the starting point for the various departments to use as they're beginning their procurement process. And then we review any exceptions to those templates. And then there's there's a centralized function in ASD that monitors and pulls all these pieces together, as well as the project folks are in the various departments. So it's a complicated workflow that's kind of chugging along, you know, kind of continuously in the city. Remind me your question.
Well, I was just thinking of, you know, those unusual, highly tailored one-off contracts, whether it's, you know, I don't know, I assume there's some terms to our you know, contributions to Project Home Key. I assume with the RWQCP and serving other cities. I assume with, you know, Pets in Need. Like there's all kinds of unusual contracts that wouldn't be procurement and amenable to e-go, whatever that was, e-procurement.
Right. So with the contracts that use our standard template, we do review and sign off on those, except for very, very, very small contracts. And that will typically be just something that takes just a few minutes. For one-off contracts, it's a much greater process, and we'll gather samples or appropriate source materials from various places. We do a lot of original drafting. Yes, so those are complicated projects that we're working with the engineer or the project manager in the department. We're keeping the centralized purchasing function folks aware of those documents, I hope, in all systems, so that that's our system of record where we go for finding things as time moves on.
Okay, and I guess what I'm thinking of is if there's milestones, if there's ticklers for that, who sets those up? If there's if there's amendments, year after year, or extensions of contracts. I mean, do you have all the support you need? Or is there more software
Right. So I
type
think it's a
things?
continuous improvement type of thing. And you're getting into an area, contract administration, where we can perhaps, and I think we've identified that as an area where we can spend more time. Those of us who are in the centralized functions, working with the departments, to make sure that they have the support to do that work, to be watching for developments, to be monitoring the course of the contract and ensuring that the work that's being done and the money that's being released to pay for it are actually well aligned, so that we're getting what we contracted to receive when we pay. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have.
And
Yeah, I had a couple of things, and I guess not oddly, they're very similar to what Vicky just brought up. But first, I want to say relative to IT, I very much support that request that you have there. You need some redundancy too. Not only all the computers that we have in the city need that. You need some redundancy, and so I think that's a very wise expense for us to be investing in. In administrative services, I'm in the camp that says that this grant person will pay for herself at some point in time. I think it's a really good investment, and just the coordination effort, I think, is going to make it more efficient, which means we might get money earlier. And then I also had just sort of a comment on the contracts thing. And in a lot of areas in the city, my perception of the facts is that this is a real bottleneck, getting contracts done. And I can't do the analysis there if it's people or systems or a lot of departments, too many departments working on it. Probably not. It probably just takes a while to get them done. But various times they say, well, we're out for a consultant, so we have to find the consultant. And then they'll follow up and say, okay, did you get the consultant? Well, yeah, but the contract's still in contracts. So in case you didn't hear this in the interviews, that's what I'm mentioning to you, is that we have a bottleneck there that is a huge value add if we can get stuff out faster. And so just kind of highlighting that to you. And so investments in that area that are going to be adding efficiency, I think it'd be great.
Yes, concur, and working in partnership with the city attorney's office as we spell that out in more details and look at what resources that may entail as well. Absolutely concur. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
thank you. Well, first I'll just follow up on that and echo that this, I think, has been perceived as one of our real challenges, is to streamline our procurement process and grants. And so I guess one question is, we say we're going to work on it. Is there a way that we can establish any goals that might even be measurable on that?
I believe we are close to completing a report from the city auditor on this topic. And not to assume Kate, in there less than 24 hours on the job, have information on that. But someone on our team might be able to provide a current update.
Could you give us an update on that, Kate?
So I know that we do have a grant management audit scheduled for FY24, which is not started, but are you talking about the procurement?
Follow-up work.
Right. So yes, that is in process.
Okay.
And we
So,
are going to
yes.
be meeting.
All right,
with-
I'll wait
with
to
Lauren
run
later
that.
in the week.
And-
So yeah.
And just one sub area of that is the threshold at which we go into the very involved
Formal
government.
RFP
Yeah.
versus
Is
informal.
that all mandated by the state, or is it's internal?
It is city driven.
And so are we looking at changing thresholds?
It
Or
depends,
proposing?
yes, and I think that's part of what we've asked the city auditor to take a look at. I would note that as it happens, to connect the dots here, as in the lunchtime conversation we had about what it would take to increase our throughput on recreation programs, that was identified as a particular issue. So I think we'll be coming back to you with some thoughts on that matter and see where to go with it.
Good, okay. And then just noting on the grant management, I completely concur that this is something that I think in recent years, we've moved more aggressively in grant directions. Previously, we felt constrained on pursuing grants because of the administrative capacity. And I'm really pleased that we're moving more aggressively. One of the things that I don't know, and I don't think it's in the books, is do we have a trend line in grant dollars received over years? And I appreciate it's going to be not a smooth line. One year you might get some.
It'll be spiky as it
Yeah.
relates to the grade separations in particular,
Yep.
because as you know, that really created a spike. I know we did look at it recently, so we'll see if we have something we could put together easily.
Great, and dividing general fund from other enterprise. One thing on the vacancy discussion, we have in the report, we had the total of the 13.1%, but it's then discounted down to 9.7 or something, or 5, if we include folks that are in the pipeline of hiring. Was it, I'm trying to remember where that was, and
It's in the At Places memo.
oh, yeah.
It has the big number 1 on it.
9.7, okay. So, yeah, as of April, we were at 13.1 in general fund, or 9.7 for final stage recruitments. And so that's a lot of final stage recruitments. One of the things I brought up last night is that we should also account for what's the time frame that we're capturing and saying those final stage recruitments, their folks are in the last weeks or last month or two of being hired. And what's the attrition that we would normally have in that same time frame, which should be subtracted from that?
Sandra or Nick, would you like to see if you can add to this, please?
I'm gonna ask Assistant Director Nick Raish to respond to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Burt, for that question. We already do take into account any known separations that are happening over the same period when we're looking at that net vacancy number. And so that would be any people who have submitted for retirement, submitted for resignation that we know are going to happen, but we haven't processed out of our system yet. In addition to that, if you did want to use a anticipated turnover number, we would look to the budget book, and we would specifically look at our annualized retirement turnover and our annualized non-voluntary turnover.
Yep.
There's a third figure we track, which is voluntary turnover. The reason I wouldn't want to build that into our numbers is we are constantly trying to prevent that, right? Those are the people who are leaving, going to other agencies. We've seen a downward trend in that over the past 18 months. And so I wouldn't want to count on that happening as we're actively trying to prevent that. So
Well, but we've got so I'm all for the direction that you're working, but that's not the objective numbers. Right now, what we have is we've got we've got a baseline, and then we're subtracting from that the folks who are in the higher pipeline, but we aren't fully subtracting whatever is the objective average on how many will fall out in that same period. So we can't just subtract from the vacancy the hires without also accounting for whatever is the estimate of attrition in the same time frame.
Understood. I believe the fact that we take into account the notices we've already received, those are 2-week, 3-week,
That helps.
4-week notices, accounts for whatever plus minus is going to happen over that period of time.
Well, that would be the knowns, but we also get unknowns in that same time frame.
In that situation, they'd be leaving with no notice, and that very rarely happens
Okay.
within our.
All right, so then you're saying that in the time frame in which we're saying we have these known hires, we've basically accounted pretty accurately for the attrition
That's
that would
correct.
occur. All right, okay, thanks. And then I just want to, on the IT side, I want to really fully support the investments that have been identified for the cybersecurity. Unfortunately, this is just an ever increasing focus for all government agencies and, for that matter, private entities. It's an important investment that we have to just keep doing. There was a small item, there was the audio visual upgrade for the council chambers in here. What are we looking for to do here? I'm just, it's not big dollars, but I'm surprised we are prioritizing improvements to this room.
It's just keeping the technology consistent through both our rooms, and one of the is the microphone systems. Today, we can't go out and purchase new microphones right now because these are so old and end of life. So we'd have to go to aftermarket if these started failing. So that's the first phase. The next phase is just looking at times we have challenges in here with AV connecting to the monitors and so forth. Just as most people who are in here for boards and commissions can attest to. So that's just shoring up some of those AV and of course sound systems, and just a lot of this infrastructure has been in place for over 10 years.
Okay, and I know we're going to have the Junior Museum coming up, but is the ticketing for the Junior Museum, is that falling under IT role or?
Yeah, we're
owns that?
helping manage that project in cooperation with GMZ staff.
Okay, and we'll have a fuller report at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Just looking. So I'll just reserve a couple other things for kind of a broader wrap-up overview issues that touch on this, but I'll wait until the maybe very end and we can talk about those in the context of tomorrow's meetings. All right. Do we have any members of the public who want to speak?
Chair, we do not have any requests this week.
Okay, so will we entertain a motion on tentative approval of this whole block of stuff?
Happy to move that.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, all in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. All right, so although we are 20 minutes behind our schedule, do we need an hour for dinner? Okay. I know. Yeah, so should we just plan on reconvening at 6 and we're back on schedule? Oh, sorry. Pardon me?
She's gonna be here at 6?
Yeah, he recognized that.
I'm
6
sorry.
o'clock, that works. Our Consultants that are working
Oh, I
on
see.
the GMZ.
Okay.
Okay, 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're ready to begin our final item number 6, which is review and feedback on the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo operational and business analysis report, and to recommend FY 2025 staffing adjustments and ticket fee structure. All right, Kristen?
Yes, thank you. I'm Kristen O'Kane, the Community Services Director, and I'd like to introduce Linda Chu with me, who was formerly with AECOM.
We want to spend more money overall just for a better cost recovery percentage, but it's still spending more money.
Okay. Linda Chu, formerly with AECOM, who did a significant amount of work on the business analysis for us. On the line, we have Adrian Horn with Museum Management Consultants and Katie Potter, who's also with MMC. To my left, if you haven't met Amanda Demmel, she is our new Assistant Director of Community Services overseeing arts and sciences. And I'm going to turn it, well, first I'm going to give a little background as to why we did this analysis. So as you know, we rebuilt the Junior Museum and Zoo. We opened it during a pandemic, which was not ideal, but we still pulled it off. And at the time, we did our best guess as to what our staffing needs would be, what the appropriate ticket fee would be, and other investments needed to carry on operations of the JMZ. So after being open for a period of time, we decided that we would hire someone who is an expert in this field, regionally and nationally, to help us develop this operational business plan. So we would have real data and recommendations to help guide us into the future. So that's why we're here. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Linda now, who's going to go ahead with her presentation. There you go.
Okay, good evening, everyone. And thank you for hanging in there. I understand you've had a long day of meetings. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll just get right into it. My name is Linda Chu. I've been doing sort of business planning and economic analysis for museums, cultural attractions, and actually commercial attractions as well for about 27 years. And formerly, as you can see, with AECOM, now I'm with Robinette Economics, but I'm kind of talking from the perspective of the work I did when I was at AECOM. So there were a number of questions that we were presented with initially, and you can see them here, and really, relating to attendance, admission price, earned revenue, sort of a whole host of issues around operations and sort of market demand and expectations. Next slide. And so, but they really boil down into kind of 3 major categories, right? So one is really, how should the Palo Alto JMZ be expected to perform, in the market? So that's kind of the first category. Second category is, well, then, given that, how are they doing right now? And the third category is, is there anything that can be done better? Are there any strategies to really enhance, both earned revenue and cost recovery and overall economic sustainability? Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk first about sort of this first bucket, which is really, what is the potential in the market? There is a tried and true methodology for this. It is the gold standard in the industry for attendance estimation. It's called penetration rate methodology. It's something that's been used, I think, since Disneyland was founded in the late 1950s. And it involves looking at, doing significant kind of research, quantitative and qualitative research in a number of categories you see here. Really around sort of attendance drivers, right? So the key sort of attendance drivers are visitor experience. What's the quantity and the quality of the visitor experience? The scale, how large is it? Is it, these days, is it immersive? Is it interactive? Or is it just sort of text on walls? The size and the quality of resident and tourist markets is another important category. resident, and here it's more resident markets because children's museums primarily draw from resident markets. Site location and conditions from a market perspective, so that, you know, visibility, access, surrounding uses, synergistic sorts of uses. The performance of comparable attractions. We have a database of, you know, hundreds, if not thousands, of cultural attractions around the country, and we track all sorts of metrics and do all kinds of comparisons. We look at the kind of local and regional competitive environment, and then there is a fair amount of professional judgment, right? There's qualitative factors that need to be considered. And we put all this together and develop sort of estimates for attendance and earned revenue. And then there is an interplay with sort of physical planning parameters, right? To see if sort of ensure that you have enough capacity to accommodate your projected attendance. So next slide. So I'm just going to touch on a few, I think, sort of important findings from the market analysis. First of all, you know, visitor experience, I think, is very strong. It's a very unique facility nationally. It's actually very hard to find comparables because, you know, it is a sort of mix of children's museum with live animals. It's definitely a much smaller footprint than even small zoos, maybe more comparable to a nature center, but much more interactive. Okay. And certainly has a, you know, large amount sort of expansive outdoor space and a ratio of outdoor to indoor space, which is very uncommon for children's museums, right? So very kind of a hybrid facility. You know, the recent investments, which were, you know, funded very much by the support of the Friends of the JMZ, led to dramatic increases in earned revenue, primarily because of the institution of, you know, the ticket, right, the gate, the admission ticket, admission price. But that did increase earned revenue from 34%, you know, around before the investment to about 66% in 2023. What's that? Yes. So. Attendance in 2023 calendar year was around 118,000. We think that's very consistent with industry standards and ratios and what we'd expect. There have been some issues. I think staff capacity is one major challenge, you know, due to a number of factors, some of which have, you know, due to the fact that it's a publicly managed attraction and, you know, publicly operated attraction. So the length of time with kind of the public agency hiring process, again, not uncommon. Pandemic hiring issues, which we've seen with all of our clients across the country, you know, certain positions not being funded. And then I think what's most important that we saw was sort of a large number of part-time positions in critical areas where they really should be full-time. And we certainly understand kind of the fiscal reasons for doing that. But that is something that I think, you know, public agencies probably struggle with more than nonprofit operated attractions. It is a modest sized facility, particularly the indoor space, which we think is running up against some capacity constraints based upon our analysis. And all this, you know, has, I think, led to some challenges with the visitor experience and in some operational areas. Now, this is all not uncommon. It's kind of the second or third year, right, of operations. So we'd expect to take a few years to stabilize after a major expansion. But these are just, you know, some of the issues. But overall, I think it's performing quite well. Next slide, please. And then, you know, a couple of things about just sort of looking at the markets. And you certainly know this. We're in a very, very large market, about 2 million people within the 30-minute drive time. And of course, the greater Bay Area, you know, within a 60-minute drive time, about 5 million people. Certainly one of the highest income and well-educated markets in the United States. These two demographic factors correlate, you know, with attendance at all sorts of museums and cultural attractions. Having said that, you know, there are significant income disparities within the primary market. And because this is not a commercial attraction, you know, but is a mission-driven organization, cultural organization, you know, this is something that is of concern and that needs to be addressed. And so, you know, maybe more than, you know, some institutions, I think Palo Alto JMZ needs to sort of think about the balance between a sustainable business model with strategies to serve kind of lower income, higher need populations who may not have a tradition of attending museums. Next slide, please. In our benchmarking, I think something that really, you know, stood out to us was just the extremely competitive nature of this region for children's and family attractions. I mean, I grew up on the peninsula and, you know, certainly putting this all together, it really, you know, I did have to take a pause when you look at all these, and these are the formal attractions. This does not include the array of sports, arts, or other activities that children and families have to do these days, nor does it include things like Museum of Ice Cream, the Van Gogh, the multiple immersive Van Gogh exhibits and so forth. So, there's a lot of competition. There are things that specifically have live animals in the immediate market area, both to the north and south. You do see, when you look at this, you do see somewhat of a gap, right? On the peninsula, you see kind of your opportunity, although probably your closest competitor is, the one also sharing the peninsula market with you. But it is a large market, so plenty of room, but it has implications for what you'd expect in terms of market share and visitor experience. Admission price, we believe, is slightly below market rate, and I'll talk more about that later. I think other sort of attendance and operating metrics are well within industry standards for a publicly operated cultural attraction with live animals. Next slide. Okay, and and other things just to remember, as Kristen pointed out earlier, you opened during a pandemic. So you are part of, you can see the curve on the right here is kind of the pandemic recovery curve. It's been lagging in the Bay Area for kind of two reasons. One is, we had sort of stricter pandemic restrictions during the pandemic, 2021 especially. And then also, we are in a major urban area, and many of our cultural attractions here in the Bay Area draw upon a large tourist market, which is still not fully recovered, particularly in San Francisco. So that's why it's lagging a little bit, because it's some of the largest institutions. But at the same time, you have another sort of curve that's affecting you, which is what we call kind of the initial year surge curve, right? Which is anytime you open a new museum or a cultural attraction or have a major expansion, we expect to see a surge in attendance initially that then declines over time, anywhere between 10 and 30% to stabilize by the third year of operations. And, so you're sort of caught in that curve as well. In addition, I just want to point out something that happens here. You can see that dark green line is actually what we call kind of the natural attendance erosion curve. So you can see it opens, kind of, has a peak, then stabilizes. And if you don't do anything, if you don't reinvest, if you don't have new programming, if you don't have sort of, temporary exhibits, if you do nothing and don't invest, you sort of get this natural erosion that occurs over time. And we've charted that in, many museums, both in the Bay Area and nationally. So what you do, or you kind of see the black lines there, those are kind of the reinvestments. They can be capital reinvestments, like the California Dinosaur Garden's a great example. They can be programming, they can be, temporary exhibits. There's all kinds of strategies, but you have to reinvest. And if you do, you sort of stave off that natural erosion and maintain attendance and penetration rates. Okay, next slide. So we put all this together along with many, many other sort of data points and research and developed attendance estimates for different scenarios. So you can see here, calendar year was around 118,000. We projected kind of three scenarios. One is if you do nothing, it's that kind of natural erosion, and we'd project then that there would be a decline in attendance. So I think the point here is if you do nothing, you can't assume that you're going to maintain your attendance. Attendance actually will decline. And then we think if you can make some operational adjustments that will both help with capacity and with sort of improving some of the visitor experience, we think that, and some earned revenue factors, we think that, attendance could increase to around 125 to 130,000. And then with capital investments, additional capital investments, we think there's potential for around 135 to 140,000. Now, that depends on what capital investments are made. I do want to point out, though, that, the Palo Alto JMZ is operating pretty close to at capacity on certain days. We do something called a design day analysis, which is basically you don't build a church for Easter Sunday, right? You're building a museum for sort of your average peak day, which is the top 20 or 30 days. And so we sort of looked at that and did the analysis, and we think that you're operating pretty close to that, particularly for your indoor space, right? It's sort of hard to assess how much people can be outdoors. It depends, on the weather. Next slide, please. Okay, so then we translate this to revenues, and I just want to take a moment to talk about the business model for cultural attractions. There's basically, two types of revenue: earned revenue and contributed revenue, right? Earned revenue being admissions, membership, things that you earn, program fees, retail, food and beverage. Contributed revenue is typically, public agency funding and philanthropic funding. So, and I just want to, there's the nuance here between earned revenue and cost recovery. And a lot of times people use those interchangeably. And earned revenue earned revenue percentage is, basically the percentage of earned revenue that covers operating costs. Cost recovery, though, can include philanthropic funding, right? So we've been asked a number of times throughout the course of the study, is 100% cost recovery realistic? And I would say, maybe not 100%, but you might be able to get pretty close. Now, is 100% earned revenue realistic? Absolutely not. Earned revenue is typically anywhere between 40 and 80% of operating budget. And I would say for most museums, it's between sort of 50 and 70%. And children's museums can be in the higher end of that range for a number of reasons. One, they don't discount for children, right? So that's one of the first factors. But but absolutely, to be beyond that means you're probably not paying enough attention to your mission, or you're not investing in education and programming and access and those sorts of things. So the opportunity here, to have sort of higher or upwards, getting more closer to so the 100% cost recovery is probably in the contributed revenue category because you're doing pretty well in earned revenue. And next slide. So, when we look at sort of what are the opportunities on earned revenue, just focusing on that for a minute, admissions and membership usually constitute close to kind of 60 or 70% of total earned revenue. So that's those are where the big moves can be made, either things that affect attendance, which are typically kind of visitor experiences, or your admission price. The next category of sort of in-museum visitor expenditures, typically those require a high enough volume of sales or length of stay to justify their operating costs. So things like food and beverage or retail, we wouldn't really recommend them. The main purpose of food and beverage for a small museum is just to keep people from leaving. Facility generated income is special because it is independent of visitors, right? It's something you can do. You can use your facility to basically generate revenue. It can, though, compete with internal programming and some of your mission-related activities. So it does need sort of active management and calendar management and scheduling, and also needs sufficient staff to market. And then I think the last category, business to business, that's not typical for small museums, so I'm not going to talk too much about that now. Next slide, please. So when we think about the opportunities for Palo Alto JMZ, I think there's three. There's two in the earned revenue category and one in contributed income. So we think that, one of the major opportunities is to increase price. We don't think that there should be a substantial increase in price, and we heard some of the numbers that were being discussed, I think, early on before they opened, which were out of market rate from our perspective. But we think that there's some room now to increase price from $10 to $14 or $15. That can be done over time. It can be done through peak pricing initially. There's a number of sort of pricing strategies now that can be used. But we do think that you are under market rate given the product. We do think you're going to have to address some of the staffing issues to improve these kind of visitor experiences and operations in order to sort of maintain the visitor experience to justify this price. And there's some other sort of minor kind of operational things around the ticketing system and time ticketing rather than sessions that we think would help because there's been some barriers, frankly, around ticketing. The second category is birthday parties and facility rentals. You'll have some additional staff capacity, hopefully, to manage kind of this. Right now, you have one person who's dealing with birthday parties, facility rentals, memberships, visitor services, and everything else, which is just not, that's not really possible. So I think, that's the other thing. We think that can double. Now, having said that, it's kind of a small percentage of the overall revenue, right? So when you add those two things together, that's an additional $600,000 of revenue or so on an annual basis, but it comes with some increases in operating costs. Now, I think, the big move, of course, is something where, it's working with your private partner in your public-private partnership to work with the Friends of the JMZ to identify options for expanding their role to increase operational funding, right? They've done a tremendous job of raising capital for that reinvestment that we talked about. That's critical. But, there are many cultural attractions operated by public agencies that have supporting nonprofits, and their roles range, right? Some of them do sort of fundraising for capital projects. Some of them fund operations, and some of them actually have management responsibility. And in many cases, you see sort of hybrid scenarios where there's actually staff working for the nonprofit and for the public agency. Admittedly, that can get very, very complicated and has, many sort of ramifications. But that is sort of where we see kind of the big moves. So you can see in the kind of the medium scenario we projected here, The amount of earned revenue goes up by 600,000. The operating costs go up by a little bit more. The Friends of the JMZ, we've actually just added in what was already going to happen, which is sort of the community outreach position. And so the percent earned income can go up a little bit, right? 66 to 68%, and cost recovery can go up a little bit. Again, earned income is already doing very, very well. Next slide. And finally, before I just wrap up, I did want to talk, and address pricing, because I know it's been a major issue and discussion topic around the JMZ. We always say that admission price should be set by the market, right? You should let the market guide admission price decisions. We know that, historically, maybe sort of 10 years ago, there was, 20 years ago, there was thought that, you keep things free or very, very low cost, and that removes barriers, right? What they found over time is that actually just removing sort of financial barriers doesn't do very much to increase attendance from communities who historically have been underserved and haven't felt comfortable attending museums. And they found that you actually need kind of a more targeted and nuanced sort of strategies, right? So you still need to remove the financial barrier, but increasing from $10 to $14, $10 for a family of 4 is already not affordable for low-income communities. So to increase it to 14, that really that lever is not that effective. What has been effective is kind of very strategic to deep discounts to lower income households through community partnerships. Programming has been very, very effective, getting people in the door to actually experience sort of what it is, right? And as something with kind of live animals and not a lot of words or text, you actually have the opportunity to reach sort of a very diverse audience. You have a great product for that. There's been actually institutions in the Bay Area who have tried membership giveaways. So they'll work with a community organization to do sort of a special program or partnership or outreach to get sort of a community that really hasn't attended the institution before, and then actually given them memberships. And that actually has been shown to be one of the most effective mechanisms. It can sometimes be underwritten by a philanthropic partner because people actually feel like now they're part of the club, right? They have a membership, they can go anytime they want, not just on a free day. So there are other strategies, but we generally say you shouldn't sort of try to use your admission price as the lever for increasing access and equity. And next slide. I think I only have a couple more. My overtime, Kristen. Okay, so the major operating cost changes, I think those are laid out pretty clearly in the report, but we think the areas that really need sort of our priority areas are animal care. And I think, we've seen the news in the Bay Area recently. Animal care is, even nationally has been a major topic. Very important. It's properly funded. I think, the major issue there is many part-time staff who then have to go find second jobs. And because of the specialized nature of what they do, it's often, not nearby. So they're commuting long distances. Makes it very challenging, very high staff burnout. Also, animal care is really important because the animal care specialists are the ones who can really make those sort of unique, very special, inspirational sorts of one-on-one experiences with the animals happen. And that's sort of what people remember, right? These days, it's all about sort of signature visitor experiences. And I think these are very kind of special experiences that children and families can have. Visitor services is something that just needs to be bolstered. It's just sort of, understaffed right now. We think a revenue and business manager would be helpful just because of the nature of city accounting systems and the way they work. It's not very easy to track kind of the metrics that you'd want to track for a cultural institution using that system. And so to have someone just solely focused on that would be helpful. And then we think, education programs are actually, very, very strong hallmark of the Palo Alto JMZ, very strong programs. And, in the future, I think expanding those would be a priority. So I think that list is actually in order of priority. And last, next slide, please. This is sort of a summary of, if you see things more graphically, this is sort of a summary of cost recovery potential. So I think the good news is there's some room to improve it. Now, this is without sort of any additional allocation from the Friends of the JMZ or any sort of shift in their priorities, thinking about increased operational funding, right? So I think the good news is you're recovering 73% in the medium scenario and even 70% now, which is very, very good. And of that, around 68% is earned revenue. So I think that's very strong. We would never sort of project higher. We are economists, so maybe we're a little conservative by nature, but we would not project higher. And And I think, overall, it's sort of doing well, but there's some warning signs for us. And I think, next slide, please. One of the key points here is that if you don't invest in some of these kind of operational necessities, again, your status quo is not that you're going to maintain 70% cost recovery. What happens is attendance will erode. We've seen it over and over again at some, very high quality institutions in the Bay Area. And you do need to sort of reinvest, right? And that's operationally and from a capital perspective. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I see that we have the JMZ representatives, and Lauren is here, and I think a lot of our questions may actually be for the JMZ board as well. And I wonder if we might invite Lauren to the table and like we often do with our community partners. Would you like to join us so we can just fire questions at whoever is most willing and able to answer them? All right, who'd like to go first? And maybe let's go ahead and see if we have any members of the public first, and then we'll.
Yes, we do have a request to speak.
Okay.
We did have some prepared comments.
Oh, great. Okay.
Well,
Well, then, before we hear from the public, why don't we have the prepared comments and the, great.
Hello. Is it on? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So hello there. My name is Lauren Angelo, and I am the president of the Friends of the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo. We are a volunteer organization whose mission is to support the JMZ. We fundraise for capital campaigns, most notably the $25 million JMZ initiative to rebuild the Junior Museum and Zoo. Since the close of our capital campaign, the Friends has focused our fundraising priorities on access and inclusion initiatives. The Friends is committed to ensuring that the JMZ remains accessible to all families in the greater community, regardless of economic ability, particularly in light of the $10 admission fee, which was introduced when the JMZ reopened in 2021. The Friends very much appreciated having the opportunity to speak with Linda and her colleagues, and our board thought that the report that they produced was well-researched and thorough, and that their analysis and recommendations were excellent. In particular, we stand behind their recommendations that the city increase staffing at the JMZ. It is absolutely critical that staffing issues be addressed to maintain and enhance the visitor experience. There are two aspects of the city staff report, however, that I am compelled to clarify as they do not accurately reflect the Friends' position. First, the Friends' support of any proposed pricing increase to align with market rates is contingent upon the adoption of the consultant's staffing recommendations. This would include the addition of 2 full-time guest services staff, 4 full-time zookeepers, and a part-time revenue business manager. A revenue manager is critical to ensuring efficient and effective operations, and over time, such a manager would be able to improve the JMZ's cost recovery. The Friends is not supportive of increasing the ticket price without increasing staffing to the level recommended by the consultants. Additionally, an increase in the ticket price must be coupled with a plan for ensuring that the museum remains accessible to all families. The report states that there are many barriers beyond ticket price, and the industry is moving to more strategic initiatives to increase access and participation, such as free memberships for low-income families. I cannot emphasize enough how important accessibility is to our organization and to our donors. The second point is around the Friends funding of the JMZ. As we made clear to Linda and her colleagues, and as they accurately captured in the final draft of their report, we provide funding to the Junior Museum and Zoo for specific initiatives. We raised and donated $25 million to the city to rebuild the museum and zoo. We recently raised $300,000 towards the new dinosaur garden, and we raise money every year which pays JMZ educators who are city employees to teach science lessons in underserved communities like East Palo Alto. We are committed to continuing to provide targeted financial support in the areas of exhibits and access and inclusion, ensuring that the museum remains accessible to all. We cannot, however, commit to general operational funding of the JMZ. And I want to ensure that this committee clearly understands the ways in which the Friends is willing and able to support the JMZ. It is very difficult for the Friends to raise money for the city's general fund. However, we are open to exploring together with the city and with our board how the Friends might undertake specific new supporting roles in a hybrid operational model as suggested in the report. I would also like to note that the Friends has already implemented programming mentioned in the report to enhance the visitor and community experience, such as events and animal encounters that the Friends can build upon and enhance. The Friends also remains committed to expanding our access initiatives to ensure that the JMZ remains accessible to everyone. So thank you very much for your time and letting me speak. We look forward to continuing to partner with the city and the community in the years to come.
Thank you. So now we can hear from members of the public.
Right, so the only request to speak actually is from Lauren Vichetti.
Okay.
Comments?
All right. Well, good. So then we'll go ahead and provide our questions to whether it be staff, our consultants, or the Friends. And who would like to go first? Ed?
I had a question, first of all, on the visitors. It said that it's 118,000. Do we know what percentage of these is actually kids? Yes, you do. We'll check into that. And are all,
Yeah,
sorry.
so my associate Kayla Koga behind me is the data guru, so she can find those numbers for us quickly.
Okay, and I presume that's just anybody that walked through the door. Those are not uniques, as they would say online. That's not 118,000 individual people. That could be multiple visits.
Right, it's attendance of visits, that's
Yeah.
right. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, and let's see, you noted it was a high competitive area. But then you referenced our competitor on the peninsula, and I didn't quite get who that was that.
Oh, Curiosity.
Okay.
So it's,
Coyote Point.
Coyote Point, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not real close. It's not like it's in shares a border. And then that which chart is it? The one with the little, the curve that tails off and then recovery and then the little circle. I can't read.
The attendance, initial year surge and attendance
Yeah, like five.
erosion curve.
Yeah, maybe like 5 or 6. So do you feel like this customer experience is not one that the current customers want to go back and experience again? That next time they come back, they want to see new things? I mean, people go to Disneyland every day if they
And
could.
just,
you know?
yeah, so for theme parks, they add new rides and new lands, and that's some of the things they do to sort of get repeat visitation. And museums, again, can have temporary exhibits. They can have programming. Now, children's museums, you are right, you raise a very good point. Children's museums tend to have a little bit of a longer tail on this, just because on that curve, because they sometimes sort of act like, play spaces, right? And children can go back over and over. But over time, even children's museums, if they don't reinvest, will experience some sort of erosion to their attendance curve.
It was slide 8.
Yep.
So that, I mean, yeah, that surprises me. It's a rather pessimistic slide because it suggests that if we don't put a lot of money into staff, which is my next question in terms of what that gets us, or exhibits or something, that we're already at our peak and we're going to decline. And for the reasons that you started to articulate there, that's kind of surprising to me because the animals are always there and kids like to always go play with animals. And I would guess the closer you are, the easier it is to get there. And apart from pricing, you'd go back time and time again and they're flying around. And the dinosaur exhibit, you can go dig for your own dinosaur bones, which is unbelievably cool. There's another thing I could just see, my granddaughter saying, I want to go back and dig for more dinosaurs.
Yeah,
she even
so
has a dinosaur song that she sings and marches around. So I'm surprised that you're saying that we need to do so much more than what's already there, which, as you said, is unique.
Okay, so actually maybe 2 separate issues. The staffing is one issue. And I think right now, and I think as Kristen sort of set the context at the beginning, I think there were some estimates of what staff would be required. And I just think right now there needs to be an adjustment, right? So I think right now there's just insufficient animal care and visitor services staff to maintain sort of the quality experience. So you have people queuing in very long lines, you have people who want to have a birthday party, who it's weeks before anyone has time to get back to them. You have, there used to be a lot of sort of animal, just sort of casual sort of experiences with animals, and the animal care specialists no longer have time for those sorts of things because and I think there's also just an issue with animal care. You want to be sure it's sort of properly funded, and visitor services too, because it relates to, these are things that relate to sort of safety too.
Okay, so I hadn't even asked that question yet. but
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You anticipated correctly. That is exactly what I was going to ask, because
Right.
what, I just didn't know if the staff were going to create new experiences or swap out the animals, or why the staffing investment was going to correlate with a better experience, because this is an experiential place, which is, a good thing. These days, particularly when we're looking at trying to revitalize retail, we say it's really not about the merchandise, it's about what the experience of buying that merchandise. And in this case, we don't have any merchandise. We just have the experiences, which I think is a good thing. So, and drill down a little bit on the animal care. Are the animals being neglected, or?
No, I don't think the animals are being neglected, but I think that every moment of every animal care specialist time is being spent directly on animal care. And I think they're very quickly getting burned out and, maybe working more hours than they're even supposed to. And they're, just, I think, getting very, very burned out because a lot of them are part-time. So they're running off to a job at, another place. Right.
So that's what's happening now with our
afterwards.
current staff?
That's happening now. And I think they also, I think before actually the reinvestment, they had more time to spend with visitors, right? Doing some of the education that they can do because they're animal care specialists and they can handle the animals. And I think they don't have time for that right now. They're sort of running from emergency to emergency, and, animals, they're kind of unpredictable, right? They can get sick just like anyone else, and they have to go to the vet, and then that takes out a whole staff person. Right now, the staff structure is just not kind of consistent with sort of the level of operations and the level of the visitor experience. So I think there's sort of an adjustment that needs to be made from an operations perspective for the animal care and visitor services. And I do think sort of the reinvestment then and the programming and everything, if you have the right visitor services staff, now you can do the programming that will keep people coming back. Again, even Disney needs to invest in new rides and new lands, and they do. Every few years you see sort of a new, something major, right? A major investment.
And thank you for that answer. I'd just like to add that, when we do have part-time staff who possibly want to work full-time, they will jump at an opportunity at San Francisco Zoo at Happy Hollow to get that full-time job. And then we're completely out of another staff person. We have to recruit for someone. It is a specialized field, so it's not necessarily easy to find someone quickly.
Let's see. Well, I guess the other thing, what was the price that we charged originally? Was it $30 a head? When we opened up?
No, $10.
Originally when we opened up, because I know that number was on the table at one point.
No,
I
it was
really worried about that.
$18. $18 was on the table at one point.
Okay. It was for two I was thinking about. And that didn't work at all, the $18.
We never went there.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So it also feels, the Friends mission is, as you said, a number of times just in your comments, access and inclusion is your focus. And there's an important component of all your activity that you want to bring in folks from that are lower income from other regions, which of course doesn't help the top line if we're discounting or giving away. So that those visitors almost have to be in a different category than the bar that shows how many visitors are coming if they're sort of net zero, or at least they have to have another bar to show that they're discounted, averaged out or something.
Yeah, usually we would include it in total attendance. The only thing we usually exclude is facility rentals. What a lot of museums have done is, get philanthropic funding to cover sort of what the admission would be, right? So there used to be like Target free days at certain museums, if you remember those, and that's sort of the model. But we still count it as attendance. And actually, when you think about yield, kind of the admission yield, which is your average per capita spend on admission relative to your full price admission ticket, it's typically pretty low for museums, even as low as 50 or 60% because of the discounting that happens.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's typical to discount.
I have one personal experience that suggests that you can rent out those facilities. In Madison, Wisconsin, my niece actually got married in the children's zoo. I'm sorry, the children's museum there, which she thought was just phenomenal. And all the adults were playing all the kids' games that were available that night. So I don't know. It looks like that's a low percentage anyway, even in an optimistic scenario. But the financial factors here are obviously working against each other in terms of trying to come up with a cost recovery. And our only choice at this point, obviously, if we're going to continue the zoo, which we are, is to kind of get comfortable with what the cost recovery percentage needs to be, and then push as many of these revenue buttons as we possibly can. I mean, that's sort of my first take on all this.
And may I answer the question about the number of kids? So it's roughly 70% of visitors are children.
Vicky?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation and for stewarding this jewel in our community. And thank you to the Friends for all your support of it. It really is something to be proud of here. I have a question. So we've been talking about ticket prices and then also memberships. Are there memberships, or is that something you're proposing adding? So are they at the 135, or what's this current?
There are memberships, and what we propose is just an increase. There's basically a ratio of a multiplier ratio for that's very common in the museum industry for the ratio, sort of the membership price to admission price, and we just suggested increasing it proportionately with the increase.
Right. What is the number now, and what's the proposed?
The number, I have to look at the exact number. Hold on. Katie, do you have that, Bunny? I know Katie's online.
So it says here the average cost per membership is between 135 and 140.
Yeah, I was gonna just look at what hold on a second. I'm sorry.
I can tell you what
have
the current is, if
Yeah,
that's
that'd be
helpful.
great.
So there's different types. There's a family that there's a resident rate and non-resident rate. So
I'm gonna ask her.
125 versus 138 for the family membership. There's the family plus, which includes a caregiver and visitor passes. That's resident is 150 to non-resident 173. And then the supporting family membership is 250 and 288.
Got it.
And in the medium scenario, we projected 168. So that's a multiplier of 3 to the sort of kind of admission price and sort of average number of times that people sort of attend. And so it's going from the average right now that people pay is about 135 to 140. And we're increasing it to 168, which is a proportional increase.
Of about, so it'd be going.
168, yeah. Which is a proportional increase to the admission price increase to $14.
So it's about 40.
So
40%?
yeah, it's a little bit less.
I think it's less.
It's a little bit less because we've lowered the multiplier. The multiplier on membership right now is 3.45, which is a little bit high, and probably just because of the low admission price.
Yeah, because 10 to 14 would be 40%,
Right,
and
40%.
140, 40% would be
Yeah,
closer to
so we've
$200.
lowered the multiplier from 3.45 to 3.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any group discounts? Because, and the reason I ask is a lot of times, there might be one adult with a group of kids on a Saturday, and, all the kids come over to my house, and I want to take 8 kids, not just my family with my membership, but 8 times 10, or 10 times, it starts to add up just to kind of, maybe it's cheaper than the movies, but I'm just wondering if there's any group discounts for over a certain number of.
I haven't seen group discounts, although it's not atypical. A lot of times that might be treated like maybe not a school group, but sort of a public program or something. But I mean, it is possible in the industry. We do see museums who have group discounts, but maybe not as common.
The reason I ask is I guess it's all, getting nostalgic, harkening back to taking our kids there. I mean, before the opening was, I can't remember, was there, I guess it was just a donate at the box at the front, right? So there was no admission.
Mm-hmm.
So, whatever kids you had around and you're charged that day, you just take them in with you and, put something in the box that felt appropriate. And but now it can add up, especially for, people of modest means, even if they're not fully low income. So that's my concern is I think that's great. If you've got a group of kids at the playground at Magical Bridge or somewhere in Rinconada, or you're picnicking and then you go over there, you got to think twice about it. So that's why I'm asking about group discounts. And then also to this sort of membership idea and to some of the comments that Ed was making, that's one of the cool things about live animals is the children sometimes develop relationships with them, right? So I remember they wanted to check on the skink, the blue-tongued skink, I think it was, right? And you want to, where are they today? Are they hiding in this corner, the end of that? Oh, come on, look at this. And so you'd want to go, even if it was for 15 minutes, each time you went to Rinconada. Not going to do that now. So when I think about access and when I think about the mission, which I read in here, which I love because I fully support this. Like I said, it's a gem, but it's really enriching the lives of young children and their caregivers and engage a child's curiosity for science and nature. So, we can talk about cost recovery and ticket prices and all that, but there are different models and ways. I don't know if we're trying to get people to visit once a year, 2-3 times a year, or every time they go by Rinconada. And that I guess would be the membership structure. So at this point, what has been the uptake on that? Has it been very popular, the membership?
I think it's, we looked at sort of the percent of members who come versus to total attendance, and the percent of members, the ratio of members to attendance, and it is well within industry standards.
What's the number of memberships?
The number of memberships is 2.5% of attendance from what I recall. I will check.
This is just a tricky question.
Sorry.
I think it's
go ahead.
No, it's just, I think it's a transition of our community expectations, right? We had it under one model and now we're kind of adjusting to a more traditional museum model and wanting to keep sort of, I think, the engagement, if you will, of our community, because that's where I think the love comes from, that wonderful people like you all come and sit on the board of this thing. So that's why I'm trying to ask these questions. So I hear you very appropriately struggling with the economic side of it. And I just want to make sure that embracing of this facility is part of what we're worrying about. So when you get that number, I'd be curious, but I can ask something else.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the actual number and let's see if we have that in the historic ops. But yeah, it is 2.3% of attendance is sort of the number of household members.
And the attendance was?
So that was in 2023 when it was 118. So say 10%, 11,000, and then a fifth of that is 2,000-3,000 members, I'm guessing. But I can look at the historic ops detail and see.
That's higher than I would have thought. So, that's good. That's good. So I wanted to ask on the operational and business analysis key findings, slide 12, I believe it was.
It varies depending on renewal rates. Yeah.
So, and I'm trying to remember now. So we were talking about like for birthday parties and facility rentals that we would need additional staff capacity to manage that. And what I'm wondering is can you point me to, I had it at the time. All right, so what would be the cost of that additional staff, do we think? Because for some reason I thought it was 600 and that seems too high.
For the guest services positions?
Well, whatever, so under the bullet.
Yes, that would be
I'm
200,
trying to read it, so.
234,000.
Okay, so I guess the question is, do we think we could get enough rentals to offset the 234,000?
Well, that position that's all of guest services. So that's handling everything from admissions and membership and ticketing and actually the sort of indoor exhibits on the floor and sort of visitor services staff to make sure everyone's being safe and everything's so it's very broad, but also to enhance your ability to respond to birthday party requests and actually do a little bit of marketing around it too. And
yeah, no, that's great. But I was just trying to figure out what we have to cover to
Mhm.
make it worth it. And it sounds like it's baked into another position.
I think it's a portion of a position,
Okay.
but it's basically allowing for increased responsiveness to people who are inquiring about birthday party rentals.
So
Right.
quantitatively,
So-
it's a smaller bogey than the price of the person because it's just part of their.
It's a part of a position.
Okay.
That's right. Mhm.
And then I just wanted to ask quickly about the animal care. And I think you partly answered it in talking to Councilmember Lowing. With the type of unique animals that you have and the variety of them, I assume it takes a lot of specialized veterinary care. And you know, if they get sick or something, and I'm wondering, is there any way? Can you share any of that specialty care with a Curiosity or anything, or how does that? I mean,
My
just tell me more
understanding, and
about that.
staff should probably respond to this, but my understanding is that currently the veterinary care is actually outsourced.
Mhm.
So if the animals get sick, they bring the animal to a vet or the vet will come, but there's no in-house vet.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so the tech, I can't remember what the name was of
The
the
animal care
The animal
specialists
care
or- mhm.
specialist, thank you. Are they trained to cover the range of animals at the zoo, or do you have to have some that do reptiles and some that do birds or?
That's not my area of expertise, but
Yeah, I
sure.
can help answer the first question about the vet care. So one of the things, and actually circling back to one of the first things that Linda shared, is our staff, because we're so short-staffed at the moment, they're just reacting to the different emergencies that pop up on a daily basis. One of the projects that we're trying to get up and running is actually some internal vet care to an extent. I don't think we're going to be full service, but right now we do have a contracted service that we have to rely upon to either take animals physically to their space or we schedule time for them to come to our space. But we're trying to set up something where that would save us cost if we can get the certain equipment and staff training needed. But again, because staff right now are just kind of putting out fires daily and reacting, we're not able to be as proactive as we'd like. So with the appropriate staffing levels, that's something that we're hoping to bring in-house to an extent as well.
That would make sense. That sounds good. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
One critical thing. Okay. I forgot one critical thing. You said that we're almost at capacity. So does that mean we can't take in any more unless they come at 8 o'clock in the morning till 10? Or, I mean, that seems like a pretty serious
Yeah,
constraint.
I think you're particularly at indoor capacity. And so when we kind of run the numbers, it's the indoor space is very limited. And because of the sort of visitor entry sequence where you have to come through the indoors in order to get to the outdoors, it has created some sort of capacity, sort of just, choke points where you have sort of visitors queuing, a very, very small lobby area. And they sort of, because of the session model too, I think it sort of compounded that because you'd have a lot of people queuing, waiting for their time slot. And it took a long time to process people. I think moving away from that and certainly having the new ticketing system and allowing for, maybe timed entry rather than sessions to help smooth out some of the curves would help. Having, more staff can help sort of just manage the flow of visitors. And then also, doing seasonal events in, and trying to get sort of visitors to come in different times. Peak pricing can also help where you sort of put a premium on the time slots that are most desirable when everyone wants to come is something else that's been used very effectively. So operational measures can usually get you to kind of 10%, increase in capacity. So I think it's okay. And, certainly we're not projecting 150,000 visitors or 200,000 visitors or anything, right? We're sort of projecting some modest increases, which we think can be handled with operational measures.
I almost feel like the peak pricing is punitive to the folks that you want to bring in, but would that be weekend afternoons would be higher prices and everything else would be lower? Have you gotten that far?
Yeah, I know. Actually, I think John, the director, has actually gone through and added up all the peak times, and it wasn't really part of our scope to sort of look at, capacity and daily sort of attendance. But I know he has actually identified peak times, and I believe the ticket company that you have, the ticketing system, actually has the ability to do peak pricing, and if you wanted, dynamic pricing, which is probably not necessary, where you're, really looking in detail and sort of figuring out the times that are most popular, and, you have sort of a range of prices. I think that's overly complex for something like this. But, peak pricing could be used as sort of one measure. It's summer.
Okay, so let me first follow up on that the ticketing issue. So I hadn't heard the update on where we are in the ticketing system. My understanding was in the first couple of years, at least after it reopened, that was really a constraint on attendance. So where do we stand on that now, and what's the impact?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I'm happy to report that as of, I think, today, we actually have a signed contract from Acme Technologies is the vendor that was selected. So it's being routed to go to City Council consent maybe on May 20th. It may be pushed back if it doesn't get routed through approvals, but it's on its way to City Council with the full report for you.
Okay, so we're still in the prior ticketing system. And I'm interested in even hearing from both our staff and friends, what's been the impact? How does the current ticket system work versus what we're going to have? And what do we anticipate will be the impact of the new ticket system without changing anything else?
Okay. Hi, my name is Kayla Koga. I am the admin assistant for CSD. The current ticket system is through CivicRec. It is set up so that people have to create an account because we use it primarily for recreation classes and programs. And so we email them, we communicate with them through the system for a variety of things, rentals, summer camps, classes. And so that creating the account has been one of the hindrances of people just purchasing a ticket, going to the zoo. Sorry, what else was there? Hold a new one due. My understanding is you don't have to create an account to reserve a ticket. There's a calendar to kind of make it easier for folks to just click on a date, click on how many tickets they want, and then check out.
And do we currently have any, do we allow any walk-up during times that are not peak demand?
If there's tickets available and folks come in, they will do walk-up tickets, but oftentimes they sell out with the pre-sale tickets.
And that goes back to kind of when's this peak? I don't have any sense of what portion of the open hours are at capacity and what portion are not.
Sure. I'm going to actually ask John Aiken, who's joined us now online, to help with that question. Great. John, can you answer? John, can you
I don't think I
log
clicked
into
on
the Zoom?
Okay, well, maybe while he's doing that,
I think, can I note that based on our discussions, my understanding is also a big factor on call it underutilization is the degree to which memberships are using up the capacity, so to speak, and may actually not be there. Could staff comment on that?
I know we were both trying to communicate with others. So go ahead.
Yeah, so that is something that I think staff documented in our interviews with them. And that's very, it's also, again, remember that initial year surge. Also coming out of COVID, while there were restrictions, people also were looking for things to do, and outdoor attractions were very popular. So I think, and also because I think the session models and the feeling that sessions could fill up, as opposed to sort of a 15-minute time slot. I think there are a lot of contributing factors. I would expect that to decrease, the sort of, members grabbing spots and then not using them. There also can be, with some staff capacity, some, very sternly worded sort of, but polite emails to just numbers saying, please respect.
but do we have any data or even if we don't have the clear data, a kind of qualitative sense of if we're getting more reservations, either through ticket sales or reservations by members, than we are getting attendance. What's the ratio of those two? What portion of what we're saying is the capacity is actually we're making reservations up to the capacity, but we're not filling to capacity?
We might have to come back to you with that answer.
Okay.
And to circle back to your question about peak times, until John can join us, what I can offer from my understanding since I've been here is often 10 to 2 is a peak time throughout the week. Weekends are heavily active. That's often when families are trying to go and it's sold out. And then of course the break. So when we see fall break, spring break, any sort of winter break, that's typically heavy season for them with daily visitors, but then sometimes we're also running camps. So that would be considered peak as
Now,
well.
are you saying when you said 10 to 2, are you talking about 10 to 2 on the weekend or 10 to 2 during the week?
Typically during the week, 10 to 2, I think is the high time. And then the weekends is probably a wider range because the kids are not in school.
So during the week, during outside of summer, we're being at peak from 10 to 2 typically?
I know it's the highest usage. I don't know if I would say it compares to what a Saturday is, and that's hopefully what John can provide us. But I know on a typical day, that's when they're seeing the most visitors during the week. And we can
Okay, well,
hopefully get
most
some numbers
visitors,
for you
that
here
would be
soon.
one, that's a comparative thing, but so I should frame this. I look at the zoo and the museum from my front yard. I first went there as a 5-year-old, and I want to say that the animals were much larger than they are today. And then our kids grew up there. And so just my anecdotal observation is often I'm surprised by how empty the parking lot is. But now I have to ask myself, okay, I wasn't really deliberately looking at different times of day, different days of the week. So I'm anxious to kind of get a better breakdown. And I think this is very fundamental. We need to understand what additional capacity we have, and then whether I think that I don't know that we'd have this kind of variable rate pricing as fluctuating, but we might have just different times, weekends one price and weekdays are another, or who knows what. And I think that simplifies it. I don't think we want this airline kind of variation or our golf course kind of variation. And then, so do folks know that, I mean, this whole question of whether you can walk up and attendance, I think if you have to make a reservation first, I'm going to be real interested in what's the impact of the new ticketing. Because if I'm an out-of-towner and have to become a member of our whole essentially ability to sign up for recreation programs to buy a ticket, that sounds pretty, might be a barrier for a lot of folks. Versus being able to even know that at certain times I can walk up to the gate, in all likelihood get in. I might have to wait in a line if I timed it a little wrong. But we might have walk-up days and walk-up hours, not only the lower pricing, and maybe it's just that we increase the pricing on those peak times and keep the pricing the same during the non-peak times. And because when we have that, we talk about the equity issue, I'm really pleased that the Friends is concentrating on really subsidies for low income. Just like our Friends Children's Theater, they've moved in that, along with kind of maybe special programming things that say we want as Friends to support a specific programming. And then the rest, we have not only folks who can pay the market rate, and then we have the people in between who don't qualify for the low income, but they go, you know, kids, it's a bit expensive. We really can't go there. And they're in that in-between group. Whereas if they could say, oh yeah, I can go on a weekday and I can afford that, but we just won't go on the peak period. So I'm really hoping we're going to look at how to have those different categories. Do we know what portion of the we got the proportion of visitors that are kids? Do we know what portion are residents and what portion are low income? Up, I think we're going to get that.
Should I have that slide that?
And then as we're getting that, I was just thinking about when we look at the 2.1 million population within 30 miles, is that what we said? Yeah.
Yeah.
What we really want to look at is what portion are kids and parents, because that's overwhelming, and maybe some grandparents will take some, but basically we're not going to have a bunch of millennials who are going there with no kids, and it's just not the age group for the most part. There may be exceptions. Okay.
So it's,
Yeah.
what I can tell you is 73% of visitors come from the primary market, which is a 0 to 30-minute drive time. We were looking at penetration rates, so that's sort of what we
You said
shared about.
70, what percent?
73% of all visitors come from a 0 to 30-minute drive time.
Oh, well, that's interesting that therefore 27% come from more than 30 minutes away.
So 18% come from a 30 to 60-minute drive. Now, this is based upon zip code sampling.
Yeah.
So 18% come from within 30 to 60 minutes, and then 8% actually come from outside the resident market. And often that can be people visiting friends and relatives who live in Palo Alto.
It can. I'll jump down to, this is one of the special amenities of our community that makes us different from a big city set of amenities, whether it is our winter lodge, ice skating rink, the Magical Bridge playground, some of the museums at Stanford, our future history museum. These are really special amenities that are more human scale and kid scale. The Williams House, the Gamble Gardens. We don't really market that set of amenities that I tell you, people, we have visitors, and I used to have even business visitors who I would say, they'd say, well, what am I going to do here? And I'd steer them to downtown Palo Alto and they go, oh my gosh, it's like a European city or whatever. And then different of, of course, the small example, we had a big Danish delegation touring all the Western US, and the final event was at Mitchell, and they had just come from San Francisco, and they had been touring the US for 2 weeks. And they said, we just finished the highlight of our entire trip. I said, really? What's that? I thought, they're coming from San Francisco, the HP garage. This is like 2 weeks in the US. This was their #1 stop. And that's a little bit different clientele, but it exhibits some things that we take for granted in this community that outside of this community are a big deal. And just like I say, the Winter Lodge is just so exceptional, and this is exceptional, and the Gamble Gardens are exceptional. And we don't market them that way. We were starting to when we hired the Visitors Bureau as the San Mateo Visitors Bureau, whatever they were called, as part of our hotel marketing. And they marketed a lot of these kinds of things, and including the Stanford museums and otherwise, which is a huge amenity. And this is part of what makes us a mid-peninsula destination. I mean, people don't go to San Jose much as tourists, but they go to San Francisco, they get down to Monterey, and in many ways, we're the best thing in between. But who the heck knows all this set of things? They know about the HP garage, they know about Stanford. They know about maybe the first Google office that nobody knows where it is because there's no plaque. So my point being, I think that this potentially is a valuable component of a larger marketing program of the wonderful amenities that we have for visitors who are outside of 30 miles or outside of 3,000 miles. Especially folks who come here, maybe business trips, but they bring a family or they're just tourists to San Francisco. Okay. I did want to say, ask about the prior trends. So we talked about how much our attendance is up over last year. I'm going to be real curious just what the new ticketing system does for attendance, because I suspect it's going to be a real shot in the arm. But it's still down 1/3 from when we had a far less of a product. We're down 1/3 from pre-COVID, right?
No, so, you know, we
Is that what it
actually
was?
never saw attendance numbers for prior to the reinvestment. I will say, and we track attendance at the largest museums all over the world, as part of kind of a museum index that we publish every year.
Misconstruing.
But I did see some numbers in a prior, I think, council report I was reading, that were very high. I will say free attendance is very different. So you could get people coming in from the park, you know, because it's too hot or to use the restrooms or,
Oh, but I
you
see
know,
it says recent investments led to a dramatic increase in earned revenue
earned revenue.
from, an average of 34, it's earned revenue, not attendance, 34% pre-pandemic to 66% in 2023. Now, this didn't open, it opened in pandemic, right?
Mhm.
So the
Mhm.
pre-pandemic is talking about the old museum.
Mhm.
And, okay, so I misconstrued that. But I'm still interested in what that attendance was before versus now. Okay. Another on the cost side and really the ability to serve, at the prior museum, we had a lot of volunteers. And I don't know what the current volunteer program, it was teens, it was grandparents, okay, it was also parents, but you know, there were teens who were just loved to volunteer on the zoo. There were grandparents who volunteered indoors more. What's our current volunteer program?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Well,
vacancy.
Yeah, I was gonna have John Aiken. He
Okay,
is on
John's
now.
on now.
He's
Okay.
on now. I'm gonna have him answer this question. John, can you please?
You bet. Our volunteer program went through a slump when we lost the last one, and it took us 8 months to hire another one. And so we're rebuilding it. We were down to about 15 volunteers, and we're up to 35 now in just the last 3 months.
So as you've rebuilt that volunteer cadre, how does that potentially support the staffing needs for animal support and things like that? I know they can't do the same as professional staff, but what functions can they do that would reduce the need for additional professional staff?
You're absolutely right. They can't replace staff, but they augment staff so that we can do more and deal with larger crowds and things. So they assist with flamingo feedings, with programs in the zoo.
I'm sure they all want to do the flamingo feedings.
They sure do. They also all want to work in the zoo. And so what we do is after they've made a commitment of 6 months or so, we begin to open those requests and begin to train them in the zoo.
Okay, good. Now I had neighbor kid who worked every hour available in the Bobcat Den. Okay, and John, before you got on, I was asking about when are we seeing the peak attendance, and when are we at capacity versus when we have additional capacity?
Sure. Seasonally, whenever school is out, we get very, very busy. So spring break, the winter holidays, so any school break, then weekends are always busy. We're always sold out, the morning sessions and usually the midday sessions. And currently, ever since spring break, we have been selling out mornings and midday sessions every day of the week, or during the weekdays. We bring in school groups in the mornings on Tuesday through Thursday, and that really fills the place up pretty quickly. And
Okay.
most school groups want to do their field trips in the spring.
So are there periods that could be really pretty open for walk-up?
Actually, we sell tickets if they're available, and that's in part because members will overbook and not show, and so we base it on capacity counts, and so we know how many people are in the facility, and then we sell tickets. We also ask people to go to the park or go get a coffee and come back the next session. There's spaces, and we'll welcome you in. So yeah,
But they
Did I
can't
get
get
the whole
they can't
question?
get that coffee in the park yet.
No, they can't. But they have to go
yeah.
somewhere else.
But hopefully we'll someday have that. Okay, so that's interesting that there's a lot of the period now that appears to be full capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've just brought the sloth out because we've got good weather, and so that's beginning to fill afternoon capacity.
I didn't know about the sloth.
Oh, she's great, Luna.
Oh my God. Okay, you got me. So given that, that's all interesting that we really have a lot of the time that we're at capacity. Oh, and John, you intimated that even this spring and things, we've seen an uptick, and that's before we get the new ticketing program. I think the data that our consultants had was up through 2023, right? Not so. Do you have kind of any updates versus what the consultant report was all the way through 2023? That's seems pretty contemporary, except that you just described something that looks like we're doing even better. More volunteers and higher attendance, perhaps this spring than we've seen since it opened. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would have to run a report to give you exact numbers, but we are observing higher attendance and more people booking online, kind of preparing for it because I think they've learned that they get a guaranteed spot if they buy online ahead of time. And there has been a trend in the Bay Area as well as nationally of people beginning to return to cultural institutions. It's taken a long time since the pandemic that really changed everything. And so we're not the only people witnessing this.
Yeah, and we're in this odd circumstance where we opened during the pandemic, and not to mention we had a cumbersome ticketing system up until soon, and so in a lot of ways, this curve that I accept is kind of the normal pattern. I think we're still in that sort of newness period, and. Yeah, so it'll be interesting what happens this year. Okay, I think, let me just see if I have anything else. We don't know, do we know anything on Coyote Point's or Curiosity's attendance trend in the last couple of years?
They have suffered greatly. They had a huge transformer go out. They were shut down. Well, the county had to replace that. So they got down to I think 60,000 people or less when they opened. And so they're trying to rebuild their attendance now. They're also renovating the place, so it's kind of a construction zone, and that always makes it hard.
Yeah, one of the other things I don't know how we'd capture, but I'm really curious what portion of our potential market within 30 miles actually knows about us yet. And I don't think a high percentage, but it's just when I talk to people outside the area or whatever, they don't know about a lot of our amenities. And this is essentially it's a reinvented one of what was a small treasure, and now it's a lot more interesting to people outside the area even.
It's true. We're seeing a lot of people coming from Walnut Creek and Santa Cruz and such. And I think it's word on the street, mommies talk to each other. And it's a very silent market. They go to websites that are just about moms with kids and things to do. And so they hear about us, they talk about it, and they want to come see. Now, whether or not they've had a good enough experience to come back to make that drive all the way back. We'll see.
Let them feed the flamingos.
Yeah.
So, Ed, I don't know if you might know the answer to this. I thought there had been some recent discussion about the hotels reestablishing a visitors bureau relationship or whatever we call it.
Well, there has been discussion. Nothing has really coalesced at this point. So it's
Okay.
initial stages.
Okay. All right. Oh, and I would add on the newness, the dinosaurs are pretty new too.
They are.
Okay, I think just wanted, what was our traditional city subsidy with the old museum?
About 1.4, 1.5 million.
Okay, so I should have asked that earlier in my set of questions, because that really changes my perspective on the city subsidy. So right now, we're 942,000 that we've been subsidized in FY 23, is that correct? And under the medium scenario, with adding the staffing, we'd be 1,050,000. So that makes me feel a lot better that that's below what our prior subsidy was, and I didn't appreciate that. That's a big deal in this whole discussion. So anything that goes to the council, I'd really frame it in that way, because otherwise I was assuming our subsidy had gone up. Okay, that's good to know. And well, I think that covers my questions. Is John, any other comments you might have?
Well, I heard you talk about variable and dynamic pricing. Dynamic pricing is where you've got an algorithm that predicts how many people are going to come, and you price the ticket at that. We can't afford it. It takes
and we don't like it, so we weren't talking that.
Yeah, and I think it's something I think the public is not going to like. I think you're right. And so variable pricing is something that we're very interested in trying with the new software, which is to have a higher price on the weekends and busy times so that we spread attendance into the times that we're less busy.
Good. The weekends and busy. That sounds like maybe the way we want to head. And we could still then advertise this attractive base price of say 10, but we've got for the, if you want to be price conscious, you work your schedule that way if possible. Yeah, Ed?
I was just going to ask, is this yet in the draft proposal?
Is what?
Oh, well, you're requesting some staffing and is that in the draft proposal that we have or no?
So there is a
It's in the
placeholder in the supplemental memo.
It's not in the budget.
Okay, so we haven't done that yet. Okay.
And so, just so we can point you to it, let's see. But I just want to go to the right area. Okay. Children, Junior Museum is the very first one. And so it's an estimated additional funding of 500,000, but if we're currently at the 942, it's an expense of 500 for the additional staffing, but then we'd have the projected additional revenue or?
Yeah, that's in there.
Okay, so it doesn't net out at that.
Wait, please, Chair, the number that you're looking at,
I
the
see it.
500 is a net. And that would be the ongoing. I will note that in FY 2025, I believe there's a prorated number acknowledging that there would be some startup time.
Well, okay, so we're saying the 500 is a net, but when we say that, does that assume additional revenue?
Correct.
Oh,
It's in the write-up.
so, okay.
Well, obviously,
So how does?
obviously
Across the board.
Obviously, what we could do, Chair, is we can evaluate whether we will go all the way to the +4 people right away.
Well, but I also want to understand something where we have this table and it says that the medium scenario adds 110,000 in cost. how do we reconcile that with this report that says the net change is 500,000?
So I believe Kristen in the staff report has all of the financial crosswalks from the staff.
So I will say, the difference is likely that when they did the analysis, they did an estimate of staffing costs, where in the staff report, we used what we expect to be actual staffing costs.
Okay. Well, this would be helpful if it came to us where we reconciled those. Yeah, we can set it up on that. Yeah. Okay. So that makes it a higher hurdle, and it would then, if that's the case, it takes us back up to the vicinity of our prior subsidy, right? Yeah. That about right? Okay.
With the possibility of.
Oh, can you turn your mic on? Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So my last one was that brings us up to the vicinity of our historic subsidy. Steve Emsley was offering a comment. Steve, go ahead.
I can say that also assumes it.
Yeah.
That assumes some increased, participation in programs and other support from, either the Friends or other, funding sources too. And as they said, even with the capacity, we can manage it better and get probably 10% more.
Okay. So I can say that what I'd like to see, this is really valuable foundation. I'd really like to see a reconciliation of the consultant's findings with what we anticipate would be the real costs, comparison to our historic numbers, and then looking at our latest attendance and revenue trends, and what we might project would be the impact of the new ticketing. Although if we're most hours or many hours near capacity, it won't have as big of an impact as it would if we had more capacity. And then also what would, as we're struggling with, we have, so everybody understands, we have, I don't know, in this supplemental options for this fiscal year, we have about 30 different items, varying cost ranges. This is one of the larger that we have very limited dollars that we're trying to figure out how we're going to fund as many of these as we can. And therefore, I'd be really interested, and I think this is what Ed was talking about or leading to, is looking at the how you could leverage the resurgence in volunteers to mitigate the staffing demands, and what can you do? What are a couple scenarios on additional staffing? I fully appreciate that to do everything like you'd really like to do it, this is what you would want to have. And we're in a spot where we're still down in our police officers. We're still down in fire and water trucks for our fire department and a whole bunch of other areas. And so it's a real struggle. And so we need to figure out how we can maybe not meet what you would ideally want, but what are a couple of options as you really try to sharpen the pencils, where we can support you more, but maybe not what you're fully hoping for, which is the answer we're going to have to a lot of folks.
So I will say in the staff report, we did just that. So we did the cost of what the full recommendation would be, and then we did a tiered proposal that would be some positions in fiscal year 25 and then ramping it up in the subsequent year, anticipating that comment that you just made, that you have to balance a lot of priorities.
So
this is what's coming to consent?
No, this is what's in your staff report that was in the packet today.
Is, I think, what's going to go to council? What are we?
Well, we were hoping that Here, you can have mine.
Thank you. Somehow I get that.
I mean, we were hoping that you would make a recommendation tonight on two things. One, the ticket price, and two, the,
You neither. I thought I was the only one that hadn't seen it.
I got it last week when I got the books.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I got my book on Wednesday evening, 1,000 pages.
you got a lot, yeah.
Yeah, with only 2 time slots to be able to try to absorb that. Okay, so sorry, please continue. So
That's okay. Well, we're hoping tonight that the Finance Committee can make a recommendation as to the ticket price, as well as how we might be able to support the existing staff with some additional positions. And like I mentioned, we had 2 scenarios in the staff report. If you look at, no, I don't have mine. No, that's okay. If you look at the second table there where it has fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26 and ongoing, that divides the recommendation over 2 years. Yes. So yes, so fiscal year 25 in the report. So fiscal year 25 would convert 2 part-time animal care positions to full-time and add 2 guest services.
But that's the adds up to net and revenues. Oh, so we're showing an additional 438 in revenues, and I'm sorry, refresh me, that's based on doing what across the board?
$14.
I was just gonna comment earlier, just quickly, when I was listening to the 10, 14, what do we do, this, that. People like discounts, right? So to me, it would be interesting to say $14 discounted to 10 on weekdays, right? As opposed to 10 and you pay more on weekends. I think that way they feel, I know it doesn't get us all the way to your chart, but I do think there'll be a little bit of a digestion, and I was resisting the 14, but looking at the need here, I think, on days when we have such demand and people can't get in, and we have these subsidies for low income and such, I do struggle with it for every day, but I don't know how much impact that would have on what we need to do to have the animal care and the marketing and the thus and such. Unless, of course, you open a coffee shop in the lobby and sell coffee for the people waiting to go in, because all the people in Rinconada, but that's a whole nother thing. But revenue stream. There's just a thought on the ticket price.
Okay, so under the alternative scenario, we would have a net impact of 175 based upon across the board ticket increase to 14, right? Okay, so what I am inclined to do, and colleagues tell me if you're thinking similarly, is really 2 tiers in ticket pricing. One that would go either to 14 or 15 during the peak demand periods, and another that would be lower, whether it stays at 10 or goes to 12 at the lower periods. And I would kind of would like to hear what others think of that, including.
I think that's right. I don't know how you came up with 14 as opposed to a round number of 15. Unless you were trying to keep it under $60 and some sort of, this is $9.99 today only. In terms of retail pricing strategy, it seems like 15 is a more logical number, particularly if we're going to discount it off of that. So 15 and 10 seems like it has more logic to it, which it doesn't. It's equally random, but.
Well, and I was thinking also a comparison to movie tickets, because that's, what do you do with take kids and go to the movie or go to this great museum and zoo? And I don't go out to movies much anymore. What are movie tickets these days?
Yeah. So actually, we do look at the hourly price of entertainment, and movie tickets are the first category.
And what are they running?
They're around $15. I mean, it depends. There is actually peak pricing too.
Yeah.
But in the Bay Area, they're $14, $15. So that's about right. I think to have sort of a 30%, 1/3 increase in 1 year is quite a bit to go to 15. Yeah, that's substantial. I think we did recommend that, maybe you do the peak pricing, right? You say, okay, 14 is a peak price, or however you want to frame it, and then so you keep the 10 or 11, maybe you go to 12 for non-peak times, so you can sort of phase it in, right? Or you phase it in over a couple of years, because I think most people expect price increases.
I think it's also important to remember that it was a free institution just a few years ago. And so this isn't strictly an economic conversation. There's many people who remember being able to make the quick decision where at Granada, we have a group of people and we can just hop over there. So I think it's really important if you're considering increasing it to bear that in mind.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's an economic decision for us. Not entirely, but compared to what Chair Burt said, is we have like whatever it is, 30 people asking for money that's not in the budget.
Yeah, and when we were free, and I remember it well, we were, of course, inflation adjusted, but we were subsidizing about 1.4 million a year. And so it then is the question of how much can we afford to subsidize with competing values?
So I think you were looking at the charts, and so I'll repeat what I said then. I still think that I like the number 14 because it doesn't feel like a 50% increase. I was resistant to that for the reasons that Lauren just said. But I think that it looks like we need it. And then what I would do is call it a discount on weekdays to 10 and leave it at that. I don't think I want to go up for that weekday when we don't have a ton of demand. That would be ideal. I know that might constrain our options in terms of employees and things, but that would be my vote.
Yeah, I don't know whether to call it, how to market, whether it's a discount or not, but, or whether the 10 is the base, but yeah, I would support, I think, 14 at the peak demand periods and retain 10 at the off. And with the initial staffing increases that are in this second table. Yeah.
And if I might add to the staffing conversation, since you are just seeing this to help summarize, this captures our most critical recommendations. The consultant actually recommended that out of our 8 part-time animal keepers, we can convert 4 in addition to the guest services and the revenue manager. So we tried to whittle it down to what felt most critical because we know it's such a difficult ask this year. So just wanted to give the broader scope of we did our best to whittle it to what felt critical. And we did evaluate the use of volunteers in staffing roles as you indicated. So I wanted you to know that we looked at that as well.
Thank you. All right.
This is what nets out, that syncs up with what you have as the 500K, Lauren?
Yes, I will recap the math because that's really important to me.
Yep.
And all of us, and then also want to check in about the process to be consistent with how we've kind of conducted today and tomorrow. So what I heard so far, and I hope it is correct, is if we look at the report, we're looking at the table and in particular the column fiscal 2025. So the committee is seeming to build a consensus around the converting the 4 FTE, 0.48 FTEs around animal care and the 1 FTE for guest service and the ticketing system, with the expectation that that additional expense is also going to be accompanied by revenue increases from admission rates, some sort of modeling that brings in a good amount as represented here. More or less the net impact of that would be about $175,000 of additional subsidy from the city's general fund. So I'm going to pause there before we talk about the process.
Actually, it's going to be higher if we don't increase the ticket price at all times. So
Correct. So if we don't reach the 438,000, then the net number of 175,000 will be higher.
Correct.
Which we won't know.
Yeah. So we're proposing,
because it's not going to be all $14.
Tiered ticket pricing it based on peak demand.
Okay.
And so we don't know exactly how much difference, but I think we can still.
We should cut the revenue if you're modeling that into the.
Yeah, but we won't know that today. What that adjustment is, we can have our own sense of that. Sounds like most of the attendance is during the peak time, and so that it's going to be somewhere in between, but closer to 175 than the 438, somewhere in between.
And so then, are you proposing we look for that revenue elsewhere? Because I think what I heard was this seemed to be pretty bare bones needs.
No, I didn't say look for it
No,
elsewhere.
but I'm wondering if that's what was baked in, or if you're thinking that, or what, I guess what I'm wondering
No,
is,
it would be additional subsidy is the answer.
okay, so that's
Yeah.
other money to look for somewhere.
I see.
I
The
just-
revenue, well, it's not additional revenue, but yeah, okay.
So then in terms of the process, I'm hoping that we're going to follow today's process whereby the committee will do a tentative agreement, a tentative motion on this. We could put it on the parking lot or put it on the committee referral. Then we'll bring that back to the council on Monday as a reporting out of the consensus here.
Yeah, that'd be good. And you'd probably have a chance to crunch the numbers a little bit more, maybe not get them perfect, but John may be able to, you guys have
See if we
some
can have some
informed
better
estimate.
estimate.
Yeah. Of that.
than
pricing
between
impact.
175 and 438.
And then, and so we would only be recommending at this time a decision on the staffing increases that are aligned with FY 25 and have to at a future date look and figure out whether we could go the next step or not. Okay.
Second.
All right. So are we doing this as a parking lot or just go forward with referral to the?
Well, I thought it was called a tentative approval, like they were with the
Tentative
departments.
We would prefer a tentative approval if you could
Okay.
kindly
And-
do that.
Perhaps just to talk about the logistics of that, as was pointed out, this will add a need for additional subsidy. And ultimately, it's a part of the citywide balancing that you'll look at the end of tomorrow and again, over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Okay, so we'll do this as a tentative approval.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess I'm wondering about, if we can't find this tentative subsidy, what happens? I mean, like, I maybe I mistook it, but it sounded like that this is pretty minimal in terms of the need for, am I wrong?
Here's where I think we could be helpful, just in terms of the process of the finance committee's budget deliberations. So tonight, it's specifically, and maybe just the bottom line, it's a cost. But then over the course of the 2 days that you're reviewing all of the budget, both the pluses and minuses, it has to balance. And so we'll take a shot at that at the end of tomorrow, and you'll be able to refine that over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I get that process. I guess I'm just trying to substantively identify the ramifications if we can't.
That's what we're gonna have to do when we look at it as a package,
Yeah.
both
No,
tomorrow and.
I understand process wise. I'm just trying to say what it is that happens, because with different things, if we can't fully fund them,
Yep.
we have different ramifications. I think with
Fully
this one,
understood. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Councilmember Vinker, what I think you might be alluding to is, and Chair Burt, you're well versed in this. As you work to balance this budget through this process, you will either identify alternative funding sources that you will support adding these types of expenses. You could choose to swap out proposals, meaning you take out something the staff has recommended in the proposed and fund something like this instead. Or last scenario is there is insufficient funding and therefore we wouldn't be able to bring forward these actions. And so that kind of 3-step reconciliation or 3 options will be part of, and ultimately, to your point, the ramification in this instance would be we don't add these staff. And so the JMC would operate at status quo.
my question is somewhat different and my point is somewhat different, and I'm clearly not articulating it well at all. Let me try one last time. If we don't fully fund the library, we may have to, I don't know, cut collections. If we don't fully fund fire, maybe we can't, I don't know, add a new equipment. I had thought I had heard, and I may have heard it wrong, and I'm trying to understand whether or not I'd heard it, that this funding level for the JMZ was pretty bare bones. And if we can't do it, there's some pretty negative ramifications. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so everybody clear on the tentative approval? All in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yeah.
before we close for the evening, may I ask you to confirm tomorrow's schedule? Is that okay at this time? Because tomorrow we have a lot of ELT members that we need to reconvene for the general fund CIP.
Yeah, and so, let's see.
So if I may, I was hoping to propose it be a part of 3. And so that would be at 11 a.m. And I can confirm with the
What would
ELT.
be at 11?
We're continuing the general fund CIP component you asked
Okay.
us to bring back.
Yeah, okay,
And so I'm hoping to add that as the part of the 11 a.m. session.
okay,
And if we can confirm tonight, I will let the other departments know.
okay, good. And, let's see, just a couple of, follow-up items for tomorrow. One, are we going to hear back on how we calculated that 1.4% UUT transfer?
Yes.
Okay. And then one thing I neglected,
UUT transfer or the utilities users tax revenue?
that's what I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah, it's late, it's late.
Yeah,
So-
not
Okay,
transfer revenue.
okay, yes.
And then, I did want to take a step back and just understand and look strategically at our trend in consulting services. And I think it's gone from, we tend to look at these as individual contracts, but I had it highlighted and maybe I don't know if that's it. In any event, I think it was from going from like 35 or 38 million to 60 something million over the course of the last several years. And it's on a page here and I'm just not locating the page. Oh, here it is. Contract services from FY22, 39.5 million. Oh, I'm sorry, page 53 to currently 66.5 million. And 53, page 53, second line down, contract services.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I think it's really, we don't step back and kind of look at our trends. We call those, I think, are those all called one-time expenses? Are they, some are ongoing? Some are, so they're a mixture of ongoing and one-time? So when we have this discussion of one-time expenses ongoing, and then we don't, I don't recall having kind of looked at, well, where do contract services fit in that? What's our pattern there? And frankly, looking at which of these are ongoing, and I'm not somebody who presumes all this can come in-house. There's special expertise, but it does beg kind of looking strategically at, okay, maybe things that we thought were one time or whatever are more ongoing. We should look at how we provide those services. And that's a big mix that's in there. But I think it's $66 million. And we kind of look at it piecemeal, but not more comprehensively and strategically.
Well, I'd like to say that we do that strategic look within the context of the services that are provided. So it might be helpful to get a sense of what goes into that 66. And I suspect, does it include things as wide as, say, Avanitas as a contract service to AECom? And so both
Yep.
with A's, but probably at the top of the list.
So maybe we've got, first, we break it into two buckets, ongoing and one time, what we would call under our current definitions, ongoing versus one time. Or ongoing, maybe they're not exactly one time, but we divide them in those two categories. Like Avanitas, that's ongoing, right? Right. Yeah. And then, okay, so however we can look at that in a more strategic way.
Let me see if we might be able to get a report on the largest within that.
Yeah,
Great. And
okay. take that.
discuss that.
So in the At Places memo that came out this morning, there is a section specific to contract services. In particular, all contracts that where the vendors were paid over $1 million.
This is the,
At Places memo, the one with the big number 1 right here.
okay, the additional
Yes,
information.
yes. And then you're gonna want to reference, there's appropriations, the very last page. The last page has a table that starts with vendor name. These are
Yep.
all vendors paid over $1 million. It gives a historical trend. I think this may speak well to kind of what you're looking
Well,
at.
that's a good list, but it doesn't kind of categorize it in any ways. So those are by dollar value, it concentrates on the bigger ones. I don't know which of these are ongoing. For instance, I see Baker Tilly. So that's clearly an ongoing one. Others of these are probably more in the category of one time.
Right.
And so it's nice to have this, but, the Creek JPA is ongoing.
Right.
So if we can break them out between ones that we would say are ongoing and the balance, that would be a good starting point. And I agree, look at the larger ones. Although, $500,000 is not chicken feed. So, yeah.
To be honest, I'm struggling at the work involved in
Yep.
splitting the two. So that's why I thought it might be helpful to even just look at the top 10 and then we could discuss the philosophy and kind of the strategy behind each.
Yeah, and I appreciate it's a more complex strategic discussion than we're probably prepared to be able to have, as much as it's maybe important and overdue, but I'm not assuming that we can just have a deep analysis of it overnight, literally. Okay.
Chair,
Yeah.
but as City Manager Shikata said, it would be helpful if maybe we looked at that list to just go through the top 5 to better as examples so that we as staff can better understand if this is truly an ask that the committee wants staff to go through.
Well, I'll bet you could real quickly go through and see which of these are ongoing. I mean, as I just read through the ones I'm aware of, and you're going to know better than I am, which of them are ongoing and which of them are one time. And I think that would be an easy sort out of all these. I mean, you could take that's more than top 5 and this is the top 30 or 40 that are over $1 million. And I'll bet that's an easy sort right there.
So let me just summarize. I hope that it would be okay if we take this list and maybe take the top half or so and then do our best guess.
I would just go through and as best you can.
Determine
see which
ongoing or
ones are
one time.
ongoing. Yeah, and I'll bet that's easy for you guys. You guys are gonna know which are ongoing, which are not, I would think.
Somewhere across multiple departments and functions, and so there's a guesstimate involved in this.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
if
I
you want
think-
to put a column that says ongoing, one time, other, if you can't sort it out, it'll just help us, rather than narrow it down to top 5 or 10. I think we've got a list here, and I don't think it's gonna be that hard to at least have that first cut at a breakdown.
I think we can take our shot at it. I'm also wondering how to have the conversation. And as an example, tomorrow we'll be back with Public Works. We did community services today. So I think a number of these are actually CSD ongoing. Public Works might be a good sort of foundation through which to talk about some of these ongoing and, how the decisions have been made and, where it may make sense to
And
revisit.
maybe tomorrow we're just able to have an introductory discussion, and 2 weeks later we have a little deeper one. I'm not sure what would be
Oh, and planning is the other, because again, I see 4-leaf on here, a number of other planning development services related contracts, again, that would allow us at least to start that discussion.
Good. Okay. Anything else before tomorrow? We're good? All right, thank you.